If you've never played Monster Hunter, you are missing out on the most adorable of all video game made art form, anything in the history of art and anything. This has got to be the cutest thing I've ever seen in my entire existence. Oh, look at the smile. Man, people who don't play Monster Hunter are missing out on the most adorable gameplay in history of video games. Heiji Hunts. Welcome to Season 2 of Heiji Hunts. Welcome to Season 2 of Heiji Hunts. It's a whole new world with a brand new attitude. Iceborne. I gotta say right off the bat, I love. I cannot imagine how good this is. So I've heard from the Monster Hunter community that Iceborne was really good compared to World. And I was like, am I going to understand that as someone who is new and who didn't necessarily have to wait a year for Iceborne? Like, I'm going straight back to back World to Iceborne. Is it that good? Yes, it is. I'm only 4 hours into Iceborne, but my God, everything about this game is so much better. So let's try to break this down in a Heiji Journal style. The first thing is the new combo. My Switch Axe has a new combo, as all of you have been saying for a while. I can now like spam B three times, hit Y. So towards the end of Season 1, I was really like getting used to using Y a lot and starting to roll to unsheath my Switch Axe and using Y to kind of get my high shots. I was actually using B very little versus the beginning of Season 1. I was using B a lot for some reason and not Y very often. Now it's reversed. Now I want to use B again because you do this setup of like whoosh, whoosh, and then you hit Y, and then like it charges the axe, and then you do a flip, and then you charge the axe again and damage, and then you can combo that into a sword. My Switch Axe gameplay has just like leveled up 2 levels. So love the new weapon combo. Have not tried all the other weapons. We will get around to it eventually. The Clutch Claw. I've heard of this since the first multiplayer stream. What is the big deal with the Clutch Claw? What a game changer. This thing, I can see the inspiration for like the wire bug. Love it. The fact that I'm like, okay, I smack you up a little bit, then I can just like swoop to you and like soften you up. Or I can like unload my like gauntlet of stuff into your mouth and ram you into a wall. Like, it adds so much to the gameplay and it has me thinking about so much things. And I'll have to admit, after 10 weeks of playing Monster Hunter World, I was starting to get into the rhythm of like, oh, is this all there is? Like, my favorite fights were when I could use the elements or I could like do something other than just kind of repeat my combo over and over, try to like position, do combo, position, do combo. It was getting slightly monotonous, you know, as far as Monster Hunter monotony goes. Now with the Clutch Claw, I'm like, okay, there's the environment, there's my combo, there's the setup, there's all these other things I can do. I'm stimulated again. I'm excited. I love it. We're going to get into the new monsters I fought. I did not fight very many monsters on stream 1. Because we did the Witcher DLC on the first Iceborne stream as kind of like a little filler part, which I covered in the last journal. And I spent a lot of time just taking in the new world, starting with like the new music. We've got more Monster Hunter music. The soundtrack is so damn good in this series, and Iceborne just brings in even more of that. You saw, like I always sample the soundtrack to see like how I can like mix that into my production. You guys saw with the trailers. I absolutely love the Iceborne soundtrack. Snow! I landed in snow and I'm like, oh, I'm in Canada, Monster Hunter Canada. And the first thing that came to mind was like, can I draw a dick in the sand? And not in the sand, in the snow. I didn't say it on stream. I'm saying it here. I'm going to be fully transparent. I saw snow and I was like, can I actually draw a dick in Monster Hunter? I did not do it. I thought of it, but instead I drew HE in the attempt to do Hey J. But I'm sure a lot of immature men out there, and hey, maybe women too, have drawn dicks in the snow, because who wouldn't? And then Classy just kind of like started ruining everything, so we gave up on that. But man, snow mechanic, fantastic. We have a new hub, and this new hub is fantastic. I'm saying fantastic so much, I'm kind of annoyed of hearing myself say it, but okay, in Astera or whatever, the old hub, whoever designed that, I don't know what they were thinking. I think they were thinking of what it looked like versus how functional it was. Having a whole hub divided across like 4 stories that you have to hustle through some stairs is not good thinking. The fact that they had to put the chains that you had to like teleport around to fix the issue that it was hard to get around that town shows how poorly designed that town was. In here, the new hub everything is laid out so that you can kind of go like, boop, 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 let's go hunt. Like, it's compact. It makes sense. It's on one level. You can basically do a circuit of the town, get your items, get your food, get your whatever you need, and then you're out, which is exactly what a hub world should be. Next, we've got an awesome room customization. So the room is way better. The room customization is kind of ridiculous, honestly. Like, it's like they took the whole Animal Crossing game and they're like, now it's Monster Hunter. Do what you want with it. So I spent a good 10-15 minutes customizing my room. I don't know how crazy I'm going to go after that, but I was in there because I really needed to look at Gaijin Hunter's Devil Joe. He gave me that when I slayed my first Devil Joe. He said if I do not cart on my first Devil Joe, he will get me a statue. He got it to me, and I could not look at it until I started Iceborne. So now it's finally in my room, and it's so cool because it's right next to an armor set. And the armor set I have on display is the armor I wore to kill Diablos. So in my room, it's already personal, where I have like my memento of killing like my first wall. And then I have like the Gaijin Hunter trophy acknowledging me. And it's just so personal, and I love it. There's still a few more things we're going to add to that room, but I like that you can unlock more things. The more you play the game, the more decoration options unlock. It's just so good. Like, how is this a DLC? It shouldn't be. A whole other minigame, 2 minigames unlocked, one being the Surveyor set by, I'm going to call him we'll call him the Pervy Sage. So you got like this old Wyverian dude who's like, I want you to go take pictures of the young kiddies taking a hot bath, or I want you to take pictures of what are they doing over there in their own room or house. And it's like, in any other context, if you really think about it, it is super creepy. And it's your typical like Pokemon Snap where you have to kind of center. It breaks all the rules of photography. I hate it. You have to like zoom in and like get like a really close shot of everyone, and it's bad. But I like the fact that there's a mini game around photography that I think unlocks like more decor for your room. It's the perfect side stuff. Everyone's like, oh, I don't play that. We don't do it. It's not important. And this is the first time, maybe one of the few times I will tell chat like, cool, maybe you don't like it. I do, and we're going to have fun with it. So chat's probably not going to like that. We've got a new cook. I was getting a little over Meowscooler Chef, like I said. Meowscooler Chef I found was getting a little cringy. But now, forget Meowscooler Chef, because we have Grand Meow Chef, I think, who is the most wholesome character ever. I just want to protect her from everything. I've got my little grandma cat. She makes the most heartwarming food that I just never want to leave her kitchen, and I just want to eat everything she gives me. Oh, so wholesome. Oh, pet that meat. This is so less intense than the other place. We're making a roast. Oh, look at that gravy. Oh, that warms the soul. Oh, she's got glasses too on the bread. Oh my god. How do they make these characters so awesome? Actually, the humans are really boring in Monster Hunter, but the cats, they have so much personality. The Monster Hunter film was a mistake, not just because of everything they did. They focused on the wrong characters. Forget the monsters, forget the humans. Just have a Palico film, a film about Palicos, a film about a Palico that needs to keep his grandma happy by foraging for food so that she can make her recipes and feed all the family cats. I would watch that. Anyways, enough about the cats. Then we have another mini game, which is a fuel game. I don't really understand what this game was. You mash buttons and you get items. It seems like that doesn't seem like a game to me. That seems like a random item giver. But still cool that it's there. So those are all kind of the new elements that really stood out to me that I like. The first enemy that we jumped into, and by the way, context, I was given a lot of warning that Iceborne would be scary, that I would get destroyed by monsters. So I was going in with a lot of fear. And they even said like the defender armor that I got from Monster Hunter World is completely useless in Iceborne, which I'm like, good, because that's my entry armor and we're going to replace it as soon as we can. But I was afraid of getting destroyed. So we encountered our first monster, which is a stupid fish, the Biototus. And at first I'm like, oh, why has it got to be a fish? I hate fish. Turns out Biototus is quite fun. I really enjoyed fighting him once I learned his pattern. I like that there was snow, and he's like, I love the fact that I have my new combo, so I can like get him out of the snow, do my combos, clutch claw him. I had a lot of fun with that fight, and the challenge level was just right. Like, he was keeping me on my toes. I was able to unleash a lot of damage on him. It was just pure bliss on how to start this game. And then to make it even better, his armor set is so damn cool. It's like blue, it has like sharp edges, and it just looks like the coolest armor ever. So I'm like, I'm gonna go fight the fish again. I never thought I would say that, but I'm like, I will farm this fish until I get the armor. And I feel like you're getting more armor pieces from Iceborne monsters compared to Monster Hunter World. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but I was getting pieces far more frequent. So in Monster Hunter World high rank, I would kill a monster and I would never have enough pieces to make the armor. Here, I kill him once and I can forge one piece of armor. I'm like, that's a good progression for me. Fantastic fight, really loved it. Bonbarro, the moose, aka the Anjanath moose, Moosanath. Also, fun fight, very different mechanic. Again in the snow, he's like this massive train and just kept me on my toes the whole time, changed up his mechanics. A few times Beotodus showed up and like strangled him and did like 1,000 damage on it. I was like, oh my god, this is so crazy. And it was big. I love big monsters. So like, bring on big monsters. Love fighting it. Again, another fun fight. So we're now 2 for 2 for really good fights. And I killed it. No, I don't think I carded. Unfortunately, his armor sucks. It's like a big woolly like coat of fur. And I'm just like, this is too much. Too much. So, but so far the fights are fun. The fact that I can actually grind out my first Iceborne monster and start getting my first master rank armor, that gets me excited because I'm like, I'm organically using what the game is giving me to progress. And I was reading a lot of feedback on how to progress from high rank to master rank, and everybody was giving me so much like messaging of, oh, you got to hunt this, you got to farm this. This is going to be really hard. Master rank is no joke. It's going to be hard. I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? What, like, is the game going to just hit hard? Everyone's like, Iceborne hits hard. But the fact that Beotodus and Bonbarro felt like a natural progression to the other monsters, and that I'm able to farm them and that I want to farm them to get armor, my first master rank armor, I'm like, this is perfect. This is perfect. There's nothing wrong here. So I don't know if I've just thrown way too much energy at the camera, but man, I can't wait to go back into Iceborne. I love this game. I love this game. Like Iceborne, Monster Hunter World I liked. Monster Hunter World Iceborne I love. And I just want to play it again. So I can't wait till we do the next stream. I just want to like, okay, I want to farm this armor. Like I said, I'm in no hurry now, so it's all about, let's just keep killing these monsters. Let's get our combos down now that I have like cool new moves. And let's just progress. I know that there's a big nasty dragon at the end of this DLC. I know that people are like, you will never be able to defeat Fatalis. Maybe not never, but ha ha ha. Let's see what you do against Fatalis. And that's the goal. That's the goal. That's who I want. That's who I've got. Like, that's who I'm seeing at the top of the mountain over there. And that's who I want to fight. So I can't wait till we get there. All right, I'll see you on the next journal. And until then, keep it classy. You know, it's only once you walk away from a weapon you've been using for 10 weeks do you realize just how much you appreciate the flow of the weapon you know. So much damage. Ah, it feels good to be back with my switch axe. Heiji Hunts. Welcome back to another Heiji Hunts journal. This is where I go through all of Monster Hunter World Iceborne, hunting every monster and pretty much document my thoughts of the whole playthrough. If you like that sort of stuff, be sure to like the video and subscribe. I have to say, now we are on to Journal 2 of Iceborne. I still love this game so much. And there was one thing I want to address, which is there was a lot of indecisiveness if I should do Iceborne and Rise at the same time. And I know some of you are like, you're going to hurt yourself. You're not going to enjoy both games truly. And that might be true to some case. So far I am enjoying myself, but I'm also getting a very unique perspective of jumping between the previous game Iceborne and Rise, the newborn, the new game. And I'm drawing parallels of my experiences, which is, I think, something unique. Now, some people say that might take away because I can't fully immerse myself, but I'm always playing multiple games at the same time, so I don't really think it's that big of a problem. But really, so throughout this journal entry, one thing that's going to be unique about it is I'm going to be constantly drawing parallels between the two games, for better or for worse. You know, the fact that now I'm getting thrown into battles in Iceborne and I can't just jump on a dog to run to my monster, that's a con. The fact that the world feels so much more epic in World versus Rise, to me, that's a pro. So constantly comparing the two, which I think is going to be an interesting aspect of this journey. But now, let's talk about this past week, which was another exciting week. We slayed 4 to 5 monsters. We made it past, what's his name? Barioth. Barioth was the big monster this week. I always love how every week there's always like just a flagpole like milestone to hit. I didn't even know about Barioth. I just learned he was a wall. And I almost didn't make it through that wall. But we're going to talk about that in a moment. So one thing I did not mention last week that I want to cover was decorations. Throughout my whole playthrough of Monster Hunter World, I didn't really play with decorations too much because I wasn't really grinding. I was just trying to get through to the credits with whatever armor could get me there. But now that I'm in Master Rank, I really need to optimize my sets. And I started playing more with decorations. And I have to say, I really like this mechanic. It's now that I get it. Like people are like, don't worry about your defense, just worry about your skills. Honestly, I didn't really get that in Monster Hunter World, and trying to manage all of this learning that was coming at me very fast, adding decorations to the mix with all these skills was just too much. And trying to figure out all the pieces, the armors, which one's good and which one's bad and which one, how to mix, it was overwhelming. But now it's I've approached, so in Master Rank, what's good now is that I'm back to a very minimal amount of armor. The first thing I actually did in this week's stream is I went back to Bayo, whatever, the blue fish, and I finished his whole armor set. So for the first time in a while, I had a whole full matching armor set. And that was the best armor set available to me at the time. So I'm like, okay, well, there's no more figuring out what armor pieces to have. This is the best one. Let's play with decorations. And now I understood that, okay, there's different slots to do. And, oh, if I do this, I can get like a little bit more, like I got earplugs for one. Oh my God, earplugs. What a game changer. These beasts were roaring at me and I'm just like, I don't care. I'm going to keep swinging my axe at you because your roars don't do anything to me. It was a really good feeling. So now I'm paying a lot more attention to when I'm appraising those jewels and decos at the end. And I think I'm really going to enjoy as I get to points, actually not even when I get to points where the armor is to my liking. But now when I go into battles, I can prepare a little bit more decoration. So for example, I'm getting ahead of myself here, but I went against a Nightshade Paolumu, and I got tipped off that, I would be sleeping a lot. I don't know if it was hinted in the quest. Definitely the chat helped there. So I'm like, all right, put some decorations that will resist sleep. Didn't help that much. But being able to do that for a battle, it's a game changer in my experience of how to prepare in this game. So in terms of what I did this week, the decorations, then went out, got my full armor set for Bayo. Then for the next quest, I got lost for a half hour. It was probably the worst part of the stream ever. It was the part of the quest where you go to the Hoarfrost Reach, which is still a really dumb, I think that name is dumb. It can be just taken in so many ways. Imagine Yoda saying that name. Let's just say that. You know how Yoda likes to move things around? Leave that to your imagination. The Frost of the Hort Reach is what it would be. Sorry, I just had to really just come out and say it. So anyways, we go to a quest that turns out to be the Viper Tobykadachi. And the handler's like, follow me. I was like, all right. And then she starts talking with like someone else. And I'm just like, all right, I guess I'll go find the monster we're supposed to find. Half hour looking at this map. And I'm just like, where is this thing? Turns out I was supposed to go back and talk to the handler to trigger them hunting the Viper. And then we run into it. So that was 30 minutes lost. Anyways, the Viper Tobykadachi quest fight was really interesting because just before it, we also met a Fulgur Anjanath. What a foul-mouthed beast that one is. Dropping F-bombs everywhere. It's a very bad dad joke, but I love it. You guys know I have an affinity to Anjanath. He's special in my heart. So to see Anjanath in the Hoarfrost Reach again was cool, but I'm like, oh, he looks a little different. And then I got close and they're like, no, this is the Fulgur Anjanath. And I was like, all right, we got like Anjanath as a cousin. Awesome. But it got even better because during my Tobykadachi fight, he showed up, jumped in, bit him, 2,000 damage. I'm like, and then he just left. I'm like, thank you, buddy. That's why I like you. The Toby fight I like because there was also, I learned that there was like stalagmites or stalactites, whatever they are, icicles hanging from the ceiling that I got to make it fall on him. There was also like the beetle bug things that I can just kind of like whoop, and then I would be like swinging and I would just come down on him. He eventually caught on and would start jumping up at me and paralyzing me in the air, which was not really good. But Very good fight, a lot more lethal than the original Toby. I love these variants, by the way. So we did a lot of variants this week, including Toby, Coral, Puke, Nightshade, Paolumu. And, you know, in other worlds and games, it would just be a very boring reskin, I feel. That, like, if you would look at it, you're like, oh, it's a boring reskin. But they have really redesigned the mechanics of these monsters so much, it feels like an entirely new fight. And I love that. The Viper Toby, compared to the original Toby, you know, the original Toby would electrify me a bunch. That's still here, but now, he's got the paralyzing, was it paralyzing? I think it was paralyzing or poisonous bite. I don't remember, but I remember his teeth with the fangs were a lot more dangerous, and he can just do a lot more damage and inflict a lot more trouble on you. So that was one fight. After that, we lost the handler, so the handler goes off on her own quest, and we get given the serious handler, who I could have played this whole game with the serious handler, honestly. I found the serious handler had way, ironically enough, more interesting personality despite her dry approach to things. And I was really always a little bit annoyed, though, that she always called me her temporary partner. You know, we're on this journey together, we're doing the thing, but she would never let me forget that, hey, this is just temporary. Don't get too attached. Everywhere we go, this is my temporary partner. This is my temporary partner. You know what? Just for 2 quests, can we just pretend we're real partners? And just forget about the past handler I had and let this be real for a moment. But no, temporary handler. So anyways, a couple quests later, she left us. So we had the Coral Puke, and I had no idea what to expect from this. And what an innuendo-filled fight. It's the Puke, but with two nozzles to spray water at us. And what's worse is, well, I don't know if it's worse, but this fight was just both entertaining, funny, and fun all at the same time. So he sprays water out of his mouth now instead of poison, but then it's a spray, and sometimes he puts his tongue between the spray so that he gets the double shot, which made me make a joke about, gee, I wonder how many men in the washroom take inspiration from Puke. Because men, you know, when you go to those public washrooms, you're like, how do you miss a target this big, men? Like, how do you get it all over the place? I don't know. Anyways, and then the Puke also has the tail that he just gets all gush, and then he just sprays that out. And if you get caught in that, you just get like lasered by water. It was intense, and then he flies and he can spray water all around in the circle. He had so much area of attack. It was really dangerous, but he was still no challenge because we took him down. Made sure to take off his tail so that he could stop spraying from one end. And then we just had one end to worry about, and then we finished him off. It was a pretty good fight. Then we went to the Nightshade Paolumu, so it's the same thing. It's our Kirby, but now he puts us to sleep. He has a snipe. He has a snipe attack where he can just ping you and you fall asleep, and then there's just gas everywhere. Somehow, if I would see this, I would say this is not a fight I would enjoy if I looked at it. But honestly, compared to the first Paolumu, I enjoyed myself more with this fight, and I don't know why. I got put to sleep a bunch of times. I almost died a few times, but I had some fun with it. I think maybe it's because I had the clutch claw. Maybe it's because I had more of my axe move. The flash bombs I find didn't really work well on him anyways. Flash bombs are so overrated at this point. They don't do anything compared to World. So that was the Nightshade. I don't necessarily want to fight him too many more times because he's funner than the last Paolumu, but it's still a Paolumu, and I don't really care about Paolumus. So then we go back to the Hoarfrost's Reach, and then we go and fight a Barioth. And chat kind of not prepped me, but scared me in the sense of, oh, here comes a wall. So I'm like, all right. So far in my Iceborne journey, it's been a pretty nice, smooth ride. So I'm like, all right, Barioth is probably going to be a serious challenge. And boy, Barioth hits hard. He's fast, and he's aggressive. He's throwing ice tornadoes at me. He's shoulder checking me. I hate that shoulder check. Has the longest tail of any creature I've seen except for maybe Xeno. And he knows how to use it. He is flipping that tail around. And I was losing. Let's just say I was having a lot of troubles. I was going through my potions like crazy. I did not think I would win. And I have to get, I don't know who it was in chat, but I have to give a shout out because my eyes went to chat and someone mentioned the clutch claw and it just all came to me. It's like, you know, you're in a fighting ring and like someone in the audience just yells something and like you remember all your training. I was like, the clutch claw. I haven't been using the clutch claw properly. I was like, oh my God, I can do so many things with the clutch claw. Like it's just not in my arsenal, my organic arsenal set. And being so pressured and stressed with a new monster, I wasn't even thinking of using my new mechanics. I was just trying to do my usual, like my invasions, sensations, and my axe. So when I got the idea of the clutch claw, that's all they said, by the way. They just said clutch claw. I'm like, all right, we can clutch claw to the face, and I can just unload stones into his mouth and ram him into the wall. And that was the game-changing moment where it all just clicked. That gave me an opening to actually like inflict damage on him. And then it was a matter of, okay, let's try to survive his dodges. But then I was all focused on, okay, I got a clutch claw to his face, ram him into a wall. That gives me my opening, and I can just kill him. It was still tough. I came close to dying so many times. The natives with the sticks, they helped me a few times. I think they were like throwing some paralysis sticks at him or something. I don't know what happened, but it gave me a few more openings. And this dance lasted for 30 minutes. It was really intense, but I beat him. But I'm not going to get cocky because I feel like I could have easily have lost that fight. All that in mind, the Barioth armor set looks so cool. It's the next full armor set that I want. It's like kind of bony. It's white. It has a bit of a samurai aesthetic to it. And I'm just like, I want this, but do I want to farm Barioth? Like that was so intense of a fight. But I probably will because it was so good. So after the Barioth, we got introduced to our next new, like, okay, this is who we need to fight, which is the Velikana. And I'm just like, oh my God, another Elder Dragon. And it looks so intense and it's going to freeze me. So I'm just like, oh boy. Not looking forward, but not looking forward to Velikana because I feel like that's going to be another stressful moment. And then finally we had a bit of time, so we wrapped it up with another Bonbarro in the woods, which was the first time I fought Bonbarro in a new element. And boy, was he just destroying that forest. While we were fighting Classy, I have to say, we haven't talked about Classy. He made a friend while we were fighting. Good on him. Like, he's got some good social skills, but maybe help me out during the fight instead of inviting a friend. And then at one point, he's like riding the friend. And I was like, Classy, what are you doing here? Like, are we fighting or are we playing? He basically found himself a Yoshi, and then he was using the Yoshi to fight the Bonbarro. So whatever makes Classy happy. At this point, I think he's thinking of maybe leaving the crew and going off on his own. Like, the boy band might be breaking up because, you know, the fame is getting into Classy's head at this point. But I think I can keep him around. Maybe I'll give a part of my room to him and he can decorate it however he wants. Because we got to keep this team together. Without Classy, don't let him know, but he's carrying this team. And if he realizes that, I'm dead. I'm done. I can't play this game without him. So that was this week. Really fun. Like, It's probably because it's my natural progression. I'm having a lot of fun where I'm at with Iceborne. With Rise, I'm still in the early part of the game. I'm not at the part where I'm having the same amount of fun as Iceborne, but I'm really looking forward to getting there. Like, I just want to kind of get through the quest so I can get to that more difficult part. It's also interesting because just two wildly different games. You know, I am in Master. The other one I'm in low rank, so that's another thing to keep in mind. But I'm enjoying my ride. I'm enjoying this. I'm really enjoying this. I want to keep... Like, I wish I only play once a week. I wish I could do it more. And we will get back to the weekend streams soon after next week, and then we can progress even faster because I just want to knock off some optional quests, get more gear, optimize things, just, you know, do that stuff the grind. I want to do some of that grind. So that's it for this week. I'll see you next week with 2 more journals, one for Rise, one for Iceborne. And until then, keep it classy. So much can change in Monster Hunter World. First, Diablos is now my friend, and Terror has a new name, which is called Tgrix. Or Tgrix? No! Stay away! Oh, this is not honorable. This is not honorable. Panicking! Hey, it worked! Panicking worked! Oh my god, he's limping. Legianna. I'm a little embarrassed to have shown you that footage as it's not my most honorable moment, but hey, I survived at least. Anyways, welcome back to a Monster Hunter journal where I document my entire journey through Monster Hunter World and Rise. And now, as I'm on a quest to hunt every monster in Monster Hunter World Iceborne, I document my journey through these journals. If you like that, be sure to subscribe and like. Let's get started with New mechanics. I am about 70, maybe 80 hours into this game, Monster Hunter World now. And I can't get over how I'm still learning basic things. And I'm not surprised because as I was starting the game, I had a lot of people commenting on videos, oh, I'm 100 hours or oh, I'm 500 hours in, and I never knew that. I even had some people say I'm 1,000 hours into the game, and I had no idea you could do that. And now I'm having that moment, which is kind of funny because I'm 80 hours. I feel like I should know everything, well, the base. And I'm like, oh, I'm just learning how this works. And I think this is part of the charm of Monster Hunter is every time you go back to it, it's familiar, but it keeps teaching and showing you new things. So one of a few of the new mechanics I've learned, the temporal mantle, for example, I've been using it for about 2-3 weeks now. It's one of my newer tools, but it's only this week where I actually learned what it does as I was struggling with some really high caliber monsters this week. We fought 4 monsters that were extremely difficult, including Gloviness, Nargacuga, Brachydius, and Tgrix. All of them made me sweat quite a bit, except for Nargacuga. And anyways, I learned that the temporal mantle, no matter what you're doing, it auto dodges for you. And I was like, oh my god, this is an amazing tool. I can't believe I'm just now understanding how it works. And it also made me appreciate just how effective good dodging can be. You know, in the early days, a lot of you were commenting on my dodging abilities, which were mostly luck and good intuition. But now that I need to dodge even more precisely, I'm struggling, and to see the temporal thing do it for me, I'm just like, oh, okay, I still need to get that much better at dodging. The next thing, the Vigor Wasp tool from Classy, the cat, the Palico, has upgraded to the point now where if I faint, sometimes I get an instant resurrection on the spot. And I'm like, oh my god, even my tools are getting like better. And for the record, if Classy says I'm not carding, I am not counting that as a feint on my counter. So my feint counter might be a little lower because Classy has saved my butt a few times this past week against these monsters. But those are my rules. If Classy says you're not carding, I am not counting that as a card. And then last week I was joking about Classy making a friend and riding his friend into battle, and he has his own Yoshi. Now I can actually ride this what's it called? A raider. And I'm just like, oh my god, this is so cool that when a monster runs away, I can just summon this thing and it takes me to the next battle, and I'm just like sharpening and potioning. And it's just such a smooth thing. Now, it's not quite as good as a Palamute in Rise because you can't like jump off of it. You can't quite control it, but it's a nice added quality of life. I don't know if this was added with Iceborne or World, but I like it. Some other like little minor things is actually understanding when a monster is enraged, which this is something I should have picked up earlier. I now actually can recognize on the map when it goes red, oh, the monster is enraged. Maybe keep some distance from it or try to unenrage it. So like this monster mechanic that's been around since the beginning, being enraged, I'm just now recognizing it. And now my brain's like, okay, how do I deal with an enraged monster? Do I just stay away from it, or do I have to like knock it out of its rage? I think it's the latter, but I don't know how to do it consistently yet. So now I'm trying to figure out how to do that. And I'm just like getting into such like these higher levels of hunt. And I'm just like, every time I feel like, oh yeah, I'm a good hunter now, the game is just like, are you? Are you really? Can you do all this? And I'm just like, I still have a lot to learn. So let's get into our hunts this past week. The first thing we did to warm up is we went to capture Dodo again. It was a master rank quest, so I had to do it. And actually it said hunt a Dodo, so we could have killed it. But man, you guys love your Dodo, because the chat was very adamant about not killing it. We even did a poll, and I think it was like 85% did not want me to kill it. It was a very smooth fight. Dodo was very easy to hunt. What was difficult was, I think for master rank, they buffed up Jay Leno. I don't remember his name, but the big rolly thing, because that crashed the party. He was dropping bombs everywhere. He was so aggressive. I don't remember him being that difficult. And he was just interrupting my Dodo fight, constantly dropping bombs everywhere. He almost made me cart. It was stressful and scary, and I didn't like that. Then the other 4 monsters. So we went through kind of 2 rounds where you could hunt either a Gloviness or a Nargacuga, and then when you finish that, you can either hunt a Brachydios or a Tgrix. These were very challenging fights, also very interesting and fun. And I like, throughout all 4 of these fights, that they always showed you a monster that you used to think was tough, and it showed you the new monster just destroying it. So let's start with the Gloviness fight, because this was my favorite fight of the week, and it was just my favorite. It was fun. So it starts off with, you see a Rathian, and Rathian growls at you, and you're like, oh, he's growling at me. And then like the camera pans, and you see the Gloviness like towering behind you, and the Rathian's actually like growling at the Gloviness, and then it leaves, and you're just like, oh my god, this thing is even like more terrifying than a Rathian. And just what a beautiful monster. The coat of like blue, like shiny, like I don't even know how to describe it. The blue, the black with a bit of color, and that tail, like just that beautiful sharp long tail that looks like a sword. Beautiful creature. And this fight was so good. Another thing I noticed about all these fights is the progressively difficult, like the fight gets harder as you go. And I know this is consistent with all the monsters I've fought, but it really hit home with these monsters, because in the beginning of the fight, I'm okay. I can see 1 or 2 attacks, and I'm like, all right, I can deal with this, and I'm dealing a good amount of damage. And then in the second half of the fight, I'm sweating because I'm having troubles dealing damage, and I'm spending more time healing and dodging because the intensity gets so much harder from the beginning of the fight. And that is just cool, because as a hunter, I have to like adapt and like come up with some new methods to attack this thing. So Gloviness was great, especially at a part where I brought it out, or it ran out to the desert, and I was getting like, I was joking about like these PTSD moments with Diablos, because Diablos was such a good memory for me, and it was my first wall. And I'm fighting Gloviness, I'm starting to sweat, and then out of nowhere, like the sand pit opens up and Gloviness gets pulled in. I was like, oh my god, is Diablos pulling him in? And of course he like fell into the pit, and Diablos was there, and he's like throwing him on his horns and like tossing him up in the air. And it just felt like it was me and Diablos like tag teaming and like fighting Gloviness, who was like new enemy. It felt like in storytelling, one of my favorite aspects of storytelling is when you first create a rivalry or like an enemy. There's an arch enemy, and then eventually as the story progresses, the arch enemy has to become the new, like the friend to take on an even bigger enemy. Like that is one of my favorite aspects of storytelling. So like in Dragon Ball Z, they do it with Piccolo, they do it again with Vegeta, and even later on they do it with Frieza. That is my jam. So the fact that we are now in Monster Hunter, and I'm getting it with my own story where Diablos is tag teaming with me. He still hurts me if he has the chance, but it felt like he and I were just tag teaming on Gloviness, which was the bigger threat, and it was just really cool. The monster was the music was awesome, and it just got really challenging. But man, it was a fun fight, and the armor from Gloviness looks so cool. And I'm at the point where I'm last week I was talking about I think it's Barioth, and I wanted the whole armor set, and I haven't even started farming that, and now I'm seeing better armor. I'm like, oh, sorry Barioth, I need to like grind out this, and there's just so much armor I want to grind out now. It's not even like I'm just getting overloaded because I want all the armor, but I don't have enough time to grind out all the monsters before a better piece of armor comes along. Oh man, Fashion Hunter's dilemma. So Gloviness, fantastic fight. Loved it. Next we went into Nargacuga, which is basically like the Batman. This fight was a lot easier in comparison. I had a lot less trouble kind of positioning myself, dealing damage. I'm getting to the point, especially depending on the map, where I can strategically position monsters to like deal damage, whether it's bringing another monster, causing a turf war, using like vine traps, things from above. I am doing everything I can to exhaust, like to do as much damage from all of these like little mechanics, jumping them, putting rocks in their mouths, slamming them into walls. Like I'm using everything in my arsenal to deal damage to these monsters. And at this point, there's like so many things that you can do and have to do because there's so much health you have to like knock through. The hunts are just so much more satisfying. And then as the hunt gradually gets harder, you just need to figure out more ways to deal damage and get openings into this. But Nargacuga was really not that bad to create openings and to deal some damage. So overall, it was a pretty easy fight. The armor looked like a ninja, not quite as cool as Gloviness's, so I'm not like really eager to get it. In fact, I don't want it. And this fight was not like that appealing to me that I don't want to keep going back and doing it. Next up, we had Brachydios, which was a really interesting monster. I love the fact that he's got like no hands. He's kind of got stubby, slimy hands, and he just like punches the ground and like makes explosions everywhere and tries to cover you in slime. Very, very unique monster design, which I appreciate. And again, at the beginning, I'm like, oh, this is so easy. But then he got a lot more territorial, and he was like creating large explosions around him and like lines of explosions in front of him. And then a freaking Azure Rathlos showed up, and oh my god, that made things hard. I had to throw poop at him. What monster was it? There was a monster, I think it was Tgrix. We'll get to that. So with Tgrix, I was trying to put rocks in his mouth, but I was panicking. That was a really tough fight. And I ended up putting a dung pot in his mouth. I'm like, why isn't that running into his a wall? And everyone's like, you just put poo in his mouth. I was like, oh, that must be so insulting as a monster. You're trying to like fight this thing, and it just jumps you and like puts shit in your mouth. Poor Tgrix. Anyways, Brachydios. And then the map is another concern because it was in the Elder's Recess. We were in the, like, as soon as we went to the fire area, I struggle so much with fire. Dealing with the fire around me that is making me weaker, the fact that Brachydios is putting fire everywhere. I'm realizing I have a real weakness to fire. I have to overcome that and figure out how to deal with it. But the game got a lot harder and unpleasant later in that fight, especially when I got enraged and it got into a smaller area where there was just explosions everywhere. I think I might have carded on this one. It was challenging. It was unpleasant towards the end, but made it through that. And then we went to Tgrix. I was confident that I was not going to pass through this. Tgrix hits hard. He is fast. He is the train of pain. And I was terrified, and I was not making good progress on Tgrix. I had a lot of troubles finding openings on this thing because he's just like bam, and then he's like spin, bam, spin, and I'm just like dodging, running, potioning. I'm just like, when am I gonna get a chance to actually like hit this thing and do some damage? He was just overwhelming me in every possible way, and it's also in the Rotten Vale, which I'm not that familiar with the map to know where the traps are and where the environments are. So at most, I was able to get Odo to come in, and Odo was fighting Tgrix. He did 2,000 damage there. But the rest of the time, I had a lot of troubles. People were saying, like, break his arms, and I broke something at one point. I thought I broke his arm because he was, like, more sluggish. I'm like, oh, so much easier to deal with. And then I was, like, really piling on the damage. But then he started being fast again. So I think I, like, accidentally stunned him or something. And people were like, stun him a third time. And I was like, what do you mean a third time? I didn't even realize I stunned him the first 2 times. So that is a shortcoming in my own skills, that there's clearly ways to stun these monsters that I have not been doing intentionally. And I have to learn how to do it intentionally because Tgrix was just destroying me left and right. I played a clip at the beginning here where I had gone through all my potions. I'd gone through every healing thing, and I was already like losing, and I was trying to get back to camp. So I'm trying to run away from the fight, and Tgrix is just like, train of pain. And I was like, oh my god. And I'm just trying to run away to escape him, and he's coming at me, and I'm like one hit away from dying. And I was cornered, and I was like, if I keep running away, he's going to hit me. So I just turned around and started like smacking him with my axe in the face. And it just took 3 hits to have him run away from the battle. And that gave me my opening to go to camp, get more potions, go back and see him. And I think he had fallen asleep, and I captured him and just finished him at that point. But whew, that was a hard fight. Like, and now next week, I've got Velikana set up for me. An elder dragon after those 4 non-elders made me sweat like crazy, and I'm just like, I'm not ready for this. I am so out of my league right now. So we're gonna do a grind stream this weekend, and I need to bring up my skills. I need to bring up my armor. Like, I've been going through Iceborne faster than I think I should have by the sounds of things. My armor is way behind. Like, I am 2 ranks behind in my armor. I just feel like Velikana is going to destroy me if I go to it right now. And oh, this game is giving me anxiety. Like, it is stress, especially after the Train of Pain. I was certain that was going to be my new Diablos, because the feeling I was getting in that fight was the same feeling as when I went up against Diablos. Like, I felt unmatched. I felt like I couldn't even attack it. I felt like it was just pounding, and I was just getting hit so hard. I was like, no, this isn't going to happen. But we turned it around. But I take no pride in it because I don't think I could do it again. So busy week. Next week, so much scary stuff to take on. Oh man, this game is getting so hard and scary. But we're going to do it. We're going to do it together. We're going to train. We're going to get through it. So I'll see you on the next journal or the next stream. And until then, keep it classy. I had a realization this past week. The story of Iceborne is about a song, Eye of the Hunter, that is disrupting the environment and the monsters. Rising up, and we're trying to find the source of a song. To the challenge of our rival. A song that is apparently so bad, monsters are just fleeing from it. This sounds very familiar. Am I the villain of Iceborne?
Playing the games. Playing the games. In the corner is where you go for all your in the news.
Bird up.
Legianna.
Welcome back to another Monster Hunter Journal, another step closer to the big dragon Fatalis, which is, of course, I only know him by name. I've avoided looking at any footage or learning more about it. But this whole journey, it started off as let's start and discover what Monster Hunter is all about. And now it's turned into a quest. I know I said I would hunt all the monsters. That's the real pledge. But let's be real here. The ultimate goal is Fatalis. And along the ways, we will just slay every monster in our path. Anyways, we're still a long ways from that. Every time I think I'm making progress and getting closer, they just keep throwing more monsters at me. And there is no sign of this special dragon or whatever in sight. So we're back to grind streams, which means I am now progressing a little bit more on the weekends, and I'm advancing the story of Monster Hunter World on Thursdays, of course. So let's do a little bit of catching up of what happened. You're going to see a lot more faint counts on the screen. That happened from an arena battle in multiplayer where I was fighting with the team. We were fighting the Shadow Palamu, whatever. The thing that makes you sleep. It looks like, you know, it's the Kirby monster that makes you sleep. And it was paired up with Batman, which I also forget his name, and they just wrecked us. But we went back, we went for revenge, we raised that fence, divided, conquered, and won. Outside of that, what was really important about that stream is I did a lot of Barioth grinding. I fought Barioth so many times. I got to know him very well, and I'm excited to see that he's in Monster Hunter Rise now. I haven't fought him yet, though. We also grinded Gloviness, and I knocked off a monster that I have not done on a story progression stream because it's not really a story, but we finally knocked out Lavasiath, the lava fish, and we saw him throughout all of our progress, and I've really avoided him because he's a fish, and this time I'm like, let's warm up by beating up the fish. And warm up we did, and the fish is dead. And finally, all of that grinding led to pretty much the Guild Palace Cleaver, which is my new switch axe. And this switch axe looks great. It is like a switch axe of royalty. I feel it represents the status I have achieved, which is not bottom of the barrel, lower class hunter. In terms of new mechanics, I actually learned that you can upgrade your tools. Not the Palico tools yet. I still haven't upgraded those since I think my first stream. Classy is very happy with his push cart and his Vigor Wasp. In fact, the Vigor Wasp has hit ultimate rank level 15. I maxed it out, and I think I'm going to keep it like that because Classy's been doing a pretty good job. But I've got the Mantle Plus now, specifically on my the health one. I think it's called the Vigor Mantle or something. So I learned that you can put decorations in the mantle, but what sucks is that only activates when you have the mantle on. So good for like clutch situations, but overall a little bit of a downer. But hey, you can't get them all. I'm pretty lucky that I actually have a mantle, as I realize Rise doesn't have mantles, at least not yet, but I haven't had the need for one either. Whereas the mantles in World have been literally saving me so much as I've been kind of barreling through the game, not really taking the time to grind properly. And I know a lot of you dedicated hunters out there are probably looking at me as though I am shaming all of you, and I accept that shame. I know I'm not an elite hunter. I know I am kind of working my way through this game without the proper grind, but I will do my best to bring honor to the Hunter Hall. All right, let's talk about the big monsters we fought this week that were new. So we went right into Velikana. It was the first fight of Velikana. I was terrified of this. This is my first, what's it called? Elder Dragon in Iceborne. And I have to say, I think I scared myself so much about Iceborne. And from reading the comments and everything, like my expectations for Iceborne was just, this is going to be hard. Like super, super hard. And so far, I've been progressing in challenge at a very natural path. Like if Monster Hunter World, the difficulty path was like a line, Iceborne is a perfect continuation of that line. I feel constantly challenged, and I don't feel overwhelmingly challenged, except for maybe the Tgrix fight from last week, which was, it had me sweating quite a bit. So anyways, the big monster for this week was Velikana. And I was expecting the worst from this, which I really don't know why, because when I think about it, a lot of the Elder Dragons in Base World were really fun. I enjoyed at least half of them, minus the ones that are fire or poisony, which is the other half. But Velikana was a wonderful fight. Like, it's not the... it was the one where I repel Velikana. And then, like, it went Super Saiyan after, and it grew more ice, so I expect the next fight will be hard. But let's call it Phase 1. Phase 1, and I'm assuming Velikana is female. I could be wrong, but let's say Velikana is female. She had really, it was a really fun dance, and I really loved how she telegraphs all of her attacks just enough that I was able to see what was coming despite me not knowing any of her attacks. I'm like, oh, she's doing this. She's probably going to do this to me, and she would do that. I'm surprised I hadn't found a monster yet with kind of a poketail like hers until now, where like she uses as a harpoon. Really like that mechanic. I love that the fact that if I was really close to her, the tail couldn't hit me. And I'm like, oh, this is great. And then eventually it started jumping away from me to like stab me with it. I'm like, oh, right. Finally, an advantage to be a melee player. So Velikana was a blast, but beating it, then she like went full ice and like blasted me. And I don't know what happened. I swear, since I've started this journey, 100 hours into Monster Hunter World, 100 hours of streaming, my computer has never frozen until I beat Velikana, and then the cutscene and everything was freezing, was choppy, and when the cutscene was done, everything went back to normal. So Velikana broke the fourth wall and just froze my computer. That's how powerful of a tempered dragon. Tempered? Not tempered. Elder dragon she is. So after Velikana, we went on a little bit of a sidetrack to fight a tempered Bonbarro, which is where I got my Mantle Plus upgrade. It's my first tempered monster in Iceborne. It was a pretty good challenge. Like, it was a very nice, comfortable challenge. The worst thing were the fact that there was like these mobs swirling around it like flying birds, and I had to get rid of those because they were attacking me and just being annoying. Otherwise, Bonbarro, good old Bonbarro. I feel like I'm killing him every week at this point. Then we went to the Shrieking Lasagna, aka the Legianna. This fight started off where I was like, I like this. And also, this was a transformative part for me because up to this point, I've been overwhelmed by a lot of the mechanics of Monster Hunter, and I've been just trying to focus on the mechanics just to make it to the next stage. And I've only been really expanding my knowledge as it's been needed because there was just so much being thrown at me. So the whole thing about skills and all that, I've really been putting off because it was honestly quite overwhelming. And since Iceborne, the last few weeks, I've been starting to play more and more with decorations. And now I'm getting to the point where I'm quite comfortable with it. And when I went to go fight the Shrieking Legianna, I knew it was an ice monster. So I'm like, okay. As I'm putting my decorations, I'm like, oh, this has ice resist. I'm going to slot that in. And I had 2 slots available in a new piece of armor. So I'm like, oh, I have 2 ice resists. And now I can actually see it loading up my skill. And I'm like, oh, this gives me ice resistance, like a good, not immunity, as I learned, but resistance. So that was a big win for me because I'm like, I have optimized my setup for a monster all by myself without chat telling me. So pat on the back for me. Anyways, so this fight starting off good. You know, she was blasting the ice, but I think because of my armor, I wasn't getting impacted as much. And it was fun. And then it got annoying because it was always flying. I ran out of flash bombs, and it was so hard to land hits on it. It would fly, I'd get like 1 hit, it would fly away. Then you like hustle, you get hit by the ice 3 times, and then 1 more hit, and then it runs away. And it was just like at that point, and then shrieking, and then another Legianna comes in, and then it's like a Legianna party, but you're not a Legianna, so it's not fun for you. And it was just, I really wanted that fight to be over at that point. I don't know how a fight went from being so fun to so bad so quick, but this was one of them. So, garbage. The armor, though, the armor was fantastic for Legianna. Really, all of the armor in Iceborne at this point, except for Bonbarro, I'm enjoying. Like, it's really like sharp and like really cool looking. I can't make up my mind. I meet a new monster. I'm like, I want your armor set. And then I'm like, okay, let me fight this monster. Oh, I like this armor set. It's going to be so hard to pick what armor set I want. And now I discovered the Autogaron, like the rimmed hat, which looks so damn cool. Like I don't even know what to call it. A Ronin hat. Man, there's a part of me that's like, once I vanquish all the monsters, I'm probably just gonna start grinding out all the armors and then just spend an afternoon just like switching out my armor and being like, yeah, I got this outfit, just filling up my closet. Anyways, next, oh my goodness, the Fulgur Anjanath. What a foul-mouthed T-Rex. I've been clearly underestimating Anjanath or the name Anjanath since the initial vengeance I've had on him. And ever since, I've really kind of just like, oh yeah, Anjanath's my buddy and everything. And the Fulgur Anjanath, I was like, oh, it's just an evolution of Anjanath. I'm way better now. Like, the evolution of Puke was no problem. I say evolution, the variant of Puke was no problem. Of Toby was no problem. All the variants really have not given me that much problem. But this Fulgur Anjanath, 2 carts, I tell you, 2 carts makes a hunter wake up and go like, whoa, what's going on? So I had to tone down my aggressiveness on it, especially when it's wings. It has wings now, and it's electrifying, and it shoots into a rocket towards you like it's an electrical propelled rocket. Terrifying. So the Anjanath fight was fun because I'm like, I know this guy and everything, and I was still having fun. But I let my guard down, and I was dying a lot. And I had my thunder resist on too, because I did the whole deco thing. So I had to smarten up because I really didn't want to fail this quest, and I did not. But it came close, and I had to be on my toes, and it was a good dance. And it kind of gave me that feeling I had with the original Anjanath, just with a little bit less fear. At least after the second cart, there was kind of that similar fear to the first Anjanath. But it felt great. I love this fight. And I have to say, that's why I'm liking Iceborne. Like, every fight just feels great. So at this point, I'm quite tired. I've gone 3 hours with pretty high intense fights that keep me on guard. And we decide to do one more. And now we've just unlocked the Ebony Autogaron. And I've unlocked another variant of Gloviness, which he looks poisonous, and he's in the Rottenville. I'm just like, oh, come on. We just met Gloviness, and you're throwing a variant at me. So we went for the Ebony Autogaron. Looks beautiful. Beautiful. He looks like an Elder Dragon, but in dog form. Still, this fight was, I was tired. I was really tired at this fight. It was beyond the 3-hour mark. Autogaron requires you to be so aware because he's moving so fast. And now he like shoots this like energy ball and jumps, and the beginning of the fight was fun. I really liked it. But as it dragged on, my own personal stamina was going down, and I'm just like, I need to end this fight. And I had a pretty good handle of Odo, landing my hits and being able to dodge him. And it really helped too. He was focusing, for some reason, he was focusing a lot on Classy, which gave me a lot of opportunities to hit him and set up combos and find openings. But that fight dragged on. I think I went through all of my health items on this one, and I was like, okay, this has to end because I'm tired, I'm out of potions, and there's no sign in, like, there's no end in sight of this fight. Like, I'd cut off his tail 15 minutes prior at this point, and he was still going at it, and he's constantly enraged, and I'm just like, oh my god, stop being enraged. So I've started, when I see that they're enraged, I avoid doing the claw shot to soften them up. So I don't think I've ever gotten to claw shot Odo. I've learned that maybe I should be a little bit more aggressive, at least if I put on my mantle, do the claw shot. I think that might have slowed down. Some people were saying, oh, I wasn't using my sword mode, so that might have slowed down the fight too. Because I was like, I wanted the speed of the switch axe, so that's why I was avoiding sword mode. And I've also learned from the Tgrix fight a lot from all of you saying what Enrage does. And I've learned that in Monster Hunter, so ever since the beginning of the game, I've always been kind of on the side or behind a monster, but I'm starting to learn you want to be in front of the monster, and you want to be looking right at its face, especially if it's an Enrage, because A, you're going to be doing more damage when you're smacking the head, And I've noticed if you do certain moves, you can cancel like an attack that they're doing on them or like knock their head to the side, which creates an opening. And I'm like, oh, high risk, high reward, but I like this reward. So now I'm getting more in their face and it's like, oh, I don't want to be here. This is scary. But if you play your cards right and if you believe in your abilities, that you can pull off like the moves that you're trying to execute before the monster pulls off his moves on you, that is a whole new rush that I've just unlocked. And I'm like, is this how I'm supposed to play? Here we are at 100 hours and it's like always new levels of insights. So that was the week. Always unlocking new things. We're now like 2 months in or something, 3 months into this game. It keeps on delivering. What a fantastic. And we also got to see Poogie in a dress, and this pig is magnificent. I could watch a whole fashion show with this pig. The other day he had a bee suit, the most adorable little bumblebee. Now he got a Dodo suit. He was cute. He was like a mini Dodo, but now he's got like this lovely dress. We brought him to the frozen waste to see if he still wanted a dress there. I don't think he appreciated that. He was funny, by the way. He had the whole like coat when we brought him to the not the saliva base, that's for sure. The base in the snow, and you can only just see like a snout coming out of the jacket, and it was just adorable. It's like, Poogie, you are an amazing mascot. Why aren't you in Rise? They need to put you in Rise right now. So anyways, that's my journal. What do I have to do next week? I guess we have Gloviness coming up, and we have another rematch with Velikana, and I gotta polish these skills. So looking forward to the next fights. Anyways, I'll see you in the next journal, and until then, keep it classy. At this point, I've slayed hundreds of monsters, little monsters, medium monsters, elder dragons, wyverns, flying beasts, massive tanks, all sorts of creatures, but yet my biggest weakness is those damn... Oh! Even when I'm on my guard. Oh, come on. Stop bullying me. Legianna. Mosquitoes aside, welcome back to another Monster Hunter World Journal, where I document my entire journey through Monster Hunter World and Iceborne as I seek to hunt down every monster at least once on my own. Before we get into this week's journal, this one's a bit weird because I've been away for 2 weeks due to reasons. Everything's good. I'm good. We're all back now. So I'm going to be quickly touching on a point from 2 weeks ago, which was a multiplayer stream, and how my mods really wanted to troll me. So it was a typical grind stream where I just fought the previous week's monster and tried to harvest their parts. But at the end, I let the mods pick what fight they wanted. I don't remember the name of it, but they're like, let's go in together and fight a Black Diablos. And so I'm like, all right, let's do it. As a team, this should be good. So we went in, there was a Black Diablos, there was a Tgrix. The whole party just kept elevating. And I was in the midst of pretty much picking up my jaw off the floor of all of these terrifying monsters that haunt my nightmares. I discovered a flaming hot pickle, which came barging in, just destroying everything. I think it's a tempered devil Joe. This thing has given fear a whole new meaning. It was raging, intense, and really angry. I didn't even try to fight it. I'm just like, hell no. We're here for the Black Diablos. We're just going to go and fight that. But trying to create some distance with this thing was hard. Later, after the stream, I found out one of the mods was distracting me by probably cooking his meat. I don't know if he was actually distracting me. But anyways, one of the mods went and picked that Devil Joe and brought him to the fight to scare me. So you trolly mods, I see you. And I will have less trust in the future. But now let's get into this week's fights. And I have to say, I'm always comparing Rise to World. Let me compare World to Rise for a minute. My feint counter, I realize, is way lower in Iceborne, aka Master Rank, compared to Rise's Village Quest, which has hit double digits. I'm just like, that doesn't seem right. But then I remember I did upgrade Classy's Vigor Wasp thing so that it revives me. So my actual times that my health bar has emptied is probably much higher. But still, I earned the right to have that resurrection, so I'm not counting it as a feint when it's in use. But anyways, it had been 2 weeks. I needed to warm up, so I did a little bit of fetch questing. And then I did a warm up with a high rank Azure Rathalos, which is something I never really hunted before. And I was like, you know what? We need to hunt this. And people were like, no, don't do high rank. Don't do. I'm like, look, I've never done it before. I don't want to. I have to remember how to play this game. It's been 2 weeks. So we went into it. There was an Azure Rathalos, a Rathalos, and a Rathian all on the same level. And it was madness. If I went into that with high rank gear, or if this was a master rank quest, I would have been killed so many times because I was getting chucked around like crazy. Azurathlos, beautiful creature. I think it's more grabby because I was in its claws a lot. So I don't know if I was just sucking more than usual or if Azurathlos is a bit more of a grabby one. But man, I was seeing the whole map from above, from his talons, a lot more than I would have cared to like. Otherwise, it was a really fun fight. I'm a little bit disappointed that I did not kill the Rathalos because the first thing I thought, and this is the first time it happens to a monster, I said, this Rathalos looks big. And I am confident it was probably a gold crown Rathalos, and I didn't slay it. I was going to, but then I got carried away on the Azurathlos, and I ended up finishing the mission. I was like, man. And the Azurathlos was a silver crown, and the red Rathalos looked a lot bigger, so it was probably a gold crown. I missed my gold crown Rathalos, and I'm a little pissed about that. Next, we went to the acidic Gloviness. Was not looking forward to this because, of course, it's in the Rotten Vale. It looks poisonous, and I didn't want anything to do with it. It wasn't too bad, and I had a click moment again this week with my play style, and I was kind of getting into this last time where I'm like, okay, we really have to learn how to soften and wallbang. And I think I made like a new level up in my own skills to wallbang more consistently and to soften up. So as soon as I see a monster, it's like, all right, let's soften you all up, and now let's start beating you. And it really creates a whole different flow to the combat, but it also feels more rewarding because I'm like, okay, well, I'm doing a lot more damage now that it's softened. All right, it's not in rage, bang it into the wall. There's another 500 HP gone. So my flow was getting a little bit better, but even despite all of that, I was still doing 30-minute fights, which were quite long. Acidic Gloviness was not as hard as I was anticipating, which is good because it was still a good challenge, just dealing with the Rotten Vale's environment. But I had some kind of timing, like the timing with it was okay. I found I think it was this one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was this one. I found a blind spot in its tail whip attack that if I was far enough into the attack, it would miss me, creating an opening that I could just kind of wail on it. And I got into that a few times, and even dodging its attacks, I don't know if something clicked where I was able to predict specifically the acidic Gloviness's attacks, where most of the time I was able to dodge or roll in and create an opportunity, which I'm like, oh, this feels really good. I got to get better at doing this. So that went down. And then we moved to the story to Velikana, where we got the story mission of repelling Velikana from attacking Legianna, which was way better than the good old Zora fight. I liked how they handled this. Oh shit, your hub is under attack. There's a massive elder dragon on the other side of that gate. You got to distract it while we get the weapons ready, and then you get to use the weapon, and machine gun was way better to use than harpoon guns. And then you actually get to fight it with hand-to-hand combat for a bit until this dragon razor or whatever it was called is ready, and then you can just end the mission. This was a well-paced, fun, well-executed battle. I really like what they did with this Velikana. Now at this point, this is my second encounter, and the next fight is the third encounter. I'm a little bit tired of Velikana. They did a good job building up this character in Iceborne, story pacing and all that. This is good, and I'm glad that this was the last and final one, the third battle, because I don't think I could have taken another rematch with Velikana. All right, we have to end this now. And a good fight it was. It was quite tough. I was getting destroyed again for a while. I was struggling at staying close because she has a lot more attacks where she jumps far away, blasts you with ice. I say she, I think it's a he, whatever. They. And then there's also the one where they jump up and then they have this ring of frost where it keeps you away. So a lot of its attacks keep you far from it, and as a melee weapon user, I always have to close that gap only to be pushed back. So it was a lot of go close, get pushed back, go close, get pushed back, and it was very hard to kind of stay in a zone where I could keep damaging it in a way that I wanted to. So it was a long dance. It took a while, and I went through all my potions. I went through I had no healing items. And at the end, I was just you know what? I'm just going to rely on Kind of Classy's Vigor Wasp and my own keep my distance and dodge so that I don't get hit as much. And that was very refreshing to kind of go in with that mindset instead of just bulking up on potions and powering my way through. It did add another level of appreciation for the fight, I found. So Finally got it down, and then the next one, seething basil goose. I was not expecting this. I did not know that there was a seething basil goose, and at first I didn't even realize it was different. And I'm just like, this just looks like a normal basil goose. What's going on? And people are like, oh, you don't, I guess you haven't fought enough of it. And I fought basil goose. I fought a tempered basil goose, and I couldn't see the difference until those little sack balls went blue, and I was like, or purple. And I'm just like, oh, these things are very different. They like, he mines the whole field, and then they like crystallize and blow up. And there's one point where like he just creates like a ring of death, and if you stay in the middle, he will dive bomb that area, nuke it, or you have to like hustle to get out of there. But basil goose was a creature, I guess I was familiar enough. I was able to wall bang it a lot more than all my previous fights. I was able to create openings that I could actually get my combos. I've started learning not to like spam B too much, because that locks me in an animation, which usually gets me knocked down very quick. So I was relying more on my Y to get a few shots in, reposition a few shots in, and then when I knew that I had a good like 3 to 5 second window, all right, BB, and then the trigger to bring out my sword, my sword mode. And a little bit of that dancing, and we finally got to him. It was just a matter of time of just kind of rinse and repeat. And this battle too, I ran out of potions, and I was like, oh man, I'm gonna die. But I pulled through. Now the crown achievement of the week, and of course it had to be my last fight. So I had done Black Diablos in multiplayer, but I had never done it in single player. And I was like, no, my pledge says I have to hunt everything at least once on my own. So I'm like, let's go back to Black Diablos. And I hadn't really fought a Diablo since my journal way back when I had that traumatic experience with my first Diablos. So I knew Black Diablos from multiplayer was a lot more aggressive, but you feel that heat so much more when it's one-on-one. You got no allies to pull the aggro, and it's just coming at you hard. And this thing was terrifying. And when I met it, it was, I don't know what it was doing, but it was playing with another Diablos. So there were 2 Diabloses that I had to deal with at first. And in my hubris, I'm like, I will kill the basic Diablos, and while fending off the black one, and then I will kill the black one. Luckily, the regular Diablos ran away eventually. And I just had to deal with the black one, and that was more than enough. This one, I was good at dodging its like big whoosh horn attacks. Like I understood where I had to be when that started. It rammed me with like its bulldoze attack, and I didn't even have the time to do anything. And I just instant faint. Just get out, instant faint. I don't even know how much health it took out. It felt like my entire life bar didn't even matter at that point. It was just, you are dead. Now, prior to this fight, I did equip, and I realized after the fight how useful that skill is. I see the power of the skills now. I got something that I think gave me 90% stun resist. And one of my biggest issues in Master Rank has been getting stunned a lot, because I get tossed around quite a bit. And then when I get stunned, I get hit. So I did not get stunned in Black Diablos thanks to that skill. And I think if it wasn't for that skill, I would have been dead so many times. I got a little bit smarter. I got it to like ram into the wall a few times. Oh, my strategy prior of like softening the monster and wall banging was just not working. Black Diablos would chuck me off its body any moment I got, and it wasn't even in rage. Like I was like, is it in rage? No, it's not. It's just really mad all the time. Even in its base state, it looks at you and it just throws you off. I couldn't get on its tail. I couldn't get on its side, so I couldn't soften it up. But the other side to that is I think every part of its body was giving me gold numbers. So I'm like, okay, well, I don't need to soften it up. But I had to reconfigure my fighting strategy that I had developed in the previous 3 hours of the stream. So I had to adapt on the fly, and this thing was just destroying me left and right. So I eventually got it to run into the spires where it would give me an opening. We finally got the 2 horns off. We got the tail off. Like I completely dismembered this thing. And finally, I had to use screamer pods at some points, and through like enough cautiousness and creating those opportunities, which are like, I think high rank like ways of playing, just being able to think that way of now is not the time to attack, just defense. And then like creating the opportunities of like, now is the time to do your combo, do it. That's what I mean. It was fun, but man, to do that after a 3.5 hour stream, being as elated in the night as it was, like I was drained. And I was just like in my bed that night, just like looking up the ceiling. I'm like, oh shit, I have so much adrenaline. This Black Diablos fight, why did I have to do it before bed? Too much adrenaline, too hard. But I beat it. So I can finally say I have beaten the Black Diablos. And I was looking forward to this fight since you guys teased it all the way back in my Diablos journal, where I was like going off about that. And they're all like, wait till you meet the mate or the lady. And oh man, the lady of the night doesn't mess around. She does not mess around. Even if I'd go and fight it again, I would probably be sweating quite a bit. So those are all my thoughts of this week's stream. What am I doing next week? We're tracking down, I guess, a whole new batch of Elder Dragons or something, or new variants or something. Because now we're looking for an Elder Worm, which we've got a whole new story going on. I think it's the Elder Worm just like singing and dancing, causing all sorts of trouble. So interesting how this game just keeps going. And I'm enjoying the ride. So looking forward to seeing what else this game is going to toss at me, because I really don't know what's coming up next. But we'll find out next week, and I'll see you then. So until then, keep it classy. This past week is one of the best weeks I've had in Monster Hunter World. We dug for gold, we met 3 kings, the kitty turned into some kind of specter. I got to ride a pony while being chased by a massive pickle. We learned how to cook, and we made so many friends. Legianna. Welcome back to another Monster Hunter World, where I play through all of Monster World, trying to hunt every monster and then share my thoughts in these journals. We are now in journal number 16, I think, in total, over 100 hours. And this past week, I actually streamed 3 times because I discovered an entire new aspect of this game I didn't even know existed. And this game is the game that keeps on giving. Like, I just love everything about this game, everything I'm finding. So let's go in order, starting with the multiplayer stream. It was finally unlocked that I could go against Cool Teroth, I think is what it's called. And this one, I knew some people were disappointed that I went into Iceborne without doing the Cool Teroth challenge first. It just didn't work out in terms of timing, but on last Sunday, I finally was able to play it. We got everybody in, and to be fair, we went to, what's it called? High rank. I forget why we went to high rank, but we chose high rank first because I think everyone said that was the better introduction to Cool Teroth. We got 16 players in the lobby, and because we were a little bit overpowered and I didn't want to deal with all the armor and the weapon stuff, we all said everybody has to go with hunting horn. So we all went with 16 hunting horns to doot and boop this Cool Teroth. And I have to say, just like initial impressions of this monster, so majestic. It is big. I love my monsters big. This thing was massive. It had like a huge amount of gold, like a long tail. And what I like even more is, I think I've shared this in a journal at one point, I love breaking things off of monsters. And Cool Teroth is all about breaking. You're mining this monster for gold, essentially, and then chasing it for more gold. You're just like Scrooge with your, like, well, in our case, with our hunting horns, just being like, more gold, more gold. Interesting mechanic with the whole pursuit. So the first time you encounter it, you go through this whole thing, and you only have a certain amount of time that you can fight it and try to do as much damage as you can. And then you like level up the pursuit level. And the more you level up the pursuit, the more time you get to fight it, if I understood correctly. So I had to go in, I think 2 or 3 times. And then we were, of course, all pretty strong that we knocked it out. I was really shocked when the gold, like the entire gold shed, and we just got like a fast, Cool Teroth, and it was so majestic and so beautiful. Like, it had like the perfect, like, shiny skin to it. Everything about this monster was cool. I wish there was a single player version, and I think a lot of you are like probably going like, ho ho ho, you can do single player, but from what I hear, it's quite the grind. So I'm not sure if I'm ready to sign up for that, or if that's legit, because this was a unique monster that was designed for 16 players. So I'm not sure if it's even feasible to do it single player, if there's any fun. Like, I hear it's just not fun, so I'm not really interested in doing things that are just not fun. But Cool Teroth, beautiful beast, beautiful monster. As I'm recording this, I do not remember what the armor looks like, so I cannot comment on it. Sorry. All I know is that if I would have loved it, it probably would have stood out more in my head. Then the other highlight of the stream was We Three Kings, which was the final quest we did, where we had to fight in the arena. We had to fight a Master Rank Kirin, a Master Rank Kushala, and a Master Rank Tostira. The first group that went in, we got killed on Kirin. Kirin wiped actually everyone else but me. Everyone else fainted but me. But don't worry, Kirin gets his vengeance in this journal. Just hold on. And then we went back with another team, or I think we went back with another mindset. We were more prepared, and we went in and we just cleared the 3 kings. But man, that was a tough fight. And then I got shout out to my Regal Eagle, aka multiplayer, the other player who is also maining as a switch axe, because we were just like jumping on these monsters together and both doing like invasions and not invasion sensations, 0-sum discharges, and it was like really cool. I could only imagine a fight with 4 switch axe users that are so like coordinated that you can start like almost making a dance of like just them shooting off like one after the other off a monster, and you have like almost like a symphonic switch axe performance going on. If there are players out there that are good enough to synchronize switch axes like that, I would love to see it. Even if it's like pulled off twice in a fight, that would be beautiful. So the progression stream of this week was filled with challenge. Like the challenge that I love. And I didn't fight many monsters, but the ones that I did fight, oh man, I had been waiting a while to like, these were not new monsters. I knew about them, and I was finally at the point where I could actually take them on, starting with the greatest Tgrix. We've waited weeks for the greatest Tgrix. My hunter rank is finally 50, so I could take them on. What a big monster, but more so, this one hurt. And everybody got me to kind of level down to what my high rank armor was, so I swapped out my master rank for high rank armor. I think I kept my switch axe the same way. It was hitting too hard. I died to vomit twice pretty quickly, and I was not doing a lot of damage on Great Tgrix. Cool that I understand now why people were like, this is the fight you farm for decorations, because when he pukes, there's just sparkles everywhere. But after 2 faints, I'm like, I am not going to succeed, and I did not want to grind Great Tgrix all night. I went back, I got my master rank armor, and people were like, whatever, do what you want. Some were saying it's overpowered, some are says it won't make a difference. It made a huge difference. I was actually able to go back into the fight, and we got distracted by a tiny Devil Joe. I think it was a small Silver Crown Devil Joe. So we went off and we fought him, and then we came back, we finished Great Tgrix with my switch. It was still a challenge even with my master gear, but I was a lot less squishy, which was just what I needed to overcome that. But man, what a massive beast. I love these oversized fights. Then we continue the story with Black Veil Valhazak, and this is my second time fighting a Valhazak. And the first time, if you remember, I was like, oh, if only I knew about the whole effluvium and the resist. Well, now I knew. So before going into the fight, I equipped all the decorations to give me effluvian resist or effluvian immunity, and as I expected, it made the fight almost completely like non-challenging in the sense that I was still taking damage from the cloud, but I was taking a lot less damage than the first time I fought him. And I thought he was fairly like manageable the first time when I didn't have the resist. So now that I had it, and that I'm better with my switch axe, it was way easier of a dance to get through it. This version, Black Veil Valhazak, looks way better. It's so cool with the like mushroom spores and the fact that we're fighting them in the forest. I really, really like the fact that this felt like an invader that doesn't belong. He was killing everything. In the Rotten Vale, he felt like he belonged there. In the forest, it felt like he did not belong here, and he was like infecting everything around. Like you could even see like little Tgrixes, they were like getting all sickly and stuff. It was just so cool. And at one point, he shed like the mushrooms, and you could see like how beautiful the original like Valhazak body was. And just like I was just admiring the ecosystem and the beasts that were being introduced to me this past week. Just really good fight. I enjoyed it. After that, I knew I had to go take on a Master Rank Kieran, which actually I don't know if it was a story, if it was part of the story to take him on, if it was optional. Either way, somehow I ended up in a Master Rank Kieran fight. So I knew he was Thunder, so I got all the Thunder resist. And we actually took the time. So chat has been telling me, some people in chat have been telling me to, specifically Kustas has been telling me to, instead of going to the cantina and just getting the full course meal, take the time to build the skills you want. So now I know how to make my own custom platters. I learned that I need like the gourmet voucher to get the HP buff, and depending on the colors of the ingredients and how many of them, you can see what feline skill you build, so you can build your own thing. And I know, guys, I know this isn't rocket science. I know that I could have learned this in the past couple months, but this was finally the stream where I'm like, this is worth my time to stop and study it and learn it. It took about 10-15 minutes, and I feel like I've leveled up where now I actually saw all the ingredients in my stores. I'm like, oh, I need some of this, and then we mix it all together. So I learned how to cook finally. We went into this Kieran fight with all of the chances on my side, And I got slapped. I got slapped so hard. Kieran, the last time I only fought Kieran in low rank. I never fought Kieran in high rank. And then I fought him in master rank with 3 teammates. So I learned that he does the grid attack, which was new from low rank. So I already knew that was coming. But he was so damn fast and so aggressive. And I was getting literally slapped everywhere. And I couldn't move fast enough. I couldn't get a lot of sword moves into him because I rely on my axe mode to be faster. And I really needed to be fast around him. I just don't feel maneuverable with the sword out. And that's probably a reflection on me just not getting it there yet. And I carded twice, and oh man, this fight went on for so long. I think we made it to the point where I think I had 5 minutes left in the fight, if I recall right. Halfway through the fight, a savage Devil Joe shows up, and I was literally like begging chat. I'm like, how am I supposed to do this? What am I going to do? I'm getting slapped around by Kieran, and now there's a savage Devil Joe, which apparently like chases you across the map, and now I have to deal with both. And people are like, kill both. Like, that is the solution. Kill both. I'm like, that is not an option. I can't do that. So honestly, I don't know how I dealt with it because I did not throw poop. I did not do anything. Kieran just ran away and I chased him. Luckily, Devil Joe did not follow for some reason. But the coral, why can't I remember what the name of the level? The coral, insert the rest of the word of that map, is so vertical. I climbed these vines so many times, and the fact that you have the timer, and it really plays into the next fight, aka Namiel, which was also on the same map. Oh my god. Finally, by the last time I had to climb this thing, I learned about the beetle shortcut. I don't know if I had the most efficient way, but I climbed those vines manually so many times. I'm like, no more. I don't want to climb these anymore. Finally, within I think 40 something minutes, Kieran fell. And I was at the point where it wasn't like Diablos where I was just like overwhelmed and demoralized and sad. Kieran made me angry. I was getting frustrated because my skills were not where I felt they should have been. And I never felt like that with a monster. Like when I met Diablos, my skills weren't where they should have been. And it was kind of a smack, oh, I have so much to learn. It's been 100 hours. I feel like I've learned a lot. And to be at this point and going smack, you still have so much to learn. Instead of humbling me, it just made me angry. Of like, what do you mean I'm not ready for you? Like, and anyway, so I killed it, and now I wear its top and bottom specifically. It looks like my like Playboy PJs, and that is entirely for bragging rights. Of like, I slayed you. I'm gonna wear you on my body. I'm gonna wear your corpse on my body because I'm a hunter, and that's what we do. It's the only thing. It's an ego thing. I'm just wearing his stuff because it's not my favorite thing. It's an ego thing. It's better than chaps. Then Namiel, and I'm always surprised at this point when they introduce a new monster because I'm not expecting it. Like, I haven't been shown new monsters. It's not like Velikana where you're like, oh, that's the monster we're working towards. And all the other monsters have been variants or subspecies. So I feel like I've seen everything in World. So every time I come across a new monster, I'm just like, where did this come from? How do I just... And I know that there's still more, which gets me even more excited because I see question marks in my weapon tree. I've even seen some event quests with a name, and I'm like, what is this name? I don't recognize this. So Namiel, beautiful creature. Like, cool, like that black, like... It looks like Batman from above, but then you look below and it looks more like a rainbow. Water blight has not been a thing I've experienced in a while in Monster Hunter World. So Namiel taught me the water blight pain. For the most part, it was a good fight. It was a refresher after Kieran. I had a lot less trouble dealing damage to Namiel, but still this fight went to the 40-45. I only had a few minutes left. And its ultimate attack where like blast, like nukes with water the ground, I survived that 3 or 4 times. And I don't remember why. I remember the chat's like, how did he survive that? I was like, oh, that looked pretty bad. I must have had a skill or something that saved me. And I honestly do not remember what it is. Someone in chat, I'm sure in the comments are going to be like, it was this one. So whatever it was, awesome, because I got saved 4 times from fainting. Otherwise, I would have died. I don't think I did faint. If I did, maybe once. But what I loved the most about this fight is I learned a new move. I don't have a name for it yet. I think I call it the wakey so far. Wakey bangy wakey. We have to come up with a good name. So I place the 2 barrels next to the head, and then I pull out I go into sword mode, and I thrust in between the barrels, not touching them, do a zero-sum discharge. So it blows up between the barrels, creating 3 explosions by the head. And I pulled it the first time I stabbed the barrel by accident. On Namiel, I did it perfectly. You had 2 barrels and I just went like whoop, right between the barrels. And it felt so good to pull that off. And it was the finisher, it killed it. I really hope you guys can see it on here because it was a really cool finisher. And then, so that was the end of the grind stream. I was told that the next monster is the end of the story, which is crazy because I don't even know what this monster is, what it looks like, what to expect. So the next journal is going to be, I'm going to have finished the story of Iceborne, which I'm ready for it, but I know that there's so much after it. I'm ready for all the after stuff and that difficult stuff. That's going to be like a difficulty spike from what I heard. But after the grind stream, I was going through my achievements. I love my achievements, and I'm at 45% Steam achievements. That's 45 out of 100. And as I was going through them, they're like, oh, an achievement for getting a treasure. And I was like, what treasure? Like, there's 3 achievements. One for finding your first treasure, for finding many treasures, or for finding all the treasures. I was like, what are these treasures? So I actually looked it up, and I learned that if you level up all your palicos, you unlock eventually a mission. You unlock the ability to find treasures in each region. I was like, what? That sounds super fun. So I launched up a Palico side quest stream on Saturday. And the whole goal of that was just to farm out the Palico gadgets, the things that so many of you have been telling me, hey, Classy could use another weapon instead of the Vigor Wasp, man. Like, come on. And I've been aware of it, but it never felt right to stop my progression to go and do that. So I just did a stream where all we did is we went in. I learned, honestly, I did not realize on the maps when you go like pick a place to go, that there's like a sub-quest indicator saying like the Linean researcher is here, or the endemic life researcher is here, and they give you quests. I didn't realize that. And then I realized those quests open up other quest lines, and then you get to like be friends with the different like Palicos and stuff, or the Gajalakas from each region, and then they give you something, and then sometimes they unlock other quests that goes towards your quest completion. So this was like a lot of fun for me. I honestly did not know. And then now I have to raise, I think, those factions to level 6, which will then unlock the treasure hunts for each one. And I am just so looking forward to, like, I really love exploring the levels in this game. So I just love that I have this entire side quest thing, which is filled with all of these extra cutscenes and like side quests for me to find and do. So we're at step 1, where now we have befriended everyone we can befriend. Now it's all about leveling up that friendship, so that we can then start finding treasures. I know it sounds like the treasures are not worthwhile. I'm entirely doing it for achievements and for experiencing parts of the games I was not familiar with before. So overall, just a good time learning more of the mechanics. And I have to say, I have played my multiplayer stream. I'm going to say my second multiplayer stream this week. I'm saving it for the next journal because we did some grinding. But I want to say I finally think I learned how to play sword mode more. Because my biggest issue now is I'm not dealing enough damage. That's why 2 of these fights went so long, to 40-45 minutes. And I'm told if I'm not doing more damage, my final fight with the story boss is not going to go well. So I got out of my comfort zone and I learned how to open up with the sword mode, how to use sword mode more, how to switch to sword and axe. And I've been doing that in Rise a little bit more. And I also grinded out a new axe, which we're going to talk more in the next journal. So my play style leveled up again. My knowledge of this game leveled up again. My experiences, it's just more stuff. Finding more things this far into a game is just such a treat. I just love this so much. So I'll see you next time after I've completed the story of Iceborne. And until then, keep it classy. We're going to call this journal Hello Darkness, My Old Friend. Not because I fought Nergigante again, or Master Rank Kieran again, or because of that stupid monkey, or the final boss fight, but because of Simon and Garfunkel's stupid song, The Sound of Silence, playing Hello Darkness, My Old Friend on repeat for 30 minutes as I bash this Nergigante with my axe. Ah! Legianna. Hello and welcome back to another Monster Hunter Journal, where we follow along my story of Monster Hunter World Iceborne and also Rise in these journals. Welcome back, friends, as we wrap up the story of Iceborne. Before we get that, I'd just like to say welcome my little friend that we don't have a name for, maybe Tofu. Now that I see it, I'm feeling Tofu, which was, this was sent to me, it's custom made, was sent to me by one of the members of the community, one of our mods actually, that you might know as either Kachan or Ikiwi. depending on what platform you're on. So thank you for sending this and adding this little beautiful, what's it called? Downy Crake, I believe it's called, to the set. Now let's get going with this journal. Lots of emotions, lots of stuff happened last week. Before we get into the progress stream, quick recap. Last week on the multiplayer stream, I wanted to grind out a new axe because last week I was really struggling with getting my kill time down. All my hunts were taking 40, almost 45 minutes. I was running out of time in a lot of cases. So we grinded out a new axe. So I went shopping for a new axe, saw the Rathian axe and the Velikana axe, which looked pretty attractive. So start off the multiplayer stream, looked at them like, oh, this is going to be a long stream. We need a lot of ingredients to get this. Lucky for me, good old Hey J luck, we went on one hunt for a Rathian and we ended up with every ingredient we needed for the axe. We went on one Velikana hunt and I got everything I needed for my axes. So within like 30 minutes, I had both my axes. I was like, well, I guess we're going to kill monsters together for the rest of the stream. Anyways, those axes were very valuable as we went to the final boss of Iceborne. But before we get there, I always like to start my streams with a warm-up, and I asked the chat, which I should never do, never ask chat anything if you don't want to get hurt, said, what should I go warm up on? And they're like, go do a high-rank, arc-tempered Nergigante. And I was like, you know what, it's been a while I didn't do that, I'm a little worried, but I'm like, hey, it's high-rank, how hard can it be? Ha ha ha, the stupidest words I always say ever, every time. So I go fight this arc-tempered Nergigante, which I think is also my first arc-tempered fight ever. I was in full master rank gear. I was feeling confident going into this. Truth be told, I haven't fought Nergigante very often, so it had been like a month or two since I fought him, but no way do I remember this guy being this aggressive and this fast. He's just everywhere and pound and pound and pound, and you look to the right, pound, you look to the left, pound. This guy's just like pounding you like a phone. That's not even a good metaphor. I was thinking of the pound sign on the phone. It's not even funny. So chat had a blast. I'm pretty sure I fainted twice on that. And I was in a world of pain. And I was like, all right, I'm warmed up. Never want to do that again. And then at this point, nobody has spoiled the final fight. And I was like, all right, it's time to go see what the final fight of Iceborne is. And as I'm talking to the field leader, getting ready, he mentions Nergigante for some random reason. And I had that moment go, wait a minute. We haven't seen Nergigante at all in Iceborne. We're about to go to the final fight. Nergigante is the flagship monster of Monster Hunter World. Shit, Nergigante is the final boss, isn't it? So chat's like, no, he's not the final boss. So I go to the final arena, and lo and behold, a master rank Nergigante jumps out, and I'm just like, oh no. And then the song Hello Darkness My Old Friend plays, which is a sound bit which I added to make the stream more fun. It's this little add-on, and I customized a bunch of sound bites that the users can use to play at key times. That's only supposed to go Hello Darkness My Old Friend once, but something happened, the whole program bugged, and it was stuck on a loop, and now I'm stuck in a Nergigante fight. I cannot pause the game. I cannot get away to like see what's going on. So I fought Master Rank Nergigante for 30 minutes with Hello Darkness My Old Friend just going over and over and over and over and over again. Do you know how old that song gets on repeat? It would be one thing if it was sang all the way through, but just that one, like those lyrics just on repeat was terrible. So anyways, I carded, and when I carded, I finally I had to shut down the whole stream, delete everything, and reboot it, and finally we had the sound of silence. It was quite nice. So turns out this guy was Ruiner Nergigante, ended up being easier than Arc-Tempered Nergigante. He wasn't doing the dive bombs. He was holding back some of his punches, I felt. And I was like, all right, I'm okay with this. This is clearly not the final boss. I can feel it. I can feel it from those games that are always one more boss. So of course I kill Ruiner Nergigante, and the next thing that happens, the island splits up and a big pile of rocks comes out. I was like, oh, this looks cool. Big pile of rocks, sign me up. I get to bash a monster and rip off rocks. That's my kind of fight. So what's this one? The Shar Ishvalda. Really love phase 1. And as I was going through, I was like, this is really easy to dodge. Something's up. This is not its final form. So I started by softening up, which changes the color, but then I learned that you can just bash the face, bash the chest. And of course, once you get all the rock out, then you get this disgusting, tentacly, wind-pressured monster, which is all right to fight, honestly. I hate how it turns everything into quicksand. That was the worst thing. I love how it has like a Kamehameha blast out of its mouth. It even has like a spirit bomb attack. It's a pretty cool fight. If I have to compare Monster Hunter World final fight, sorry there, Drake. Crake. Final world story fight versus Iceborne story fight. Iceborne did it better. Isn't that the case for just about everything? So, of course I carded because I got stuck in quicksand and I got wombo comboed a few times. But then I went back in and I was just like, I'm done with this. Nope, we're not going to do this again. So, went back in, just like went so aggressive, peeled those rocks off that monster because now I knew what I was doing. I knew what I was in for. Was a little bit more careful. Also, another thing, in multiplayer last week, I learned how to use sword mode. So I have finally, 100 plus hours, I finally used sword mode to open up my attacks. And I was all over this thing, sword mode, clutch claw, wall bang, the whole shebang. This thing went down. I think I carded once on that one, but I had it in the bag and it didn't take too long. And I finished it with a smack to the face. I believe I clawed to its face, smacked in the face, and that was the killing blow, which made this like really nice actually screenshot, which is probably going to be my new desktop wallpaper for a while. So finished that, checked out his armor. Armor is very, I hope I don't get this wrong, but I think it's like very Hindu inspired, the whole armor set. It looks really cool. In fact, I gave Classy, we went from dead kitty to ascended kitty. I really love the how he's like floating in a chair. It gives me like Yoda vibes. So Classy is now ascended since we've completed the story. He can be whatever he wants to be. So from there, I named my sword Tofu. So I don't know if we can name the crake, the Downy crake, tofu, because now I have a big chunk of tofu that hangs off my sword and it talks when I unsheath it. I don't know what it says, so I thought it was cute. So the switch axe is now called Tofu. Tofu and Classy, my companions for life. Then we went and progressed a little bit and explored. I got introduced to the guiding lands, which I was like, this game, it just keeps opening and it just keeps giving more and more. Like I've been like so satisfied. It's like, you know, when you're at a buffet and it's like just good food, just it's not like there's like food that you're like, I don't even want to touch that. It's food like there's 36 different meals and you just want to taste everything because everything looks good. Everything just comes in like, this is Iceborne. It just keeps on delivering. So I'm like, wow, I finished the story. Here I'm introduced to a whole new map, which is like a piecemeal of all the other maps with its own new rule set and mechanics. And I have to be honest with all of you, I don't get it yet, but I'm also not trying to get it yet. Like I was introduced to this towards the end of the stream. I was like, there's a lot of stuff. From what I understand, the region unlocks the more you kill or capture monsters. So I assume I'm just going to be hunting in there, getting monsters. I saw there's like a little ticker that unlocks. So every time you kill a monster, you get closer to unlocking a new monster. And then the more you level up, the more things unlock. I think I like this mechanic, but I felt a lot of wariness from the community of like the grinding lands. I was like, all right, right now as a newcomer who's being introduced to this, I was like, this is a cool concept. I like what I'm seeing. I can't wait to get into this and start unlocking and leveling things up. But before we do that, we had another quest at base. I really want to explore. Oh, and then in the guiding lands, we met Zinogre, which if you watch my Monster Hunter Rise journals, you'll know Zinogre has been the hardest monster for me in Monster Hunter Rise, and I just started high rank. That thing has been carding me constantly twice, and I think I failed the first hunt with him. So to see Zinogre in a world which, you know, the first time you meet him, he takes on a Diablos and a Rathalos, and he's just like, I don't care, and he's big, and he's electric. Oh, man. And he looks at you, he gives you the side eye like, you're next. And terrifying. I'm just like, how am I going to fight this thing? This is going to be so tough. So luckily he ran off. It was just an introductory thing. Go back to town, and the whole chat said, don't do guiding lands anymore. Do this quest, which was a hornless Kieran. And I was, okay, at this point, it's like 11:45. It's almost midnight. I've already played for 3+3.5 hours. I'm tired, and if you watch my last journal, you'll know how much I struggled with Master Rank Kieran last week. So I'm like, no, and the chat was split, like, give the guy a break, and everyone's like,
no, he must suffer.
And I was like, all right, let's do this. Let's see what this hornless Kieran is. And I was actually quite drained, and I'm like, I really don't want to do this. So I went in, and something just clicked. 15 minutes is all it took to take down that pony. I made that pony my pet. And because I can't say more vulgar things. And I don't know what happened. I just knew how to I just knew it. Like my brain had learned the patterns. I'm just like dodge, dodge, smack, smack. Oh, I was also using sword mode, which I think that might be the clicker because last week I was only using axe mode because I was like, oh, how can I move fast with sword? Well, now I know how to move fast with sword. You know, you roll here, you sheath here, you pull it out there, and then you smack, 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 smack. That pony, I chased it all over and then made it my snack. I love that I can make Kieran my snack because I hated it so much last week. I was like, oh, this thing's so hard. How am I supposed to fight it? And now it's easy. It's easy. So, of course, I'm like, the chat was disappointed because I didn't get slapped around. I was riding high and they're like,
go to the next quest.
I was like, oh, God. It's like, it's past midnight at this point. I know what's waiting for me is the legendary monkey, which I've been hearing on this channel for like the past 4 months. I don't even know what this monkey looks like. I just know that out there's a monkey waiting to slap me around and make me his pet. And make me his pet he did. So we finally met Rajang. And Rajang doesn't mess around. Rajang is the new Kieran. Because Rajang, I hope I'm saying that right. Rajang, man, I hate that monkey. Oh, he's fast. He's fast. And he has lightning. And he lives in, he's in the volcano area where there's fire. And he's just all over the place. And he's just so angry. I'm like, why are you? I'm angry that he's angry. And I'm not too upset because it was late in the stream and I went in more to see the cutscenes, and while I was there I'm like, let's see how far I can get on this monkey. I don't remember. I think some people are like, oh, you're doing all right, but honestly I was giving it like a good try, but I was expecting to fail anyways. So I'm going into next week with Rajang as my next target, and I still don't know how to fight it. So I hope my brain, as I'm sleeping, it's like running simulations to learn and study of okay, he does this, he does this. And this is all happening at the subconscious level. So the next time I just pick up a controller, just and it just happens. We take down the monkey. Otherwise, this monkey might be my wall for a while because I don't see a way that I can overcome it just by thinking about it. So that's where we are now. We are in endgame content. I suspect I'm about to slow down on my grind because I think this is where we have a ramp up in difficulty. And I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do this because now there's a risk of unlocking new monsters on multiplayer streams. I'm going to try to keep them for Thursday grinds. I have to get a little bit more familiar with Guiding Lance to see how I'm going to get through this. But the story's done, but the real target still remains. Fatalis. That is the goal here. I have to take down Fatalis. So now it's all about training, getting my master rank up, and knocking down all these other little wannabe apex monsters or whatever you call them, these Rajangs and these Zenogres. We gotta take them down too as we work our way to Fatalis. So it's gonna be a rough journey. I'm sweating. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. But now that I've got my Tofu, my Crake, and my Ascended Classy, and I have to say, my Hunter, I haven't even tried to fashion hunt. I love how my Hunter looks. He is just so suave in that Kieran outfit. And I actually realized, oh my God, I've grown my hair to the point where I actually look like my Hunter. I've become my Hunter. I just need to get the whole Kieran suit. I love how he looks. He looks good. So by natural selection, I ended up picking armor that looks good. All right. So Rajang awaits me next week. Please help me. Please help me overcome this monkey. I don't want to get slapped again. It hurts so much. And then after I fight him, I have to go against an ogre probably, which is next week. All I see is pain. I just see so much pain. But if you want to join me next Thursday, 8 p.m., come join me for some pain. Otherwise, I'll see you on the next journal. And until then, keep it classy. Friends, another week has gone by, and once again, I've been defeated by a monkey. I feel so much like Frieza, just constantly getting beaten by this monkey no matter how much I try. I'm gonna turn into Golden Hey J and just beat this thing. Legianna. Welcome back to another Monster Hunter journal as we enter endgame of Monster Hunter World Iceborne, and I go and mop up the last few monsters left on my list. I think at this point there's about 7 monsters left, and these streams are getting really hard. Before it used to be 4 hours where first hour is warm-up, second hour, third hour is like a little bit more challenging. Now we always ended on something pretty intense, difficult. Now, it's the whole stream. Everything's hard. Everything's a challenge. And these things are draining. But I'm still surprised. I managed to do quite a bit of progress this past week. A lot of new monsters considering I'm in endgame. I thought I would be progressing a little bit slower, but the grind is getting real and the difficulty, oh man, I am feeling it. So let's go back to multiplayer, what I did there. There was some notable stuff as I did some grinding, and I did a few of those special arena quests. One I did with, it was against a Namiel in the special arena, and I was stuck with a switch axe. What was the notable thing there? It was just hard. It was just hard not being able to choose my gear and being stuck in a confined area with this water lightning monster. But we made it and got my coins so that I could upgrade my guild palace switch axe, which is beautiful and all, but I've actually gone back to using my Velikana switch axe for the most part this past week, because I've learned a lot of the monsters I hunted on Thursday were weak to ice. The other thing is the guiding lands. So last Thursday, or whatever, the last journal, I had just entered guiding lands and I didn't really know what to do. So in multiplayer, we went all in. I got some teams together and I just really got comfortable in guiding lands. I pretty much spent the entire stream there leveling up the forest. So we got it up to level 5. I unlocked a new monster, which I took on Thursday, and I think I'm getting it. Basically, you find a monster, you fight it, and depending on which region it is, that region levels up, and if it doesn't belong to a region, the other regions level down. So I don't really know how. I think it gets more complicated as my master rank goes up, and I can actually raise the levels of these regions more, and I can unlock more monsters. So far, I like the mechanic. I like the mechanic so far. I'm liking how they're doing this. Keep in mind, I'm not actually actively grinding for anything, because I'm just a little cautious to say, oh, I really like this, after I see so many like veteran warriors or veteran hunters just being like, oh, the grinding lands, and then they get like PTSD, and I'm just like, I like it right now, but I see what it did to you, so maybe I'm not going to embrace it so much. So it was a fun time. The last arena, I did it with one of the mods, and they got to choose it again. We took on an Anjanath and a Fulgur Anjanath. And what was unique here is they picked one with no switch axe. So I got sent in with a sword and shield. And it was so wild to be wielding a new weapon in Iceborne. Just a different weapon, really. This sword and shield felt so tiny next to an Anjanath. I was just like, ding, ding, ding. I learned that you have to like clutch claw twice to soften them. But I felt so mobile, so quick. It made me go, maybe I need a faster weapon for some of these faster monsters, especially the ones that go ooga booga. But I'm not comfortable enough with the sword and shield yet to go take on one of my walls with a different weapon. But maybe. Another thing is I learned a new move with my switch axe, which I'm a little shocked. Honestly, I thought I knew all the moves. I just didn't know how to pull them off in the succession I needed. But I learned that while I'm doing my wild swing, I can actually move out of it by like launching my, whatever you call it, the clutch thing, which is huge. So if you look at my older footage, there's a point where I started relying heavily on the wild swing, which grounds you in one place and you're caught in an animation for like 3 seconds. It's one of the longest animations you get caught in with switch axe. And I was getting pounded more and more by using that. So I stopped using it and I moved more to sword, where I could unsheath, cut, get out. But now that I know this exists, I'm like, oh, this makes my wild swing a little bit more viable. But like at this point, I've shifted so much to sword, it would have to be a whole other shift to get back to trying to use that and pull off the clutch move, because I'm not comfortable in pulling it off. But very cool to learn that there are new moves I didn't even know about 100+ hours in. So those are the highlights from the multiplayer. Now this past, the progression stream had a lot of stuff. First of all, we got some glasses. You'll also notice the counters are a lot higher at the bottom. And that's because I realized I lost track in guiding lands. I wasn't like paying attention to the counters just because it's such a like I don't know, a fluid flow of killing monsters. So I was like, oh no, I lost count. So I went back through my journal, counted all the hunts, all the captures, and put it on. Now this really buffed up the numbers because after I did Monster Hunter World base, I reset all the counters on stream and I was counting anything I was hunting in Iceborne. Whereas when you count everything in the journal, it counts base and Iceborne. So I'm like, oh, whatever, we're in endgame. Let's just see my total kills and my total captures and start counting those. Now I learned that what I was counting, the hunts, that might include captures, so I might have to adjust the numbers. So that's why the first two counters are really high all of a sudden. And as for the feints counter, well, that's just high because I got hurt a lot. So, started the stream with a warm-up on Teostra of all things. I'm after that thing's armor. I hear there's some good buffs in that armor. Man, it was hard. I still am not good enough to take on Teostra comfortably. I still managed to beat him somehow, which actually felt pretty good because that was one of my least favorite Elder Dragons. But he's growing on to me. He's growing on to me. I got fire resist now, so I wasn't burning. His music is really growing on to me. I really love the music. So we got Teostra, and I think I built his legs. So I got legs. I'm looking for 2 more pieces of armor so I can get Master's Touch, which I hear is a very useful move against Rajang. And there's a bunch of other things I need to grind out. Then we got our first new monster. I'm not sure if this is the one that unlocked in Forest, but I went after a Jan Garuga. And at this point, I am terrified of everything. After the monkey encounter, every new monster scares me because I'm just like, oh my god, I'm going to get beat so hard. So I'm going into every fight like with so much anxiety and stress. And when I saw this Jan Garuga, I had no idea what it looked like. I was like, it looks like a bird with like a dodo face. Like this thing looks so derpy. So right away, its appearance, I'm like, this thing looks dumb. But I'm like, nope, keep your guard up. Maybe it's going to spank you like the monkey. And I fought it, and it was a very comfortable fight. I was like, oh, this is a nice progression. So I've also learned that chat might have misled me a little bit. So I've learned that Rajang, when he was initially introduced into Iceborne, he was introduced as DLC far later when all of the hunters were probably master rank 70 or so with much better armor. And here I am being tossed against a Rajang at master rank, I don't know, 30 with the entry level armor. So I might have been taken on this monkey a little bit sooner than I should have. Shame on you, chat, if that is the truth. Because Jan Garuga felt like a comfortable progression to the difficulty of all the other monsters I've been taking on. So he went down. Fun fight. Really enjoyed that. Then I went out and sought a Zinogre. Now, Zinogre has already made a reputation for itself in Rise because I have so many carts to Zinogre, and I'm just like, this thing is ridiculously hard. I saw the intro video the other day, and it was just like, I am terrified of taking on Zinogre. So I went on, I was like, all right, this is going to be the real hard fight. And I had so much fun with this puppy. It blew me away how much more fun and fluid, and like, he's hard, he hits hard, but the way he moves, you can anticipate it. And it's fast, but it's not so fast. It's not monkey fast. It's comfortable fast. And he like jumps up and like just like slams on his back, and he's just so fun. And the openings are so obvious to me. And I'm just like, oh, he landed on his back. Here, I can slash him. And when he's like all thundered up, I realized he's entirely weak, so I don't even need to clutch claw when he's all thundered up, which means I actually liked him thundered up, whereas in Rise I was like, oh no, he's thundered up, dread and fear. And now I'm like, oh, he's thundered up, let's go beat him. And then when his thunder was off, I'm like, oh, now I have to clutch claw him, get angry again. So Zinogre was a blast. I was really on my guard. Like I was struggling against him. He was really a good challenge, but he was fun. I had a lot of fun with him. The music was good. So complete 180 on the Zinogre expectation. Like I think at one point I said, this might be one of my favorite fights in Monster Hunter. Like he's one of my favorite monsters, which is, it just blows my mind because in Rise I hated him. I just really did not like him. After Zinogre, I was a little bit more confident. I was like, all right, I took down the Thunder Puppy. I took down this new thing, the bird. Let's go back for the monkey. And I had also studied the monkey prior, so I watched some speedrun videos to see how they do it, and I saw Switch Axe do it, and he looked so cool. He's just like shling, shling, shift, shling, shling. Like it didn't even look like he was rushing. Of course, he wasn't talking, so I don't know what was going on through the streamer's head. But it just looked so like the monkey looked fast, but the hunter looked so slow and controlled. And I was like, I can do that. And I think he killed it in like 4 minutes or something. So I'm like, okay, this monkey can go down. So I went in, with the same attitude, definitely not the same execution. I got slapped and moved around, but I improved from last week. I actually got really good at doing the Superman dive for some of his like big moves, so I was able to dodge like the cannonball of electricity. I knew to like hit. I invaded Sensation. I did a perfect invasion Sensation. He was like smacking the kitty, and right there were those like primo cheeks, and I just shoved my switch axe in there, and he got really angry. He went Super Saiyan after that. But like that was a moment where I'm just like, that's right. You've just been Heijei Invasion Sensation. I disrespect you completely. And then he killed me. So more progress. He wasn't limping or anything, so I still have a lot to do. But I'm pretty sure this monkey's going to go down soon. This is the first monster in my entire Monster Hunter World journey that has made me cart on the second encounter. Every monster that I have failed my first encounter with, I managed to beat them on the second encounter. Now we are at 2 for 0 with Rajang, so I am not going to let this go further. The third encounter, I got to take this monkey down. After Rajang, we went for another Zenogre, this time the stingy one. Stygian, I don't know how they pronounce it. I just call him the stingy Zenogre. Really cool. Like now you've got the black and the reds, and this one I was a little bit worried about because I wasn't sure if I was supposed to be at this point. And the first Zenogre gave me a good run for my money despite being fun. So I went in and I was like, all right, this is probably going to be like just amped up to just a little bit harder punches and stuff. For the most part, it was a nice harder Zenogre, but it went a little bit too much on the harder side. I managed to get him, but he was hard. There's like just electric. Oh, it felt like he felt more like a Zenogre paired up with a Kirin, because there was just like lightning everywhere with the speed and massiveness of the Zenogre. Between the two, I think I'd rather hunt the base Zenogre, but managed to beat him, which was quite a surprise. I was exhausted, and I was ready to end the stream on a high note because that thing made me sweat so much. It was hard, but everybody was excited. Everybody wanted me to continue. I unlocked Furious Rajang. There's a Furious Rajang quest, which I'm not looking forward to seeing that. I can't even deal with the not Furious one, much less the Furious one. I've also unlocked a new Brachydios fight, so there I know I have 2 monsters. So I have Rajang, Furious Rajang, Brachydios. I know I have the 2 black dragons, so I have those 5 that I'm missing. I think that, Cool Taroth, I still need to slay Cool Taroth, so that's 6 monsters. And I encountered a Safi Jiva. So I did the investigations, and that's what I ended on. So that's 7 monsters I need to hunt. Safi is the most beautiful monster I have ever seen in this series. Like, this is the monster I wanted to hunt. Like, it's a beautiful, beautiful, massive dragon, and the music to it is epic. Like, I wish this was the base Monster Hunter World final fight, because it's majestic, it's slow, it feels like you are tackling like a titan, and just the moves make sense. Soften up the leg, then smack him on the leg to create an opening, and then like if you get caught in the blast, like you're dead. Like, this thing is just beautiful. I don't know what it's going to be like to actually fight him. I felt like I had control. My biggest struggle at this point was I was exhausted, and it was like just really, really hard for me to focus. So I had more of a problem with my own stamina than dealing with the fight. So doing the fight refreshed, I think it's going to be a lot of fun to take on Safi. Outside of that, the only other thing, Farcaster. I learned a new item, Farcaster, which lets me go back to base. Wish I knew that earlier. So there's a new hack. And now for this next multiplayer stream, I'm looking to grind. So I really am starting to look at decorations and how to optimize. I learned about the charm, and I realized, the charm lets me have either attack or critical eye, like up to, I think, level 5. And I'm like, oh my God, that saves up so many decoration slots for my armor. We need a charm that has like one of these like 5 to 7 slots in, max that out so we get more room on the decorations, so then I can like slot in these other skills. So I'm going to be focusing on leveling up my Master's Charm so I could get like a level 5 crit eye. And the other ones, so I'm going to be collecting Toaster Armor, and then I'm just going to try to max out like my more relevant Switch Axe skills. So this is exciting. maxing out, getting all the skills I need. Hopefully it's going to make a difference with Rajang. Upgrading my armor too. Like, it's all about like just pump up this armor to give as much advantage as I can to beat this monkey, because next week I gotta beat the monkey. I cannot keep losing to this monkey. And if I die to one monkey just to lose to Furious Monkey, that's okay, I'll accept it. But I really gotta get over this wall. It's really bothering me. Stupid monkey. Hate this monkey. So I'll see you on the next journal, which will be sometime next week. And until next time, keep it classy. I defeated Rajang. Little did I know that only meant opening a world of pain. Legianna. Welcome back, hunters, to another Monster Hunter journal where I tackle the endgame of Monster Hunter World Iceborne. And this has just sent me all the way back to kindergarten. All of those skills, all of that practice, all of that confidence wiped out in the moment of one stream. It feels like everything I was building up to means absolutely nothing next to these monsters in the endgame. I'm completely useless. And there is no progress. There is just death, pain, lots of pain, and it just makes me feel very small. So let's start on the positive note. The positive note is after some intense training, and by intense training I mean being locked in an arena with 2 Rajangs while my 3 compatriots just wait and laugh from above. I finally beat Rajang. So after 4 attempts, the monkey finally went down. And I have to say, I did feel more and more confident in dodging this monkey every time I went into it. That dual monkey fight was definitely something that made my dodging a lot better. And I learned something new. So I never had to really resort to these items, but I learned about the armor skin and the demon drugs, which are items I have never used in World. I started using them in Rise this week. I was like, oh, they're in this game too. I need all the help I can get. Chug chug. Let's go monkey. Opened up my progression stream. We went straight for the monkey. Did pretty good on him, but then I died. Went back again, used everything I had. Wall bangs, brought him to the pickle. Devil Joe munched on him a few times. Azure Rathalos munched on him a few times. We all got a bite. And out of nowhere, I didn't even realize he was close to death. I punched him in the face, and that was his death. It was a very fitting way to end the stupid monkey. It was more than a punch. It was a punch followed by a blast of nuts in his face. It was beautiful. It was chef's kiss. So he is gone. He has beautiful armor. I have his little tassels to put onto my sword now, my switch axe. And as much as I want to bask in my victory and feel great, all of this was followed by Raging Brachydios, Furious Rajang, and Alatreon, or Altreon, however, which translates to death, pain, so much pain. This was not chat guided. I was like, well, these are the only other quests I have, and there was a fellow NPC in town. I was like, what does this one want? And then they're like, oh, there's some kind of elemental dragon doing things, and they embody all 4 elements. I was like, that doesn't sound good. And then they're like, an Alatreon, what's he doing here? I was like, oh no, what is he doing here? I'm not ready to go see him. But we decided to play the peekaboo game, and I went and peekabooed at Raging Brachydios, which ended in death. I went and peekabooed Furious Rajang, which ended in death after 18 minutes. I have to say, lasted a lot longer against him than I expected. And then Alatreon was a mosquito just flying around, and it was just the buzz. This dragon probably just heard like, which was pretty much me probably like squealing in the corner of like just not wanting to be there, and then dead. So Raging Brachydios, I was really looking forward to a refreshing new fight from the monkey, because I fought this monkey so many times. I'm tired of the drums. I was tired of his stupid punches, his stupid face. I just wanted a big old monster that I could sink my teeth into. So we went for Raging Brachydios. I wasn't expecting to actually conquer him, because I was like, okay, it's my first time. I hear he's super strong, but hey, Brachydios part 1 wasn't that bad. How much worse can a variant or whatever the subspecies, I'm not sure which, can it be? Turns out Slimy Hands was what I thought was manageable at first. I was like dodging. I was like, all right, I'm doing things. Then his slime turned red, and then he's punching everywhere. He's got his own like chorus in the background and like hidden in the forest, just like chanting, which I think grants him power. And he's like a boxer. He's just like bam, 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 slide, bam, 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 bam. And that I was like, all right, this is hard, but I could probably learn how to deal with this. And then the thing that made me like just flip a table and just nope. The whole ground just turned into lava. We're in the forest, but hey, let's put lava everywhere. And boom, boom, just boom. Just wherever you are, you're just dead. Everything's dead. Everything is dead. And I'm just like, no, I don't want to do this. I just finished the monkey. I just finished so much stuff, and now you want to put me in the sea of booms. I don't want to do it. Then we have Furious Rajang, which I'm like, all right, I really don't want to deal with another monkey after spending 2 hours this week fighting a monkey. Let's see what Super Saiyan Monkey is. It's cute at first because he has no tail. I'm like, oh, he has a little nub. But that means I can't spank his bottom anymore. I have to spank his face, which is a little bit more dangerous. He was more manageable. Like, I have to learn his movement. He's different. He does have bigger openings, which I like. I think I'm going to have to eventually get over all of these. Furious Rajang will probably go down eventually, but it's going to require some practice. But I'm just not thrilled to have to fight another monkey because the drums, the punches, it's just a lot. It's a lot. But I'm pretty sure I can get over that one. Not too worried about Furious Rajang. Alatreon. Oh my god. Oh my god. I got a sample. I got a palette tease of what a black dragon is. And I have no concept of how I'm going to deal with this. It's got fire, it's got ice, it's got water, like it just splashed water and I was dead. How do you deal with that? I can only tackle one element at a time and now I have to deal with 4. I have no idea. And you know what? I'm not even going to think about it. That is a future HeyJ problem, not a present HeyJ problem. I got plenty of other things to hunt. Oh man, I didn't like get spanked and go, ooh, can't wait to fight that. I saw it and I went, I do not want to fight that anymore. So something big needs to happen in this player to be able to overcome that wall, because right now I don't even see how, like, the gap is so vast. It's like looking at the ocean and it's like, you're telling me there's land on the other side of this thing because I don't see it. That's how vast the gap feels between my skill set and this black dragon, and it's just disgusting. There's only one comedic moment that happened in that fight. At one point I passed out and Classy came and gave me the revival wasp, the goop that revived me, and I never noticed that the hunter, like, he gets up and he's all like a little woozy from fainting. He turns back and he gives Classy the thumbs up, and the timing of that was just so perfect because it just happened to be right when Alatreon had a follow-up attack, and I just turned back, thumbs up, like, Classy, we're in some deep shit together. And then boom, just knocked out, gone, KO. So after all that is said and done, I'm like, okay, I gotta go. Let's go back into the kiddie pool again. I have to say, the monkey, Rajang, his armor was actually, I was expecting something to be like a little Tarzan-y, and I was like, I'm not gonna wear that. It's kind of samurai-ish. I was like, oh damn, his armor's cool too. So I might need to farm some of the Rajang, and it has weakness exploit skill, which is something I need. So I'm like, oh man, why does he have to have useful parts? So anyway, one monster off the list. Rajang is done. Next, Frostfang Barioth was the next target. Chat was saying he has a really good switch axe that'll come in handy. It has the ice elemental aspect to it. So I've beaten Frostfang Barioth before in multiplayer, but I've never done it solo. So I went at it solo. I think at this point I was like, I don't know. I felt so weak. I felt just defeated. Like, the soul, you need your soul to be alive when you're playing this game. It's not enough to like have the physical skill, the heightened mindset. If your soul's not in it, oh man, you're just gonna get spanked around. So I'm like, my morale is really low at this point in my journey. Like right now, I am low. This is low HeyJ and morale. And
Frostfang barrier.
It was a little bit more manageable, but I was getting thrown and tossed and missing my hits. It was nasty. I finally beat him, but it was not anything I could be proud of. And I'm just like, what is going on? Nothing is hitting. My range is off. My timing is off. It was just bad. So we got him, and because I played so poorly, I only got 1 ticket. I need 3 tickets, so we have to grind this thing again. But because I killed him, Frostfang Barioth, another off the list. So that's 2 monsters down and about a dozen left. After this, I just went to the guiding lands. I was like, I just want to hunt something that is safe, that is tiny. Tsitsi, where are you? Turns out he wasn't there, but I found an Azure Rathalos. I was like, you know what? There's a lot to do. Oh my god, did it feel good. It felt so good to fight something that was familiar, and I'm just like, there's your head. I know that it's going to be there for like 3 seconds. Smack, smack. Oh, you're going to throw your tail at me. Dodge. Like, everything was just clicking, and I'm just like, this is good. This is fun. This is energizing. And I killed it, and it felt good. I'm just like, finally, some of that old familiar territory. Endgame is no joke. And then after all of that, I learned that feline insurance is something I want to be able to craft on demand to give myself an extra cart in these fights. So I went to my canteen and I learned I need all 6 beers, all 6 red beers, to make feline insurance. And everyone's like, you're missing a beer. So we went on an adventure, and this was probably the highlight of my stream outside of killing the monkey. We went to the Hoarfrost Reach, and I learned that you can climb the mountain, and I got a little bit of guidance on where to find it. But it was like 10 to 20 minutes of just like climbing, exploring, running up walls, doing parkour as the hunter. I was just like, this is so refreshing. This feels awesome. I actually feel like I'm doing cool stuff. And then we found the missing ingredient at the top, at the peak of the mountain. Also saw a corpse of a Kushala, which was very cool. We took a picture of it, which reminded me of like, oh yeah, we have to do the whole picture side quest of this stuff. We still have to do the treasures. So I think the format of my streams are going to be changing now that I am in pain territory. I need to balance out how much pain I deal with versus how much fun I'm dealing with. So every week I need to make a little bit of progress to get better gear and practice my skills against stronger monsters. But at the same time, I want to do these side quests because A, they're fun, and they really break up the pain a little bit. So I'm going to do a little bit more photography when I can. I still need to level up my Palico tribe so I can unlock the treasure hunts. And then, you know what? I think I want to get eventually like endemic life hunting. I don't know if I'm going to do all of it, but I want to get some of it. And I want to fill up my cantina. I want to get all the ingredients. So I have all these like little things to look forward to outside of just freaking raging Brachydios or raging fear. Everything's angry. Everything is angry in the end game. They are angry that you have made it this far, and the game is just trying to punish you. So I don't like angry monsters. Too angry. Like, just bursts my bubble. It makes me feel like a noob, which I guess I am. So yeah, I really need to learn how to play this game better, because I don't know how I made it this far. I felt like I was growing. I felt like I was being good, but man, I just got sent back. I feel unskilled. So we're doing multiplayer streams, probably, always on Sunday, but now I might be doing multiplayer on Thursday as well, just to grind the guiding lands, get my master rank up. That's the priority right now. We got to get the master rank up to 69. I think I'm in my early 50s, so we're going to get there so that we can unlock everything, fight everything else, and just slowly like chip off these targets. I think we're going to start a tracker of how many of my targets are left so that I can like bingo card them, like X them out. So please, if anybody in the comments, at this point, I don't really care about spoilers. If you can make me a list of the monsters I have left to kill, I will put that up on stream or somewhere if there's not that many, and we will count down the monsters that are left to hunt, and we're going to get that. We're going to get all the X's on there. So if anybody out there can do that, because I honestly don't know how many monsters are left, and I'm a little bit afraid to like sneak around because I don't want to have key things spoiled, I would really appreciate a list. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next stream or the next journal. And until next time, keep it classy. Welcome back, fellow hunters, to another journal where I'm in the endgame. You know what tastes great? The blood of a raging Brachydios. Cheers. Legianna. All right, so last week, I might have left on a little bit of a depressing note. I entered endgame. I was like, oh my God, everything hurts. How am I going to do this? But here we are a week later, and I'm happy to report 4 monsters have been crossed off the list. I was not expecting to be that productive, yet here we are. So welcome back to another, what do I call these? Monster Hunter Journals, where I document my entire hunt and playthrough of Monster Hunter World, as well as Monster Hunter Rise and another journal series. We are in the end game, which means I am now trying to hunt the last remaining monsters on my list. I don't have a list anywhere, but there's a handful left. And this week, I've got Cool Teroth knocked out, soloed Lunastra, Safi is gone, and the Raging Brachydios has fallen. Now, I have to say, as we get into endgame, over the last 4 or 5 months, I have been able to put out a Monster Hunter World journal every single week because I have been experiencing something new, and there have been updates to share with all of you every single week as I've been playing this game for 150 hours now. I'm realizing as I'm going to need to grind more, specifically grinding up my master rank and my weapons, I might have less to share, and so these journals might start dropping a little bit less frequently, only when I have major updates. But don't worry, this week we got a lot of updates. So let's start with my greatest victory. I'm so happy and proud about this. I did do a multiplayer stream, which we're going to talk about in a moment, which did get me, I think, some better parts. I did grind out. I got a new Barioth switch axe from my multiplayer stream. I think I leveled up my armor just with spheres, if I recall correctly. But Thursday, the progress stream, I started feeling great. I had good energy. The chat was pumping with some good energy. We had like the hype train. Everyone's like, oh my God, you can do stuff. And I always like to warm up on a monster before I go into progression. And I just felt so great. I was like, why warm up? Let's go warm up on a Raging Brachydios, which, as you recall last week, I was like, oh my God, how am I going to kill this? So I went in just with, remember last week I was saying, oh, I lost my soul. I have no, like, you need the soul to win. I had the soul this time. I also had some wine. Maybe that worked. And I went into Raging Brachydios and I'm just like, okay, let's study this thing. How does it move? It punches, it jumps. Now I know that, oh, it gets a little mad. It gets a little bit slimier. Avoid the slime. We also went in with blast resist skills, which really helped. And I was like, all right, I can manage this. I can see what's going on. Another thing is, ever since I discovered the sword mode of Switch Axe, I went a little bit too much. You know, I was really heavy on the axe side, and then I was like, oh, what is this cool sword thing? But when you play the Switch Axe, you got to play it right here. You got to love the axe, and you got to love the sword. You can't just say axe is gross or sword is gross. You got to use both. And one of my problems is I've been relying way too much on sword mode because I'm like, this is where all the DPS is, me being the little new meta hunter that I am. But you know what? The axe is quick and it breaks things. And specifically, when I can get in under Brachydios and smack some slime off of him with my axe, that is good. When I can jump off a cliff with my axe and mount him and do some little stabby stab, that is good. So I've been trying to play a little bit more with, you know what, instead of getting a few swooshes of the sword in, let's get a few swooshes of the axe, just to shuffle things around. And you know what? I knocked him over a few times, which gave me even more openings. So still learning, not that I thought I wouldn't learn anymore. And so finally I made a progress, and I totally was not expecting to win, but I'm just like, I'm going to bring my A game. I'm going to give it my best, and it's okay if I lose. And so I'm progressing, and I got carted twice. And after the second cart, I think it's when it was already in the hot zone and was about to go to its final stage. So everyone's like, quick, drink the beer, because I forgot to drink the beer to give me my feline insurance. I'm like, all right, let's do the beer. And I went into the cave, and oh my God, was I scared. He just went like, and there was slime everywhere. And then the chorus kicked in, and I was like, I swear there was the chorus in the fight before, but it's a lot more obvious now. So I think what threw me off is I looked at the trailer when they introduced Raging Brachydios in the game, and that one had the chorus. But now I felt, I'm like, oh my God, they just changed the song and there are vocals now. Holy shit, this is going to be scary. And the whole like land is just covered in slime, and I'm just like, and he's just like slime. I'm just punching everyone. I was like, how am I going to deal with this? There's slime everywhere. And then I realized, oh, even if I'm walking on the slime a little bit, I'm safe. So I was like, all right, we can deal with this. But oh my God, I was scared. I was stressed. Felt good. And I just kept like being careful, looking for my openings, not trying to be too aggressive because that gets the best of me. And the next thing I knew, boom, Raging Brachydios fell. My first real like proper victory in a week. And I just like all the endorphins just get in there. And it reminded me of why I play this game. It was just so good. And we have to remember when we hit these crazy walls, the payoff afterwards, the pain that you go through to get that endorphin rush after, that's why we do it. And that was a good reminder. So Rajang, or whatever your name is, you're next. I need some endorphin hit. And then Alatreon, I know you're still, oh my God, you still scare me. You're a big wall. But we're going to get over you too, and we're going to get an even bigger endorphin hit. All right, let's talk about the grind. Pretty much everyone else. Yeah, so over the multiplayer, we went and did Master Rank Kulftaroth as a group, and we died a lot. Like, as a group, we failed 2 or 3 times. And finally, one group, sorry guys, I forget who was in the final squad. We went in and we killed Kulftaroth. The fight really threw me off. Like, I was responsible for a few feints. The first time I discovered there's lava from the ceiling and stuff. It's a pretty cool fight. Like, I saw most of it when I did it in high rank. It was just a lot hard. It hit a lot harder and we feinted a lot more easier in master rank. But we finally made it through. We killed it. It's another one off my list. Its armor set's all right. I'm probably not going to use it. I'm probably not going to fight it again either because I didn't love it or anything. It didn't stand out. It was just on my list. And through my warm-ups, I didn't realize some people have been calling me out for not having beat Lunastra by myself, which is true. When I was high rank, before I got Iceborne, I killed Lunastra with a group because I was like, this is too hard. I'm not doing it. And I realized as I was hunting monsters last week, I killed Teostra and Lunastra in the level together by myself. They were high rank. I was in master rank gear. So some might say that's not really valid, but it meets the criteria of my pledge. Therefore, I will allow it. So Lunastra has been killed. The other stuff that we did over the weekend included, this is why I was hunting high rank arc-tempered monsters, was so that I could finally unlock the Rocksteady Mantle. I've been hearing about the Rocksteady Mantle for so many weeks now. I was like, why don't I have this thing? Turns out you need to hunt a certain amount of arc-tempered high rank monsters, which I hadn't done. So we did that. We got the Rocksteady Mantle. To this day, I have yet to use it because people are like, you use that, you're going to die. I read what it does. I was like, oh, this looks so good. But it's also very risky for my playstyle. So maybe I'm not going to use it after all. Grinded out the Burial Switch Axe with people. Grinded out the Raging Brachydios chest piece. So now I got a little bit more defense in my chest piece. I got Weakness Exploit. I optimized a little bit of my skills because the chest piece I had before the Kieran one, I think it had a critical one. But because I have the pendant that had so many critical points, removing that chest piece didn't affect it. So it just let me slot in more skills. So we're on our way to getting better and better. So I have a new chest piece now. And I grinded my way up to Master Rank 60. And what else did we talk about? Safi. Safi was the big kind of eye-opener of a whole new world of mechanics for this week. And I'm just like, once again, Monster Hunter just throwing a whole new mechanic set. I'm just like, what is this? So the Safi fight went down pretty smoothly. We went in with a team of 16, and we went in, we did one run where we got rid of all of the energy it draws from the ground, and then we went in again and we killed it. I have to say, these multiplayer runs, I didn't feel particularly scared. Honestly, the biggest threat to me in this hunt was my mod mini guy lad, who was constantly chasing me, trying to shoot me up in the air, including when Safi does the supernova blast and you have to hide behind a rock. If I was there with mini guy, he was trying to launch me up in the air. I launched him in the air. None of us died. But that would have been a very terrible trolley way to die, by getting launched by your friend into the air and then getting supernovaed out of that. He would have probably lost his mod privileges for that. So Safi was not terrifying or hard. It just felt grindy. And when I play, I think I get more out of doing monsters one-on-one. This fight felt a little bit like we were, 4 against 1. Just doesn't feel as satisfying as one-on-one. Now, I heard you can solo Safi, but I heard it takes an extremely long time, and I have very little appetite for that. Like, if this boss was actually designed for multiplayer, I'm not going to solo it just for the sake of soloing it. if it's just long and grindy and not designed for that. But what I was actually, what piqued my interest and what I thought was interesting was the whole weapon mechanic of Safi. So when you beat it, you get access to like a whole bunch of random weapons, which you get to pick 3. So I picked 3 switch axe. And then there's this whole like awaken abilities, which, long story short, the way I understand it is you can basically customize whatever weapon you want. And I've been hearing a lot of people saying the Safi weapons are the best for elemental. So now I'm like, oh, this is so cool. So you want to grind Safi to get the parts to build your super ultimate custom axe. Now, I'm not the type of player who's going to play Monster Hunter for a year on end grinding Safi to find out what the best build switch axe is. So I'm going to have to look up a guide of what is the best Safi switch axe and is it better than these other ones I crafted. Otherwise, I don't want to just invest so many hours just to find out that my Brachydio switch axe is better than all the Safi switch axes. But still, that mechanic is really cool for endgame. And I'm looking at these endgame mechanics, and I'm gonna do a little knock and prod on Rise. I don't think Rise has anything like that yet. And yes, I know Rise is not done. I know there's tons of content coming, and I know the 2 games are not like at the same completion level. So I'm just gonna say, I hope in Monster Hunter Rise we're gonna get these grinding mechanics, because as someone who's coming in at the end of the World Iceborne content cycle when everything has been dumped and I'm just trying to like gun it to Fatalis and get the best gear there, all these other things I'm like, oh, these are cool, but like it's not worth me playing and grinding this out because I can just skip over to the next stage. And there's so many parts of Monster Hunter World where like I saw these cool like grindy mechanics that were designed for endgame at its time that just became irrelevant because of later content that came out. But as far as I know, Monster Hunter Rise doesn't really have anything like that right now. And I wish it did, because I'm one of the early players in Rise. So I'm like, oh, I could finally take advantage of these grind mechanics to really have fun. I'm not even in endgame Rise, so maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. All I'm saying is I hope I can experience these endgame grind mechanics at the time that they were intended to be released. And maybe that's what Safi is. Like I said, I have to look up guides to learn what I'm doing. So now my next goals are either grind out Safi to get a cooler switch axe, assuming the guides I find guide me to build one, or unlock master rank. So now I need to unlock my guiding lands are locked at level 5. I'm only master rank 60, 9 more levels, and it will unlock level 6, I think. And then I have to keep bumping up my master rank to get my guiding lands to level 7. And I think that's when I've unlocked all the monsters. And then master rank 100 unlocks more monsters. And then I can like scratch off the last things. So now you're also going to notice in my streams, I'm going to stop counting my feints and all that. We're going to keep the cringe counter. That's a Hey J feature now to this community. We're keeping the cringe counter, but I'm going to change everything on Monster Hunter World to be counting down how many things I have left. Oh, I almost forgot. On the on the multiplayer stream, I discovered the Linean Researcher. Like I revisited and realized I never submitted my photos, and I learned that there's like 3 ranks for photos. So I'm just like, oh man, this is a whole other little game that I can play and try out. So I'm going to count down how many photos are left, how many items are left, how many achievements are left, how many crowns are left. And I can't promise you, I am not pledging this, I can't promise you I'm going to get all those counters down to 0, but I think it's going to be cool to know how many things are left in this game for me to complete. And we're just going to count them down and see how close I get before another shiny pulls my attention. So that's it for this week. I'm not sure if we're going to have another world journal next week. All depends on progress. But until next time, keep it classy. Hunting season on Rajang is now open. Also the pickle. We can hunt the pickle as well.
Hiji hunts.
Welcome back, fellow hunters, to a Monster Hunter World journal series where there are now 12 monsters left for me to complete my pledge of hunting every monster in Monster Hunter World. Before this week, there were 14. Now there are 12 because I killed 2 of them. Where to start? So we're at the part in the end game where now I've kind of laid out the game plan. It's not about counting how many times I fail or forget to eat, or we're still counting the cringe. But now I'm counting down what is left on my to-do list so that I can finish pledge number 2 on this channel. And so I counted there was 14 monsters left as in last week. Last week was a very victorious week because Raging Brachydios fell, Safi fell. I'm even starting to see that I am beating the progress of some people that started long before me who are commenting that I am now getting further ahead in the game, which makes me feel kind of weird because I was like, man, I hated this game a couple months ago and now you're telling me I made it further than you. Catch up. Like, I shouldn't be, this just feels weird. So anyways, I put them in order of what I thought was easy. So Fatalis is at the bottom. And I realized Savage Joe is at the top. And I was like, you know what? Savage Joe, I've been terrified of him since I first seen him. I've never even tried to go hunt him. But nowhere, he probably is not as scary as Raging Brachydios or Raging Rajang. Are they both Raging? I feel like I'm getting that wrong. I feel like they have a different adjective. One is something Brachydios. I'm pretty sure it's a Raging. And the other one is definitely a Raging. Oh, it's a Furious Rajang. That's right. He's furious. So Savage Joe opened up with him. He was quite manageable, still hit hard, still kind of scary, but compared to Raging Brachydios and Furious Rajang, oh, the pickle was pretty nice. He was very comfortable to play with. And so Savage Joe fell and we scratched one off the list. Then I was like, oh, I totally forgot about Ancient Leshen, this high rank silly quest that I forgot in high rank. And everyone's like, does he know? Of course I didn't know. I'm like, I'm in full out master rank. I've seen death and walked away from it a few times with these endgame monsters. How bad can an ancient, like a higher rank monster really be? Well, I failed the Ancient Leshen and I don't know how I'm going to fight this thing. So I beat the original one and I'm like, okay, there's no way a high rank monster should be this powerful, but he is so dumb. I absolutely hate this fight. He's got the whole woods that keep you far away from him. And then when you're far, he shoots bats at you and then you move, you shoot more bats and then you move. And then he seeks Jagresses on you, and then he's still slapping you with some wood, and then the Jagresses jump on you, and you're just like trying to swing your axe and trying to have a good time, and he's just like, nope, and then he's like teleporting, and it's just a terrible fight. I absolutely hate it. I carded once because he pinned me, he just rooted me to the ground, and then it wasn't even a slap you're dead, it was a I got killed by crows. I just saw my health go do, and I was done. Ancient Leshen is on the stupid list. He's more stupid than the monkey. I hate this thing. I really don't want to fight it again. I might actually learn a ranged weapon just to this is a good idea. I need to learn a ranged weapon just so I can deal with this thing. I do not want to fight it again. I don't want to get up close. I just don't want to get up close. And I tried to get the fire. I tried to do the little whoosh to kill the birds. Doesn't work this time. It's not as good. So Ancient Leshen was a whole different level of bullshit. I don't like it. So after that, I was like, well, that left the sourest taste in my mouth. How bad can Furious Rajang really be in comparison? So we went up against Furious Rajang and he went monkey and he killed me in like 5 minutes. I was like, all right, let's wake up here. Let's wake up. Let's be serious. So I went back and I finally killed the super monkey. Last week, it was last week or the week before? I don't know. Recently, I killed the monkey. Now the super monkey's dead. There is only one more monkey beyond super monkey to take care of. But man, this week, we killed the monkey so many times. So I killed Furious Rajang, and then I opened it up to multiplayer, and we just hunted Furious Rajangs left and right. We failed multiple times, but finally Team HeyJ, which consists of 2 mods, myself, and that editor who makes all the jokes in this video, we all went together. We went in, we lost. Then we went in together. I think we won that time. We definitely won that time. We killed the Rajangs, and now I've got the HeyJ buff body. I can wear the Speedo like all of them, and I have to say I'm kind of bashful because I'm like, this kind of looks like me. I feel uncomfortable looking at myself in a buff body wearing almost no clothes, so it's a problem. So we didn't leave that on screen too long. So those were really my 3 attempts, which was more than enough. The rest has been really just grinding because I can't access all the other monsters. In fact, I tried to go after Master Rank Lunastra because a lot of you are like, no, you have to do Master Rank Lunastra. The last one didn't count. So I'm like, okay. She unlocks, I think, at Master Rank 70 or 80. Like, I can't even take her from the event quest. So I got to grind that Master Rank. We are at 67. 4 more monsters are supposed to unlock at 69. So I'm going to get there, and then we're really going to bring these numbers down on the list. So with nothing else to do, I finally decided, let's do the Monster Hunter movie quest. I've not seen the movie, but I've heard of its reputation. And it felt so Hollywood, and I say that in the worst possible way. Like the music of this quest, I'm just like, okay, this sounds overly dramatic. The voice acting, I'm like, oh, it's even more dramatic. The whatever the armor is, I'm like, this doesn't fit in this world. It's dramatic again. And then I fought a Black Diablos with dual blades, which I'm like, this does not feel like a Black Diablos. And I also shouldn't know how to use dual blades well enough to even survive against a Black Diablos. So this is just all sorts of wrong. I eventually killed it and opened another movie quest, which we're going to do some other time. The armor looked good on her despite not looking like it's part of the world. But then I put it on and it was like bright red because I had previously colored my armor to be red, and it just looked tacky and gross. I'm just like, I will never ever wear this. My dude looks way better with the buff armor than with the slender like leather. So really, what was the point of that? I guess it was just to say I've suffered with some of you that have done the movie quest, fellow hunters. Now I just have to do the movie and we will be at the same level of suffering. So from here, it's really, I think we're going to unlock the level 69 master rank for all of the new secret. Oh, then I actually have to level up the guiding lands so I can unlock these monsters. Oh man. So there's some grinding ahead of me, and then I have to grind out the axes to kill the Alatrion. But we'll get there. One step at a time. There's a reason they call this the grind. So journals are going to be a bit slower as I work my way to the ladder, but once I get access to these next 4 monsters, which are the Brute, Tgrix, Gold Rathian, Silver Rathalos, the Screaming Yan or something, those are the next 4 on my list. And I don't know, Ancient Lesson, I don't know what I'm going to do about you, but you're going to die. Maybe I'll get the sticky bowgun. That thing looks cool. Maybe it's time I learn a new weapon. Then I'll have more to talk about. So I'll see you in the next journal. And until next time, keep it classy. Doot, doot, doot. So there I was, little guy. I had my switch axe on the back. I was heading for the scared, how do you say it? The Super Yan Guran, or the weird bird. And then suddenly I was attacked by a simp.
Sniper monkey.
Legianna. Welcome back to another Monster Hunter World Journal, fellow hunters. I finally have a name for our Downy Crake. I'm calling him Crikey. I like it. So let's recap the journal. I didn't think that there would be a lot to talk about with a single monster down. By the way, our list is now down to 11. But I tried a new weapon. I went from switch axe to range, and I just spent an hour with it. And I was like, this is a very different game. This is all... so many new rules. I was blown away. So after my little encounter with the Ancient Lesson, aka the Ancient BS, I decided I didn't want to be anywhere near that thing. I was like, I'm gonna learn the way of the sticky ammo, because I've seen in my multiplayer some people that they just run around and then you see like basically the monster light up and then boom boom boom, and I was like, I want to do that to the Lesson. So I heard that the Furious Rajang light bowgun was a good candidate for where I was. I was like, all right, I got all these Furious Rajang parts that I don't know what to do with. Let's craft ourselves a gun and see what we can do with it. So I went into training and I was like, all right, you aim, you shoot. What else can you do with it? And everyone's like, it's a gun. That's all there is to it. It's all about managing your ammo after that. I was like, no. Like, I played the bow for a bit. There was the dodging, there was like the shooting the big ammo, and there was the reload. And they're like, nope, you just shoot. And if you double dodge quickly after your shot, you can recharge. So the mechanics of the bowgun were very quick to grasp. But my God, the item management of this thing was a whole different beast. So there's like several to a dozen different types of ammo, which I played with. And I was like, all right, I know what I want. I got my spread ammo, I got my sticky ammo, and I got my thunder ammo just to like see what that does. And I got my trank ammo that I could do. So I go and they're like, no, not all guns use all of the, not all guns are compatible with all ammo. And I was just like, oh, what? And I'm like, how do you know what's compatible? Like, where's in the menu? And like, go to the shop and buy one of each. And the one with an X on it means you can't use it. I was like, are you serious? That is the most inefficient way to know if your ammo is compatible. I have to go buy one from each shop and like try it in the gun and being like, nope. And finally I find what I want. I buy it. So whatever. I get the ammo I need, but then I realize there's levels to the ammo. So we get like sticky 1, sticky 2, sticky 3. You can buy sticky 1. I think you can buy sticky 2, but then you can only craft sticky 3. So then we had to build a radial menu wheel where we have sticky 1, but then we also have craft sticky 3. But then to craft sticky 3, you need gunpowder and like fire herbs, which now we have to craft that. And then they're like, yeah, you know that farm you've been ignoring for like who knows how long? You got to use the farm to make the crafting materials to put in your wheel to get the sticky thing, because you're gonna run out of ammo as you shoot things. And I was just like, oh my god. And then I'm like starting to wrap my head around, okay, I know the mechanics, I'm starting to know like the important things, and then they're like, oh, you got to change all of your skills. This is how chat sounds to me sometimes. You got to change all of your skills to get like Bombardier and all this. And I'm just like, I literally have just spent almost an hour at this point playing in the training ground, figuring out the whole other like half of the items that I've been ignoring in this game. And now you're telling me I have to relearn and rejig not just my decorations, but build new armor and all that. And I get it. I understand you have to optimize like all of that for the build of weapon. I understand that the weapon is very important. But for a guy who just wanted to try a weapon, I'm like, look, I'm not trying to min-max. I just want to go into a fight and see what happens. So they're like, all right, forget it. Forget the decorations. I think we could put some Bombardier on there. And I think that was it. It's like, okay, I've been in training for an hour. Let me just go shoot something to see if I even like this. So we went after our good old friend, the Great Jagras, in high rank. And it was pretty good. I might have got hit like a little bit. But for the most part, I was doing some good damage. I was learning that spread is when you're up close. I was managing all right. Thanks for everyone who like set up my radial menus and all that. And next thing I know, he died in the most anticlimactic way ever, which is you shoot him. Like, the gun is an anticlimactic weapon. You end the fight the same way as you open it, by going pew pew. And it's really unsatisfying. And I'm totally fine with that, because I'm just looking to cheese my way through monsters I hate with this. But then people were like, okay, now you have to go for like a more difficult monster. I was like, I just spent like an hour just trying to absorb the maintenance that is required for this weapon. You know what maintenance I need for the switch axe? It goes whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That's all you got to do. You just got to keep it sharp. But here you got so much stuff to manage. I'm just like, we're gonna put that on the shelf for now, and I think I will gradually learn when I need a break or when I need to change something up. We're gonna keep coming back to the light bowgun, and then there's the heavy bowgun, which I don't even know what that does differently, and we're gonna dip our toe in it a little bit. But I think I was doing better with the light bowgun than with the bow, but that's not saying much. Then we did a little bit of grinding. We unlocked the farm's 4th slot after doing a few quests that were not done, so that was fun. I always love unlocking things, even though I'm like in the end game, love unlocking things. In fact, when the stream ended, I was on a caffeine rush, and I didn't want to go to bed, so I'm like, but I didn't want to hunt monsters, like I didn't want to sweat and like get all the adrenaline, like. So I'm like, let's go fill out the canteen. I have 33 ingredients that I'm missing. And we just went off on a nice little adventure, and some people in the chat were guiding me of like, oh, you can find some beer here, you can find some veggies here, and we found I think 7 ingredients in total. So now I have 26 mystery items missing from my cantina that I am slowly stocking up and filling with, and I will have my full cantina soon. So that was fun. Through all of this, eventually my master rank went to 69, which triggered the quests against the Gloviness and the Brachydios. And I have to say, I think I'm in the end game of both Monster Hunters, and I can safely say I enjoy Monster Hunter World. There, I said it. I'm not trying to offend anyone, but I said it. That's my preference, because the feel of the weapon, and this is the key reason I like it more, outside of the whole list of other things. The way that the switch axe lands on the monster, like it just feels heavier. And this is so dumb, because my very first video I was like, oh, these weapons are so sluggish and feel heavy, but it feels heavy, and when it lands, it's satisfying. When you slap the head, like you can feel your power. In Rise, I'm like slapping, and then I'm like, what happened to my health? Where'd half my health go? You don't feel the punches. You don't feel the punches getting hit, and you don't feel the punches hitting you. In World, you just feel that contact so much more, and it is so much more satisfying. It's also very much more frustrating when you're getting hit. So like, I don't know what happened yesterday. I think a little bit of caffeine with like just the endorphins. I went into this level 69 quest with the Gloviness and the Brachydios, and it was like I was on the moon. I was singing with my switch axe, and it was just fun. And at one point, the chat was actually asking me to calm down because they had bet points that I would not cart, and I was getting a little bit too cocky, and we all know when I get cocky, I end up carting. Cocky J means carton. So I toned it down, but I was having so much fun. Like, these were like big monsters that I was just able to dodge, and like compared to the monkeys, they were so slow. It was like time stood still. It's like I was in ultra instinct mode, and I could just see the monster, and I'm just like, you're gonna get sliced here, you're gonna slice here, or you're gonna come at me here. Just see the punch. It felt so cool. I'm probably coming across as very dramatic, but that's what it felt like. It just felt, it did not feel like a sluggish game at all. It is crazy how you level up as a player. I know we all say this, but like, man, imagine feeling that on the monkey. Whoa, that's gonna be so cool. So I did that, and finally we've unlocked the next tier of monsters. I'm now at level 71 master rank. I was going to raise the guiding lands, and I realized they don't have cinematics. Everybody talked me out of it. There's 0 point for you to grind the guiding lands if your goal is just to kill them. If you're gonna kill them, just do them in event. And I was like, all right, there's no like cutscenes, there's no like build up, there's not like nothing, there's no difference. So I'm like, okay. So I went into the event quest for the scarred Yangaruga, and I did like the original Yangaruga. So I went into this with like, well, I like the original. How is this going to be? And I've only hunted it once on my own, so I was a little rusty. You know, I've been finding the monkey a lot. Of course, when I found it after like 10 minutes of looking for it, stupid Rajang shows his face. He's like, hey, remember me? You're gonna fight me? I'm like, no, throw poo at you, go away, leave me alone. It's time for new targets. Just like, get out of my space, man. He almost carded me too. And then off we go against, this thing was like a bird on steroids. Like, I thought I knew how birds move, and I remember that Yangaruga is a crossbreed of 2 weird things, and I forget if it was a Rathian and a Kulu, but there's a lot of parts where I'm like, that's a Rathian move, that's a Kulu move. Did these 2 get freaky? Because this is a weird bird. I was getting tossed a lot, and it was really tough to like position myself, because probably I was on my high of being cocky with the other monsters, but it was moving very fast and bombarding everything, and I had to like calm it down, step back, and just be like, all right, what's going on? Like, when it like flies would do bombs, it had a very new pattern. I don't think I carded, which is a miracle considering how much I was getting tossed around. But otherwise, it was a really fun fight. I think I was really terrified after doing Furious Rajang and Raging Brachydios. Like, these guys knocked the fight out of me. And that same night, I went against, I saw what Alatreon was all about. So everything scares me now in endgame, but honestly, like, everything I fought this week was comfortable, was fun. I was enjoying it. It was like the Yangaruga was a perfect challenge where I didn't feel like it was easy. I was definitely like up and stressed, and then I won, and it felt great. What else was on that level? I think there was something else. Oh, there was a Zonogur, but we didn't bump into him. Music was solid. I was really sad that there was no armor for it. I was like, oh, where's the armor? And apparently there's no armor because it's just basically a tempered thing, a tempered monster. So anyways, scratch one more off the list. We have 11 left. I'm not sure how I'm going to deal with the Brute Tgrix and the other 2, like if it's going to be a comfortable challenge. I've heard things, so my expectations are still like cautious about going this, but once we knock those 3 down, it just keeps like I feel like the bar just keeps rising in terms of difficulty. I was just like, what am I going to do? These black dragons, they're coming at me, and I'm just like, I'm running out of things to do to procrastinate going for them. So I'm really worried about how I'm going to do this, because I'm hearing I'm going to be like streaming against these black dragons for potentially a month before I beat them. So it sounds really depressing going after it. The last thing I did, or not the last thing, but the last thing to talk about is the Monster Hunter movie quest. I finally went back, did the second one. It was a massive Rathalos. I was really hoping to kill it because I'm like, oh, here's my gold crown Rathalos. But you don't kill it. You just kind of shoo it away. Again, it's a movie quest. It really, the only good thing about this, and I'm not even an original Monster Hunter fan, it has really cool music that people say it's from the first game. I just like the retro like sound of it. I was like, okay, I like the fact that I got this music and got some poses to play with and all that. So check that off the list. More cosmetics won. More progress has been made. Now we are, I think the next goal for me is really to get to level 100 master rank. Some people have suggested to do everything and finish Fatalis, like let Fatalis be the final thing. So that means potentially doing Arc-Tempered Velikana before Fatalis. I don't know if that's crazy. I would love to like wrap up this whole journey by finishing with Fatalis, but people say you do Arc-Tempered Velikana after Fatalis. So I'm not sure what happens there. Lots of stress to happen, lots of challenges to come, but we're getting there. I say I'm almost at the end, but it's like the last 5% that's going to be probably the hardest 5%. So join me next week as we go after the Brute Tgrix, the Gold Rathian, I think, and the Silver Rathalos. It's going to be a busy night. I'll see you then, and otherwise, until next time, keep it classy. It's been weeks since our first encounter with Alatreon, where he swept us aside like we were a little mosquito, but the day of our revenge is closing in. Isn't that right, Crikey?
No.
Hunts. Welcome back to another Monster Hunter Journal, where I document my entire journey through Monster Hunter World and Iceborne. Now we are getting into the final monsters left on my list. Last time I think there was maybe 11 or 12. Now there are 7 left. There was a lot of progress done this past week, and I have to say we are getting very close. My sights are set on Black Dragon number 1, and I think I might be crazy enough to take him on next week or next journal and finish him. But let's get into the updates. So first thing, I've been talking about fashion hunting for months now, and this entire time I've been walking around with this disfigured piece of armor in endgame. I was like, this is no way to take on black dragons. We gotta dress the part. We gotta look like a certified professional hunter. We gotta bring some class to the fight. So I played around with layered armors, and my options were limited, but I found myself a nice beret, and then I got the whole like the lovely one with the flowers, and I got it to match with the beret with the nice yellow. And so now I got some nice dress pants. I've got like this beautiful tux. I am looking sharp, classy, would be proud of what I'm wearing. I am so happy. Like the strawberry samurai look and Rise has been going strong. And I realized in World I was a little bit sloppy with my appearance, but now we're dressed for success and I am getting really ready for Alatreon. On top of that, I have discovered what I think will be my last mechanic in Monster Hunter World, and those are augments. I finally made it high enough to use and unlock augments, and I've unlocked the health regen augment, or regenerate on my, I think I can only do it on rank 11 weapons, so I did it on my Frostfang axe. So now this stuff is so cool. I hit things and I heal. I was like, oh my god, I never need potions again. And then I went on a monster and I died pretty quick. But no, it's really awesome. So I am not in the optimal setting to take on Alatreon, but I've got way more tools and skills than I had the first time I met him when it was a complete wipeout. Also, I have to say, actually, before I get into the monsters that we got into, let's talk about the multiplayer stream, because we did some progress there. Remember Ancient Leshen that made me look at a gun and say, do I have to learn how to use this? Well, enough of you have said Ancient Leshen is a fight designed for multiplayer. You get a green light, you get to go multiplayer and take that on. So I'm like, all right, let's go. Got some buddies together and we went after Ancient Leshen and we took that tree down. We turned it into lumber. It was night and day, the challenge. Like, it was actually manageable and it was pretty easy to take on Ancient Leshen with 4 people, because now all that aggro isn't on just one person and you can actually kind of manage what you're doing. So Ancient Leshen off the list. Next up, we were on a multiplayer high. I'm like, all right, next up we go for Extreme Behemoth. Let's go. And we wiped. We did not do so well on the Extreme Behemoth. Another high rank monster that I'm like, how are these high rank monsters so hard? We're going in with, okay, here's the problem. The problem is we're not collectively good as a team to dodge the supernova. It's not even an armor thing. This is legit a skill thing. And I have been guilty for dying a lot in this, where on one part, I was actually hiding on the wrong side of the rock because I thought you always have to keep the rock between you and the behemoth. But at one point he put the supernova behind me and I'm like hiding behind the rock. And then they're like, no, you're on the wrong side of the rock. And then I got nuked and I caused this to fail. So it went around. I think every single person that tried this in multiplayer with me, we all at one point or another carded. So it was just really tough to dodge that enough times. Otherwise, we were doing good progress. At one point, the tail flew off. We were in the final stages of killing Extreme Behemoth, and we just kept messing up on dodging that supernova. So he's still on our hit list, but I'm pretty sure he's going to go down as soon as we get a little bit of practice in and dodging those supernovas. Now, fast forward to this past week, I took down the next set of monsters that unlocked after I increased my hunter rank, my master rank, past 69. So I got access to Brute Tgrix, Golden Rathalos, Silver Rathian, and these were the targets for the week. Brute Tgrix, I was like, okay, this could be scary because I struggled a lot with the original Tgrix in this game, and I haven't really fought him again to get much practice. So I went in, but this time I was like, ooh, we're going to get ready for the roar. So I put in level 5 earplugs, and man, that was some sweet, that was a smart upgrade because I went in there. It was not challenging at all. He was roaring constantly. Like every 2 seconds I looked at him, he was just roaring. And I'm just like, all right, you keep roaring. I'm just going to switch my axe on you and keep beating you. And I don't even think I carded once on him. My editor will probably find a cart if I did, but it felt very easy, way easier than the first one. Those earplugs were really magical. So it was a good time. Side thing, as I look at my little crikey here, I actually was able to catch. I guess it is a hunt. I have my own Downy Crake now in the game. So I needed it for some of my ingredient quests that I was doing. So I'm trying to get all my ingredients in the canteen. And you have to catch one of these little guys. So I did a quest after failing to find him in the wild. I did a quest where you like have him riding on the grandpas. And we caught him. So now I've got a Downy Crake in real life and in my virtual life. So with Brute Tgrix down, I went into Gold Rathian. I was like, all right, what's gonna happen here? I never know what to expect from these endgame monsters. But honestly, here's the thing. Because I went after Rajang and Furious Rajang specifically, there was, and then Raging Brachydios, because I did those so early, they have like buffed me up because every monster I fought after those two have been super comfortable to fight. Where I'm just like, I think I played these out of order because everything feels like I feel stronger than all of these. All except Golden Rathian. I don't know if I've been saying that wrong. I think I mixed them up. The Golden Rathian really punished me. This thing was crazy. It has like, so usually the Rathian like flips the tail. This one does like a Disco Inferno tail in the air. And it was really difficult to kind of figure out what it's doing. It was poisoning me all the time, fireballing me. I carded twice. I actually had to get the feline insurance because I was sure I was going to card a third time. I was struggling to keep it tenderized too so that I could do things, so I could do more damage on it. It was just not a good fight. I struggled a lot. I was getting knocked and stunned a lot. It was hard. I was like, oof. I don't want this to be another wall. But somehow I guess I damaged it enough before the first 2 carts, because after that I went in and it went down pretty quick. But man, what a step up from like Rathian and Pink Rathian, Golden Rathian, a whole different Rathian. I'm still not sure. People said I didn't figure out the mechanic, which was at one point the throat is like glowing and that's when you're supposed to hit it. Fair, I didn't. I noticed the throat glowing, but I wasn't effective in like hitting it. So I'm sure I could do a lot better on it, but I was not really enjoying that fight, especially the fact that you have to fight it in this like really enclosed kind of arena, which is Nergigante's nest. I did not like that part. Like there's so many parts where I was against the wall. And I always say this, when I'm against the wall, I'm going to cart soon because I've carted so many times from being stuck between the monster, the wall, and the camera doing weird things. Like I've just learned avoid walls at all costs because damn, those things, they always hurt me. So with Golden Rathian out of the way, everybody was saying Silver Rathalos is worse than Golden Rathian. Like everybody mentioned having more troubles hunting the Silver Rathalos over the Golden Rathian. I was like, oh my God, I had so much trouble with the Golden Rathian. What is this Rathalos going to be like? So I went in. Of course, it's the same damn nest, the same nest. And I went in, I'm like, all right, it's time to use all my tricks. So I lined it up so I could get a wall bang off the opening. I jumped on it. I got a bunch of zero-sum discharge. I tenderized the face, and I kept using, like, I have weakness exploits. I kept hitting things in the weak spots and just getting that damage up. And Silver Rathalos was a comfortable fight. Like, I had fun with it. I was able to see its attacks. I was able to dodge them. And I honestly don't understand, because when it comes to the two, I think Golden Rathian is a lot harder than Silver Rathalos. I would fight Silver Rathalos over Golden Rathian any day at this point. So, yeah, I enjoyed Silver Rathalos. It was a good fight. It really did enjoy it. It felt comfortable again. So after all of this was done, I was like, all right, Alatreon, it's been a while. Like, the last time I went against Alatreon, I was master rank 24. I had not fought Rajang. Well, I had not killed Rajang. Like, all these monsters I hadn't killed in endgame. Now I'm level 76 or so. I've upgraded my armor. I've upgraded my skill with the switch axe. I have so much more knowledge. I'm like, let's just see how much the gap has shrunk. Because before, I couldn't even see the end of the gap. It felt like a limitless ocean. So I went into this Alatreon fight with the entire intent. My entire intention was to study it. I'm like, I'm not going to win this fight. Let's just see if I can last longer and figure out what I'm doing. And man, I have to say, night and day, like the first one, I got destroyed. I can't say I learned much other than I was severely underprepared in the first fight. But this fight, I actually was able to see this dragon and what it was doing. I'm like, okay, it's got a dragon attack. It charges. I can dodge that. Oh, it's the lightning attack. I can dodge that. He goes, always 2 lines. Oh, he's got the ice attack where it's like a direct blast and then icicles. I can dodge that. Oh, he's got the water. Like, all the attacks, I was starting to see them. I'm like, all right, this is where I need to be for that. This is where I need to be for that. So I learned about the patterns, and I also learned I had a good switch axe for elementals. So chat helped me out by saying you need like good elemental DPS. So we had the Frostfang axe with ice attack +4 on it, I think. So I was dealing like 200 damage with each axe to the face. But now I understood that, okay, there's a timer basically where you have to knock off the horns to prevent it from doing a supernova or something. I failed. I did not knock the horns off, and the first supernova killed me. But that was a success to me, because I was like, if I can get to this first supernova, that is way better than what I did the first time. So I got knocked out by the supernova, which the game offers you the worst advice ever. They're like, oh, here comes something big, better start using your potions. And I'm like, all right, I got my potions ready, and then I'm just dead. And I was like, what's the point of that? I can't use potions while I'm insta-death. So then I went back in after the supernova, and I'm like, oh, I gotta knock these horns off. So now, phase 1 was let's study. Okay, I see all the patterns. Phase 2 was, can I hit the horns often enough? And the answer was no, because I got supernova'd again, and that wiped me out. So I actually saw 2 supernovas, double the success of my initial expectation. So now as I'm reflecting, I'm like, okay, Alatreon, I see the end. I see the gap. It's no longer an endless ocean. I see land now. I'm understanding where my gap is. It's not like an overwhelming terror anymore. Now it's I need to damage your face more. How do I do that? I know what you're going to do with the attacks. How am I going to position and take advantage of this fight where you're moving very fast, you're unleashing a lot of damage? How do I navigate this and smash your face a lot? So that's my priority, because now that is a skill problem. That is not an armor problem. That is not an armor skill problem. That is a player problem, and that I can solve easily. I just need to practice. So the next time I'm going into this stream, I'm going in with the intent to kill Alatreon, and I know I'm not where I'm supposed to be. I know I can have much better armor, but I feel with my current loadout, I should be able to win if I can close my skill gap that needs to be closed, and it feels within reach. So join me next time, because we're going after Alatreon with the intent to kill my first black dragon and close the gap on my pledge and get closer and closer to Fatalis. I am so excited to take this thing on. I no longer feel fear. I feel excitement. So let's do this. Let's go after Alatreon. I'll see you on that stream or the next journal. And until then, keep it classy.
You are going to kill me. Just like that?
Well, I'm back from my challenge on Alatreon. You guys all said those black dragons hit different. Well, let me just show you how different it hit me.
Perishes.
58 times I died to this dragon, so says my editor, who was enjoying writing down timestamps of every time I died. 58 times. I think I've died to this single monster more times than I fainted in the entire journey to get to this monster. Welcome back to another Monster Hunter World Journal. Oh my god. This was a very interesting fight. 4-hour stream. All I fought was Alatreon, and spoilers, I did not win. I came close, but I did not win. So the whole goal of this fight was I recognize I am not in my optimal setting. And I studied the fight of Alatreon where I understood the mechanics. He has 3 phases, Fire, Dragon, Ice. You have to inflict a certain amount of elemental damage to topple him so that you can survive his supernova, otherwise you insta-die. And then the second part is you have to break his horns when he's in dragon mode so that he stops changing into ice mode, where if you have my ice weapon, you cannot inflict damage. So I understood the mechanic, and I was like, I have this pretty nice switch axe with so I watched a lot of math videos, like specifically Gaijin Hunter's math to beat Alatreon, and I looked at my numbers and I'm like, well, I don't seem that underleveled. Like, sure, my defense is under 1,000, but my switch axe has 600 something elemental attack, and you add in a few like crits and sharpness and all that, and it gets up there in terms of how much damage I can do. So I'm like, if I can topple Alatreon, I can theoretically win this match. I was like, can I do that?
No.
So I went into this fight with the sole goal of seeing if I could topple it. And the first hour, it did not look so good. I was getting trampled on a lot, but what was happening at the same time is I was learning how to move around Alatreon. And I have to say, like, the fact that I played this guy 4 hours straight and didn't want to rage quit is really telling at how well designed this monster is. Because when I fought Rajang, I wanted to rage quit. When I fought a lot of other monsters that gave me trouble, I wanted to rage quit because it was frustrating. I was super frustrated. But with Alatreon, I was never frustrated with the monster. I was frustrated with myself because I would always see like, I should have been moving here. I should have been moving here. And that kind of frustration makes you want to go, let me try one more time. Let me try one more time. And it felt honestly like, if you've seen my Castlevania runs, I ran into a lot of bosses which were very difficult. But once you learn the mechanic or the pattern and you can execute as a player, you can overcome it. It was that very same feeling with Alatreon where I'm like, I see what he's doing. I know what I need to do. I just have to execute it. And the more I went up against them, the more like I was able to do it. And after an hour of trying in stream, finally he toppled. I was like, I can actually hit the DPS check. This is doable. And then I think like the whole crowd, no, the first thing I did, sorry. The first thing I did is I broke his horn off, which that got everyone, I'm like, oh my God, I just did progress. I knocked off his horn. And people were like saying in the voice chat in Discord, people apparently were like going like screaming or something. So, and then shortly after that horn break, I got the topple. So I'm like, I can break his horn. I can topple it. I can do the pieces. Now I just got to bring it all together and execute right. And it was such an intense night. There's one fight, and it was always learning too. So at first it was learning how to dodge, and then how to do like more. I wasn't focusing so much on the horn, but like, okay, how do I get damage in without getting hit? And then people were like, you're forgetting your mantles. So I'm like, oh, yeah, gotta get my mantles on. And then at one point I was trying to go at wall banging, and people were like, don't try to do wall bang. That's too complicated. I'm like, okay, back it up. Let's not do wall bang. Then I learned about the donut, the fire donut. And at first I was like, people were like, that's too complicated. And they told me what it was. I was like, oh, I'm not trying that. But once I started getting comfortable with like moving around most of his attacks, I was like, let me try getting in the donut. And I got into the donut a few times, and I'm like, oh my God, there's so much space here. His face is here, and it just stays here for like 3 to 5 seconds that I can just smash it. I love the donut, and I made it a point to get better at always being in that donut because it gives you so much room for DPS. It's just a good place to be. The mechanic that I would say gave me the most trouble and still does is when he flies out. So if there's a match where he's flying a lot, I have troubles doing any kind of damage on him, and I don't know how to deal with it. So at one point I did try to bring flash pods and smoke pods, which were mixed results. The smoke bomb, for example, people are like, if you drop it and hide in it, he'll come and look for you. He'll come to the ground, look for you. So I dropped my first smoke bomb, and he just went whoop, fireball, and just like destroyed everything around the smoke bomb. I was like, well, that didn't work. So I have not seen a lot of success with the smoke bomb, and the flash pod, it blinds him, like it just brings him down and blinds. I ran out of flash pods or something, or I couldn't use them well enough. People were also saying, oh, when he takes off, you can flinch him in the air. I'm not good enough to do that yet. Another major hurdle that I came across was how I use my switch axe. And wow, this boss is so well designed. If you don't know how to use your weapon properly, it will spank you. And this is when I realized I did not know how to use my switch axe as well in World as, let's say, in Rise. I was trying to stay in sword mode a lot, and I know in sword mode you drain, and then if you let it drain too long, you lock up in that reload animation, which is almost insta-death in an Alatreon fight. So when I kept running into that, I'm like, okay, it's time to, like, how do I optimize this? Because in Rise I've done it so I have a combo where I know how to like charge it back up, but I actually didn't know how to charge it that well. I didn't know how to charge it in World. I'm like, am I just supposed to swing my axe? Because people are like, oh, I never use axe on Alatreon. I learned that I just have to keep it in axe. So when I'm running around in axe, let's say, it's recharging. If I'm rolling around in axe, it's recharging. And yes, sometimes you can get some swings in axe. It's not necessary to always be in sword mode. So I started using my switch axe way more with the whole switch thing, so much that some people commented, oh, he's actually looking like a switch axe user. And in that round, we got 2 or 3 topples. We broke both horns. People said, even I didn't see it, but people said he was dropping pods. And this was the round where I thought I was going to win. Well, I didn't think I was going to win, but everyone's like, you are so close to winning. You've got this. And of course I choked. I died. And I think I died to the supernova too, which was really frustrating. I don't know if I could survive it or if I had just like failed the DPS check, but it was really disappointing. So I'd come close, but not good enough. At this point I was completely drained, and my reflexes were getting slower and slower as the night went on. I was dying faster. I never kind of hit that peak again, and that was roughly 2.5, maybe 3 hours into the stream that I got like that good run. So there was a lot of learning, a lot of emotions. It was a great fight. I actually really love this fight. As much as I died, and there was just so much learning to be had, and I can't wait because I know it's all going to click together and I'm going to be able to take this thing down. So the next week I'm going in refresh. I might have some better like gear, assuming my grinding went well. And I really look forward to overcoming Alatreon because I see it. So it started off with, it's an ocean. How the heck am I going to do this? To there is land now. I can see the land. To now I'm like, I just got to close this gap. Like I just got to jump and I'm going to be over. Like it's so close to being over. What a freaking rush of a game. Like these feelings are great. So before I leave, I did set out a challenge for the Hey J community because when I started the stream with Alatreon, the vast majority of people were against me. They said my build was not good enough, or maybe they were saying my skill was not good enough, which is fair. But they were saying you have no chance in being Alatreon with that gear, and the fact that I came close made me believe that it was doable. So I set out a challenge to the Hey J community. If anybody can do the Alatreon fight with my full build and a switch axe, very specific with a switch axe, because you can only do so much DPS with switch axe, I will include you in this video. So there were quite a few entries, quite a few successes. There are a lot of good players out there, far better than I, who had no troubles beating this challenge. Some of you, I think, even did this run naked. So shout out to all of you. I do not have all the name as of this recording, but we will now be compiling all the winners of the challenge right here. So editor, do your thing. Congratulations to all, and thank you for participating in the Hey Jay Challenge. If you like that, I guess we're going to have to do some more Hey Jay Challenges down the road. Otherwise, I'll see you on the next journal or the Alatreon stream. And until next time, keep it classy. Well, we're done.
Alatreon's readying a big attack. Get your healing items ready.
No!
You may look forward to more of this.
Doot, doot, doot. After a 6 months journey to get to him and 3 weeks of pounding my head against this dragon, it's finally dead.
Fighting harder. Push it farther. Cut, punch, it's the ultimate battle. There is no meaning, what matters is just this fight.
Legianna. Welcome, gamers. Let me tell you a story of my struggle against the Black Dragon and how this was the hardest gaming challenge I have ever done in my life so far. Outside of a few, nope, it's definitely the hardest one. I spent 10 hours fighting this dragon nonstop, just grinding against this dragon, and that doesn't even count grinding to prepare for the dragon, which is another 8 hours. Just fighting the dragon itself, 10 hours. If you add in grinding, it's somewhere like 20 hours of preparation for this thing. So this is by far the hardest thing I have had to do in any game, and especially in Monster Hunter. So this is the final journal before I begin the Fatalis arc, because I expect we need a specific arc for Fatalis, because after just the first Black Dragon, all the trouble he gave me, I think Fatalis deserves his own journal series, because it's probably going to be more than one or two. So let's take it from the start, right? Black Dragons were a thing I always knew would be incredibly difficult, and just to get a flavor of what the difficulty of a Black Dragon is, when I completed the story of Monster Hunter World Iceborne, I went to go see what Alatreon looked like, and I think I was a Master Rank 24 at that point, and that match lasted a whole 2 to 3 minutes, if I recall, and I got destroyed. I made a journal about how I felt that the difference in skill and power, like for me to get there, I couldn't even see land. It was a sea to get to Alatreon. So that was my very first impression of this Black Dragon. From there, I started grinding. Along the way, we met a raging Brachydios, which was a whole thing. We met the monkey, the stupid monkey, who has also scarred me, but prepared me. And we got more gear, we got more skill, we learned how to use the Switch Axe better. And at one point, after I've killed pretty much most of the endgame monsters, tempered monsters aside, so we got the Silver Rathalos and the Golden Rathian out, I was at about Master Rank 70 something, and I was feeling good. Ever since the monkey got killed, the super monkey got killed, I was like, everything was kind of falling into step, and I was like, how much better have I gotten? And can I actually take on this Alatreon? And for the most part, everyone said, no, you can't, you suck, don't even try it, you're not even Master Rank 100, you fool, you don't even have augments. And then there was a small minority which were like, no, you got a good axe and you got like health augments. Go for it. You can do it. Let's see you. Cheering you on. So in my first week one attempt, I went in to see, so I actually went out and learned what was needed for Alatreon, which meant learning the mechanics of toppling Alatreon, breaking the horns, the whole cycling, and his whole supernova judgment attack. So I understood what now I needed to do in the fight to understand if I actually stood a chance against this thing. So week 1, I go in and I'm just learning the patterns. So we're studying it, learning how to dodge. Okay, you got to roll this way. All right, he does this, he does fire, he does water, he does everything. Went in with some blight resistance, so I couldn't get all these, like the multicolor of blights on myself. And for the most part, I was actually learning pretty well on how to dodge him. But the ultimate question remained of, am I good enough and is my gear good enough to actually invoke the topple? Because if I can't get a topple, that means I'm not doing enough elemental damage to actually like warrant winning this fight. So after about 1 or 2 hours of fighting Alatreon back to back, I succeeded in getting my first topple. And that was the moment where I went, I should be able to kill this dragon. That was the moment where I'm like, I do not need to grind theoretically. The problem now is with the player skill, which is something that I can power through by just practicing and getting better. To reinforce that point, I created a challenge for the community and I said, use my gear and let's see if you guys can be Alatreon. And a lot of people did. We did a video, a compilation, and I think there was 20, 30 people who did it, some with less effort than others. So I'm like, okay, that reaffirms everything. It's me. I'm the problem. The gear is good. We should be all set to take on Alatreon. So I went into week 2 with a newfound confidence of I knew what the moves were like. I knew that I had the right gear on. Now it was just let's close the skill gap. And then after that first week, like there was so much progress made where I was actually surviving and I was actually learning. It felt great. So I went into week 2. And week 2, I was sure I was going to win, and it still didn't happen. I was getting tossed around. I was losing. And if I have to define week 2 in this Alatreon journey of 3 weeks, it was pure frustration. I was actually getting very angry and frustrated with myself, and I was very much doubting myself. So this entire Monster Hunter journey, I've never really been about optimizing. I've just been playing and trying to figure it out. Like if you watch my early gameplay when I started this thing, I didn't know what I was doing. I was rolling, I was hacking and slashing with whatever I could, but I got by. And it's through that attitude and that trial and error that I got by through the past 50 plus monsters that I've slayed. Has it been glamorous? Not at all. Do I know what I'm doing? Not at all. But I was slaying the monsters. I was having fun, which is very important. And I was progressing. And so by week 2, I was so uncertain about if I could kill the black dragon, and the fact that I knew my gear was good and it was all on me. I was a lot more receptive as a streamer to the feedback where people were criticizing how I was playing. This is something I only realized in hindsight, because for the rest of the journey, I just kind of went along with it, and I would take the chat or the community's feedback here and there, but to the most part, I kind of like played around with it myself, took some feedback. Oh, this doesn't work. Oh, this does work. And through like a weird amalgamation of all that, I would power through. With Alatreon, I really like lost all my confidence in myself, and I completely relied on what chat was telling me, which was a mistake, because at this point, everything I had learned, I was questioning. I was like, well, maybe I don't know how to use this. Maybe like my method isn't good. Maybe I have to rethink. And I was trying to play in a way that was new to me. So for example, I started this game, I would only play Switch Axe in Axe mode, for example. And there is a certain meta, and a lot of people joke that you never use Axe mode because all of your DPS comes from sword mode. And to an extent, that's true. The sword does more damage. And I eventually in Endgame learned in Iceborne, learned how to use the sword a little bit more. But now when you're saying don't use axe in Alatreon, in my mind, I'm like, I am losing because I'm morphing to my axe. And what that was causing now was that in my sword mode, I would constantly be stuck in the manual reload, which wasn't as much as an issue before because I was doing the switching to axe and sword naturally. I was recharging my gauge without ever, honestly, in the last 100 plus hours, I never really looked at my gauge because it just worked. But now in Alatreon, I was finding myself always manually reloading, which left me open to attacks. And I have people that are telling me, use sword mode, and almost belittling me because I'm using axe mode. And I'm like, this doesn't make sense. You have to go in axe mode to recharge. Like, I learned how to recharge my gauge properly. I'm like, you have to sheath your weapon or go into axe mode. So there was this frustration of my skill wasn't good enough, and I couldn't interpret the feedback from chat. And when you're frustrated, you interpret feedback maybe more negatively than usual. So all of that just led to week 2 being kind of really like soul crushing of I couldn't get this dragon down. And so off we went. I went grinding for a good 8 hours. I'm like, I'm going to try to get some new armor. A lot of people said, try the Safi set. So I tried to grind the Safi set. After 10 hours, I was not successful in grinding out the Safi set. I was not successful in grinding out the Silver Rathalos set. And the only set I did manage to grind out was the Golden Rathian one, which Gaijin Hunter recommended to me for Divine Blessing, which ultimately just makes you a little bit less squishy, which in this case, that's fine because I was getting hit a lot and I was dying, and that's the problem, as well as I wasn't doing enough damage. So enter week 3. At this point, I had reflected on the fact that I had lost confidence in myself, and I was like, no more. I'm going to play the way I always played. And it also helped that I saw other people who took my challenge. They were playing in what some would consider sloppy, where they were using sword mode and axe mode. And I was like, what? They're using it and they have my gear. And that's when I realized my playstyle is not that bad, that I could actually overcome this challenge without being awesome. And so I went in with a newfound appreciation for just believing in myself, as cheesy as that sounds. And I've also come out of, I was ending my Rise pledge. And in Monster Hunter Rise, I did a lot of off-screen grinding to kind of close the master rank or the hunter rank gap there. And through that grinding, I really learned to kind of tighten my switch axe gameplay to the point where I could get into a fight and like swing my switch axe so comfortably. I really wish I could have carried that over in World. And I realized I was not as comfortable in World as I was in Rise with my switch axe. So I did a little bit of off-screen grinding for 4 hours while I was trying to get the Golden Rathian armor. And I found a little bit more of a balance of how I like to play that was a little bit more refined, so I could get in Alatreon, do what I needed to do, and get out in a little bit more comfortable fashion. So all of that combined finally brought me into this fight on week 3, and the Golden Rathian armor was there. But on one, I'm like, I'm just going to try again with my base armor that I've been wearing the last 3 weeks and that everyone else did, because if I would have put on the Golden Rathian armor with Divine Blessing and won that way, it would have been a valid win, but I would have felt like it would have invalidated all my other efforts that I was doing. So for a good 1 or 2 hour, I did it. I had one good run. The adrenaline was running high. I was sweating like crazy, and I lost, and I was like, ugh, I can't believe I'm still losing. Like, you know, the tension is building, and there's only so much like adrenaline rushes you can get. Like after that rush that on week 3 that I got that I didn't kill him, I realized, and this is actually kind of gross, we're gonna get into some biology. I realized this game is giving me adrenaline rushes, and I realized after the adrenaline rush, you get all sweaty and it's gross and your body's like shaky, your heart rate's all weird, and this is gross. You get smelly. Like I used to go to esports tournaments, and like the fighting games and the Smash community, you know, they have a reputation, people joke, oh, people don't shower. I think I started reflecting on that. I was like, is it that they don't shower, or is it that the competitive nature of this place makes everybody have adrenaline rushes and now they smell? And it has nothing to do with shower. It has a thing to do with the byproduct of your body reacting to the adrenaline. So now like I'm all like, maybe the Smash community does shower. They are very clean people. It's probably a combination of both, honestly. Some people shower, some people don't shower, and some people just probably get smelly from adrenaline rushes. So Monster Hunter has helped me discover a new thing about myself, which is not very flattering, but I thought I would share that with all of you because, hey, it's the internet, why not? So gamer sweat aside, I was a little bit at the point where I'm like, yeah, I'm getting like in my streams, my personal stamina decreases. So I know if like 2 hours in I have not killed the dragon, my chances just keep getting slimmer and slimmer. So we took a little break. We went off and we watched some YouTube videos, if I recall correctly. And then we came back. I was like, all right, let's do one more. And at this point, I'm not looking at chat anymore. As of week 2, I don't look at chat during fights anymore. I'm just focused. I'm in the zone. I got to kill this dragon. And this thing was going on for like 30 minutes. And at this point, like I'm still slaying him. I had increased the research level of Alatreon where people were telling me I should see the skull when he's weak. So I'm fighting. It's 30 minutes now. I'm drained. We're still like going. I feel like I'm playing good, but like I've carded a few times. His horns are broken. Like we're running out of options here. This dragon needs to die. I can't keep going through these judgments anymore. And there's no skull appearing. And I'm really at the point where I'm starting to question myself of, if I die, I don't want to do this again. Like I do not have another one in me tonight to like do another massive round against this dragon. And like, that's the desperation creeping in. I'm like, I can't lose. but like this is going on. I'm probably going to lose and I can't fail. That's going to be week 3. And like all of this doubt was coming. And then a voice in me was like, stop it. Stop doubting. Focus. Just kill this thing. Focus. I'm like, how is the skull not going? Like I'm playing so well and I don't feel like I'm getting closer to the goal. And while all of this is going on in my head, finally I just one hit out of nowhere. And then like the victory music and he dies. And I'm just blown away and shocked out because the skull didn't show up. All this going on in my head and I'm just like, oh my God, it's finally happened. And all of that emotional thing, just the dam of emotions of 3+ weeks of all of this stuff just broke through. I'm like, I can't believe it's over. I can't believe it's over. So that is my Alatreon rush in a nutshell. And from this, I did want to share a bit of a message. And I'm hesitant to call it toxicity because I don't think the people who watch my streams are necessarily toxic, but my Alatreon experience and my fight probably introduced me to what I interpreted as the most toxic energy that I felt, because nowhere in my playthrough has anyone criticized my playstyle as much as on Alatreon. And maybe I was just taking it more personally. But we are in endgame, and I understand that like the margin of error gets smaller and smaller as you get to endgame. So my own expectation myself is I need to be more and more like, oh. And the comments that were starting to creep up in the Alatreon fight, especially like after week 2, of people either like just criticizing me of like, you got to play this way, you got to do it this way. It really, it was starting to take away from my experience, because that with a combination of my confidence in my playstyle was no longer there. And honestly, it was the first time I had to shut it out and say, I'm going to play this game the way I want to. Like if I was not on stream right now, I wouldn't have all this input. I would probably not be playing optimally with max minning my gear and all that. I would just be trying until I got it. So I actually had to consciously push that away. And that was unfortunately the most negative experience I've had in this thing. And if that is the most negative I'm ever going to have, like that is a blessing, because it could get so much worse than that. But I just had to share that, like, you know, just be aware of that. If you are ever offering advice on stream, just always kind of be aware that if you're saying you need to play like this, that's not usually very helpful advice, and it can come across as toxic. So it's better to maybe just give pointers and tips and let other people play the way that they seem to play most naturally. So with Alatreon out of the way, I finally said, it's time to go see our friend Fatalis. Let's see what this is all about. I've heard that the gap between Alatreon and Fatalis is massive. And so my first impression of Fatalis is already like, this thing is going to be terrifying. I also was not expecting to actually kill Alatreon before Master Rank 100, so we're in a bit of a weird spot where I actually have quite a bit of content to finish before I go back and take on Fatalis properly, because I think I'm at Master Rank 84 now. But Fatalis, we went in, I got my lore, I got my cutscenes, I got to see him in action, and he's not as fast as Alatreon, first of all, as a first impression, so I'm like, oh? I can move around and I can observe him. And there's a few times like he stuck his head on the ramp, I don't know how to call that. And I was like, that's an opening. I can boop his head. And I was like booping his head. And then like, of course he like had this massive flame attack that I had to dodge. But I was like, oh, there's a lot of mechanics. He's moving slow. I'm like, I think with enough time and practice and learning, I can overcome this. It wasn't the same impression as Alatreon where I got just wiped out of the floor. I went to Fatalis. I was like, I see an opening there. I see an opening there. We just got to start connecting things. So I'm already, I don't know. I lasted 8 minutes against Fatalis, and honestly, that is a lot longer than I was expecting. So my initial impression of Fatalis is not that there's an ocean, just I need to practice and learn. But before I do all of that, I need to finish all the content of Monster Hunter World Iceborne, because I really do see Fatalis as my personal final boss. So I want to clear out all the other monsters. I want to get to Master Rank 100. I want to get all my augments. I want to wear the best armor that I can get and prepare myself properly. And then we're going to start the Fatalis grind. So grinding to Master Rank 100 is the next goal. Finishing up my cantina, all my ingredient hunting, getting my treasures, hunting the last few monsters, which are mostly tempered and arc-tempered monsters at Master Rank 100. That's what's ahead of me. And then we are going to start studying and grinding Fatalis to finally close the book on this amazing Monster Hunter World adventure that I've been on for so many months now. So that's where we're at, and thank you everyone so much for joining, for supporting, for being there when I actually killed Alatreon. That was such an amazing moment. I'll see you on the next journal, which could be a while because we're in grind mode now. So until I kill some more tempered monsters, that's the next time I'll do a journal. And otherwise, I'll see you either on the next journal, the next stream, a Monster Hunter Stories stream or journal, or even maybe the Dark Souls journey, which I will be starting soon. Until next time, keep it classy.
Let them lament my name.
I'm grateful that I got to meet someone incredible. Can you teach me how strong I can be? It's unbelievable. Power blazing, limit breaking. The higher that my power gets, even all the gods are speechless. Fight, 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 fighting harder. Cut, cut, punch, punch. It's the ultimate. That's all. Can't believe it. Up from earth to heaven. Cut, cut, punch, punch, melting in the blaze of fire. There is no meaning, what matters is just this fight. Empty your ego, you've got to let go of pride.
Welcome to Fatalis Arc Part 1, Phase 2 Unlocked. Welcome back to another Monster Hunter Journal where I grind my way for my final challenge with 5 monsters remaining and of course Fatalis at the end of it. So the last time we spoke, Alatreon fell a little bit earlier than planned. I was planning on killing him at Master Rank 100, and now my final challenge awaits Fatalis. I already saw the original cutscene after fighting Alatreon. And by the way, yes, I have killed Alatreon, the story and the little baby brother of Alatreon. All the Alatreons are dead. And from that, I was able to farm, not even farm, just from those 2 kills, I was able to get the Alatreon Switch Axe, which has a very handy feature on it called Elder Seal, which apparently makes Elder Dragons weaker. Very convenient. So we have a new Switch Axe and also our weapon to kill Fatalis. So last week I went and I just went to see what it was all about. I got all my backstory. I lasted 8 minutes and I died. Nothing unexpected. So this week the goal was, let's close the gap. I was actually at Master Rank 87 and I want to get to Master Rank 100 so that I can unlock more augments for my armors and weapons, and I can get a little bit more cushion to fight this massive dragon. Well, after a bit of hunting in the Guiding Lands, I made it to, I think, Master Rank 96, so we're getting very close. And I have to say, every other monster feels extremely comfortable right now. I was doing everything in multiplayer, so of course that skews the experience. But coming off of Alatreon, everything has massive opening. I'm like, oh, you're just going to stay there for like 5 seconds and take this punishment? Even Rajang, which I'm like, oh, there's the opening. There's the opening. He just doesn't feel as fast as he used to. But of course, in multiplayer, he's not always targeting me. So maybe it's a skewed perception. But the whole game just feels like I'm just like looking at everything in slow-mo. And I was like, what game am I playing in? So the Guiding Lands was going pretty smooth, you know, just killing a bunch of stuff on repeat. And by the end of the evening, I was curious to see, like, you know, the Fatalis fight is not a one and done deal. We have to learn this fight. I have to go in and over and just learn the whole mechanics. So from my first impression, I saw that there was like a whole bunch of stuff, like weaponry, that I could use that I didn't really get around to play with too much. There's a lot that fight throws at you that I was just overwhelmed. So I have to go there a lot. And this time I went in extra prepared because that gold Rathian armor that I built for Alatreon that I did not end up using, I was like, you know what? You're going to come with me on the Fatalis journey because I don't care. I'm going to use anything I can to get through this dragon. So Divine Blessing level 5, Divine Bless me. So I went in with that skill. I put on some heavy artillery, which is a new skill I've never used. At first, I thought people were trolling me. I was like, come on, heavy artillery, this is what? Like, this is probably for like heavy bowguns or something. And then I read it, and it's like increases the power of heavy artillery, which is what you use in the Fatalis fights. I'm like, you know what? We're going to bring that as well. So I went in with the attitude of the last time I fought him, I was really like, okay, let's study what he's doing. And I saw all the fire. I almost put on a bunch of like fire resist. People are like, don't bother. It's not even fire. So just go for it. So this time I went in and I'm like, I'm just going to be super aggressive on this dragon. I'm just going to hit him and see what happens. I'm going to be as aggressive as I can and see what happens. And I felt being more aggressive made me have to react and position myself a little bit more like instinctively. And it felt more like a fight, and it felt more fun. I also got to learn that if I positioned the cannon correctly, I got like some shots on his chest, which made 1,000 damage with like two cannonballs. I was like, oh my God, these things can do a lot of damage. So the heavy artillery is key, and I can pull off a few before he blows up the whole like rampart part. He really like shoots fire very close to him. So I noticed like whether you're on the side or in front of him between his legs, he will like put that fire right up against him. He doesn't care. So there was a few parts where I was like actually stuck between his legs, and he just came in with his head and he just like just killed me. Divine Blessing probably saved me a few times. But overall, there's just fire everywhere. That said, when I am close to him, I realize I can actually dodge his like massive land of fire attack, which was killing me a lot the last time. So now, and that's a big opening too. Also, I was doing a lot more zero-sum discharges on this guy, which is something I was barely not doing on Alatreon because the openings felt so small and I was always so stressed. But here I'm like, oh, he's just moving around and shooting his fire. Let's see if I can latch on. And I could zero-sum discharge. So I was getting a bunch of those in. I was like, this feels like such a comfortable fight right now. I also got him down, and I got so excited because like he came down and it looked like he fell, and everyone's like, he's down, fight him, everyone being the people in the game. And so like I went straight to the head, but no, he was down, but he was still very much fighting, and his head is moving and he's biting me and he's shooting fire at me. I was like, what the heck? Why are we getting excited? He's down. This doesn't make it that much easier. So I really need to learn how to actually move and find the openings. There was also, I think, a moment where I think it was Aiden who bound Fatalis to the ground, creating more openings, but I wasn't ready for that. I didn't know that was going to happen. So I wasn't ready to deal out damage. But overall, just sticking to him made more damage, made me instinctively learn what I had to dodge. And I was very surprised to see a cutscene, which I was told represents that I've actually killed or dealt 25% of his health and damage. So we're a quarter of the way there. And so at this point, Fatalis flies away, and he just like, does his like supernova blast and burns the whole thing. And I legit thought Aiden, or the excitable A-lister, had died at this point. Like he runs, there's like dramatic music, he pushes you out of the way, and then everything gets covered in fire. And I was like, that's it, he's dead. He's dead, my buddy's dead. Like I finally fight with someone and he's dead. I'm like, oh no, they're making a show after him. And even the chat was like playing into it of like, this is your motivation to like kill Fatalis. I was like, oh my God, this is such a plot twist. And then of course, he's not actually dead. He's just like brushing it off and making jokes. I was like, what is this universe? There are no consequences. At this point, I got, it was a cool moment. Like the fact that now the Dragonator is available and we got like the signal so we can like summon friends, and that actually, so they're like, oh, the guild is here. I think it's the guild. Might be saying that wrong. And then like in the game that translates to you can finally invite friends to the fight. So like it was cool how that like connected. It's kind of like the second wind of the fight. It's like, all right, we've just finished like the practice round. Now we're going into the real fight. And I have to say, they kind of threw so much information at me. I freaked out, and I was like, because now they're like, okay, one thing, the moving ballista is available, some kind of wall is available, and then when the Dragonator, when you know the time, that's ready too. And I'm just like, okay. And then it puts me in the battlefield. There's Fatalis is like kind of flying, and I'm like, where do I go? What do I do? And I just see Fatalis coming at me with like fire. So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to pick left. And I ran. I was like, and everyone's like, go to the ballista, go to the ballista. I was like, where's the ballista? What's the ballista? And the handler's saying things. I was like, what am I doing? So I'm just like mantle running, and I found a ballista, but it was apparently not the ballista. And I got on it with my my mantle, and I'm just taking shots at him. He's coming at me, and he's about to roast me. I was like, do I hold on to the ballista or do I run? I held. It didn't do any damage, so I think it's because I had the temporal mantle. Temporal mantle ate all that damage, and apparently that is a ballista that you're supposed to use to one shot to take him down. So I wasted that shot. It didn't do anything. I think I missed it as well. So I think it's like a binding shot. So I learned that's on the left, and I wasted it and ruined it. But learning happened, which is very important. And then I booked it to the other side because everyone's like, go to the other side. So I'm like, all right, go to the other side. And then I found the moving ballista, which is like a machine gun on rails. I was like, oh, this is so cool. So I like get on it. I'm going like, I'm going. And then I see like Fatalis' fire coming towards me. I'm like, oh, retreat, retreat. And then his fire catches up, bounces me off. And then I get back on it. And I'm like going on the tracks. I'm like, and then the fire's coming back at me, pushes me off. And then I get back on it. And then he's like, I've had enough of your shit. And he just fireballs me and snipes me off the thing. So cool tool, but I do not think that is the moment I'm supposed to use it. So unfortunately, I did not make it very far into the second phase of the fight because I got overwhelmed. But clearly, like, I have to do the first phase a few more times to actually understand what I'm doing. But I think I can really like bring that together well because that feels more like a traditional fight, phase 1. Phase 2, there's more tools. Like I don't even know what the there's like some kind of gate. It looks like there's a gate that I can like shut and either hide myself or put Fatalis behind. I don't know how to use that, but Handler's like, hey, use that. And then there's the Dragonator, which we know how to use that, but I don't know where the button is. So there's a lot of stuff that is thrown at me. And some people are like, well, we talked about it in the strategy meeting. It's like, yeah, the strategy meeting that happened a week ago, and I don't remember what were the critical parts. I remember them talking about the Dragonator and a switch here, and we have to manually load it. Like, they threw so much at me. I just like, I'll remember. I'll look it up when it's important. I'll figure it out when it's important. So at this point, I was super, super proud and happy with the progress I made. I was not expecting to make another phase on Fatalis before Master Rank 100. I've also unlocked Lunastra. So Lunastra was unlocked in the Guiding Lands. I unlocked her quest in the in my quest, so I can finally take on Master Rank Lunastra for the first time. And next stream, we're unlocking Bruiner Nergigante. So there's going to be a lot of monsters to unlock. Master Rank 100 is going to be opened up. I'm going to be able to like start putting more stuff on me, and then I can start refining my fight in phase 1, learning how to do phase 2. And I don't know if there's like phase 3, 4, 5. I don't know how many phases to this there are, but there's more learning to be done. I'm on the right track. Things are progressing smoothly. This is a fun fight. I'm really enjoying it. So I'm dying. I'm dying a lot. I'm dying fast, but I'm also learning fast. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how I do next time, because I feel right now at this rate, I'm going to finish faster than I anticipated. But things can get dicey, things can happen quick, so we'll see what happens. My confidence level is still pretty good, considering we're taking on the god of all monsters. Otherwise, I'll see you on the next journal or the next stream, and until next time, keep it classy. Doot, doot, doot. The last time we met, I was but just a hunter, but now I'm a Master Rank 100 hunter who still plays like a noob. Welcome back to another Invasion Sensation Journal, where I chronicle all my invasion sensations throughout Monster Hunter World, also known as It's Just My Journey of Playing Monster. Actually, we're in the Fatalis arc, so this is a little journal series focusing on my grind to take out Fatalis. As you may have noticed, the grind has been a little bit slower than Alatreon because there's a little bit more preparation required. So I have not gone full tilt on Fatalis yet. We're still kind of poking around and figuring out what's going on. So these past 2 weeks, I haven't really given Fatalis too much attention. I hope he's not getting too jealous. But I went back. So the last time that we connected, I had unlocked phase 2, and now I went back, and of course Aiden was no longer there. So now I have to deal with Fatalis, who has his full attention on me, which was actually a little harder. And actually, I was wondering if I could even get to phase 2 again. So thanks to some of your tips, I have also learned about the famous Gilly Mantle cannon trick, which I got to test out and try, which opens up the fight with about 4,000 damage on Fatalis. So fantastic tips. That's a great way. I'm glad I was able to pull it off. So we're going to keep doing that. So I've got my opener. I managed to wallbang Fatalis, which was something I did not think I could do. So after playing around a bit with him, I wallbanged him. Took a lot of deaths. Divine Blessing carried me through again. And when it went to phase 2, I kind of relaxed instead of, I did one of these instead of doing one of these, because I forgot that now that there's no cutscene to tell me to go in the cave, I'm supposed to book it there myself. So I knew what was coming. I was like, and I kind of panicked. I was like, oh, what do I do? And there was a rock, and I was like, maybe I'll hide behind the rock. Nope, I got toasted. So I unlocked phase 2, but I didn't make it to phase 2 because that was my 5th and final cart. And back home I went. So that was still great learning. I learned a bunch of new things. I zero-sum discharged his head a few more times. But the fact that now I have to know to run to the cave, and the fact that I can wallbang him and I can open up with cannons, those are 3 very important lessons that I needed to have in order to eventually defeat him. So Fatalis is back on the back burner, but off we went to hunt some monsters, unlock Master Rank 100, and start souping up some augments, because I still don't have like health regen and all that on my axe, so we needed to do a little bit of sprucing up. So first thing was Master Rank Lunastra, went back to visit her. This was interesting because I was using the switch axe that I was using on my ice switch axe, which actually does have a health augment on it. And the Lunastra fight was fairly comfortable as far as Lunastra fights go. I discovered about the whole like pressure, it's wing pressure, which just like kills your health. And at one point it was kind of a dumb move, but I latched onto her head and I started zero-sum discharging while she was doing the pressure. And I was just seeing my health go like this, and I was like, please don't stop like going like and it was basically a fight, and I blew off of her, and there was not much health left, but I did survive. So that was a really close encounter. But she died with what I say relative ease. There might be a cart or two that the editor puts in to show you guys that I'm not like this amazing hunter. Fine, you can have it. I also did it all with Divine Blessing. I know there's going to be a bunch of cheeky jokes about the fact that I used Divine Blessing. We're going to address that at the end of this video. Then I was still trying to grind up to Master Rank 100, so I went and did We 3 Kings foolishly, underprepared, because I did We 3 Kings, the event quest, many times in multiplayer. That is the quest where you fight a Kirin, a Kushala, and a Teostra in an arena. And in my mind, I'm like, this is an easy quest, because I always did it with 3 other people. Of course it was easy. This time I went in solo. I did not prepare my loadout or weapons. So I ended up going, Kirin was slapping me like crazy because I didn't have my thunder resist like I usually do against a Kirin. So that took me a few carts. Then Kushala came out and I had an ice axe to go against it, which was not effective. And I understand the hate for Kushala now. There were tornadoes all the time. I couldn't grapple it because it has this tornado shield on it. So I used to say how I loved Kushala. I love the design. I like the high rank fight. Not a fan of the master rank fight. This thing's pretty garbage. And then Teostra was finally a comfortable fight where I just had more experience fighting Teostra and I had an ice axe. So everything kind of just came together for that last piece. Finally, ding, we hit Master Rank 100 and I unlocked Ruiner Nergigante, where finally we could settle this couple-month-old grudge. I hadn't fought a Nergigante in quite a while, pretty much since I finished the story of Iceborne. He was surprisingly comfortable to fight. He felt slower than all the other times I fought him, and that is probably the Alatreon effect. I am also just way more, I legit felt myself graduate as a Switch Axe user after Alatreon. I had to learn how to use my axe in a way I never did before. So all the monsters have a certain new level of comfort. And Nergigante was, I think I got a few carts again, and he was still intimidating because he was massive and just so spiky. But he went down. It was a good fight. It wasn't easy, but it wasn't Alatreon. From there, I was challenged to go do a Tempered Furious Rajang, which I dreaded. No monkeys. I hate the monkeys, no matter what form. But this was the final form. We did Rajang. We did Furious Rajang. And people are like, you got to do Tempered Furious Rajang. And I was like, screw all of you. So I went in. And I was actually really good at dodging the monkey. Cue all the edits of me getting grabbed by the monkey and dying because I know the editor is a monkey fan. Okay, out of all the Rajang fights, I felt like I actually was the best at dodging in this one. The problem was I had a lot of troubles creating openings for attacks. The only thing I could really rely on was when he was not in rage, latching onto his face, putting some rocks in his mouth, sending him to the wall, and then getting a bunch of hits while he was on the ground. That was my biggest opening. I couldn't really swing too much else in there. I went in with Divine Blessing, and people were pretty much betting against me. There was a few that believed in me. It came really close. I was down to my final cart, and Rajang was not tired. And somehow I pulled a win out of it. And by somehow, I mean through Divine Blessing. But I don't care, because that fight is hard. Divine Blessing is a legit skill. I used it. We killed the monkey. Divine Blessing kicks in randomly, so it's a fair win in my books. I'm never fighting that thing solo ever again, because he is dead and he has fulfilled my pledge. Well, part of my pledge. So with Tempered Furious Rajang out of the way, we went for Arc-Tempered Namiel, which was my third final monster to fight in my pledge, and this one made me sweat a lot. So again, I had only fought Namiel once before. Arc-Tempered, she or he or it, whatever, felt really like slimy. Like there's really a lot of gross sound effects in this fight, and it was a comfortable fight except for its dive bombs, which I had troubles predicting. And honestly, that's what killed me every time. When it would drop and just shock everything. I know how to avoid it. I know to Superman dive, but I did not feel comfortable in the visual cue. And oftentimes it would happen if I was like mid attack, which taught me that I had to not be as aggressive with my attacks. And like after it does that and it loses all of its electricity, I'm like, okay, now it's time to go to town on it. But when it was like all zappy zap zap, I was a little bit more like off of it, waiting, getting a few hits in, but really waiting for that dive bomb so I could Superman dive and not get wiped. That took me to my final cart, and what was even scarier, as I was within the 5-minute left timer, I was, oh my god, that map. The first time I fought Namiel, there was only a few minutes left. The Arc-Tempered one was the same thing. I finished, I think, with 3 minutes something or 4 minutes something left. Oh man, was I scared. Because now I had to like ratchet up the speed, ratchet up the damage without getting hit by one of those dive bombs, which would have wiped me and ended the quest and lost 30 minutes of my life. That was really an intense fight. I am so happy I won and didn't have to redo it. After that, I went and poked at Arc-Tempered Velikana because I was very curious to see what is the big deal with Arc-Tempered Velikana and if I should really do Arc-Tempered Velikana before Fatalis. At this point, there are only 2 monsters remaining, and my pledge that I made all the way back in March will be complete. So, Arc-Tempered Velikana, again, I forget how this fight is, but I was reminded of how much it pushes you away from it. Lots of AoEs, lots of like massive ice attacks that it's really hard to get anywhere close to it to even do damage. Again, I went in with the Divine Blessing armor, level 5 Divine Blessing, which saved me a lot. But when that didn't kick in, it was pretty much one hit KO with what I had. So it's definitely a hard fight. I feel you have to Superman dive a lot to get closer to it. Like you have to leverage iframes to actually get in there. It's not a comfortable fight right now. I don't know if I should really just get the Fatalis armor and then go for Arc-Tempered Velikana, or just like persevere and try to fight Arc-Tempered Velikana before Fatalis. Either way, these are the 2 that are left. So they're going to give me a hard time. Of course, I died to that. So, people are now saying I'm relying too much on Divine Blessing, and some people are getting a little salty that I'm like triggering Divine Blessing too much. I'm like, oh, you should have died. You should have done this. To those people, I say, to make my Fatalis pledge, well, it's not even a pledge, but to make my Fatalis fight more interesting for all of you, I have decided that my win will not count. I will take on Fatalis without level 5 Divine Blessing, which means I am not using the Golden Rathian armor, so that nobody can take my Fatalis win away from me. So now we're grinding out the Raging Brachydios set. I've decided to go with a full 5-piece Raging Brachydios set. I've got 3 pieces so far through some grinding. The full set will give me Agitator level 7, Weakness Exploit level 3, and as well will just make me look really cool. I haven't really figured out what the decoration loadout's going to be, but thanks to chat, they helped me with some grinding. Thank God to do some augments, because they just give you question marks. There's no way I would have known which of the like 100 monsters I would have needed to fight in Guiding Lands to get my augment pieces. Luckily with multiplayer, people are like, you need to go fight Arc-Tempered Namia. Let's go. Let's do it together. 20 minutes later, I had the pieces I need. If I was not streaming this and I did not have a community to help me, just the fact of getting these augments could have easily added another 10 to 20 hours of game time just for me to figure it out. That's assuming I wouldn't have looked it up online. So thank you, community, for helping me get to where I wanted to go a little bit faster. And not to mention, you also need to level up your Guiding Lands to get the monster that you don't know you need to get the part that you don't know who it belongs to. So, whew, that end game, grindy. So the last thing is I actually did succeed in fully upgrading my Alatreon Switch Axe. It has health regen augment on it, has a defense plus and an affinity plus. So my weapon is locked and loaded. I just need to hunt Raging Brachydios. I need a few more pieces to get the head and the feet, the greaves, and then a few more decorations, and I have no excuses after that. It's just going to be Fatalis until I push through and make it, because I have no more monsters to hunt other than a Velikana, and I have really just some more defense I could unlock from my Raging Brachydios set. So I do need, that's a good point, I do need to farm out 4 more of these like pieces that help you unlock the defense cap of the Raging Brachydios sets. And then I have to grind out some money so I can pay for all those upgrades. And then I will have no more excuses. It'll just be like Alatreon, where I go in 4 hours a week, put in the work, and plow through this Fatalis and get there. So that's what's coming up next for the next few weeks. We're just kind of adding that final polish on the armor, and I'm going to go hard on these 2 monsters and get this pledge done before the year's over so that we can do, I don't even know what we're going to do after this. But that's not here or now. That is later. Right now, we have a big black dragon to fight. And I hope you will catch me on the next stream or on the next journal. And I'll see you then. Otherwise, keep it classy. 2 monsters remain, but I've got my eyes set on you, Arc-Tempered Velikana. Hey. Welcome back to another Monster Hunter Journal, where I continue my journey of killing every monster in Monster Hunter World and Iceborne. There are only 2 left, Arc-Tempered Velikana and Fatalis. I have decided to finish Arc-Tempered Velikana first before Fatalis. Now, before we get into our usual journal kind of style, I just want to be upfront and say this story, this journal specifically, and this journey, there's so much more than just the video game here. There is a whole emotional transformation and experience happening, and I'm going to tell you about that. So we're going to focus a lot on the last stream, specifically me trying to hunt Arc-Tempered Velikana. I did not succeed, but a lot of stuff happened up here. Things clicked, and I am discovering some very interesting insights about myself through a video game, which is quite interesting. So I have to admit that ever since I've killed Alatreon, I've been kind of scared of Fatalis and Arc-Tempered Velikana, and there's something in my head that's been like, you cannot kill these monsters until you have like X equipment and everything. And I was kind of like trying to get everything else and farm everything, so I was at my best state to face these monsters, because to me, like, they are the end game. They are the end game. They're the final wall. So I'm like, the only way to get through the final wall is to have all the final gear. And as I came back from vacation, there's just something that hit me that went, you know what? When I went up against Alatreon, I said, let's go see what happens. And something decided that I'm like, I'm going to keep trying with what I have. Even though at that time, the unanimous feedback I got was, I am not ready for Alatreon. I don't have what I need to kill it. And after 3 weeks of pounding my head against it, I killed it with that very same armor and loadout. So I was like, what happened to that guy? Go back, get that confidence, stop like brainstorming, not brainstorming, stop telling yourself that you can't do it and all this stuff. And I'm just like, you know what? You're right. My stuff, this is my game. And a lot of you, there's been like a whole Divine Blessing chapter that came out of the last journal where I'm like, I'm not going to use Divine Blessing. And then a lot of you actually made me realize I made that pledge based on probably some very negative, bad feedback. And so we're going to have another conversation around Divine Blessing, but that's not for today. So yeah, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to try Arc-Tempered Velikana. Seriously. Like, I'm going to have a serious, let's put every skill I've learned in this game to the test give it my best shot, and I'm not it's gonna take me a few streams, but let's see if I can kill this dragon. It's a video game. It's meant to be killed. And I have to say, this is the first time I was able to make a build on stream in front of everyone with like all these eyes watching and be comfortable with just going through the menus and being like, I'm going to pick this armor. I'm going to pick these decorations. I have to admit, even though I'm 200 hours in, I've never been comfortable doing a build, especially online. I never even did one offline because I always feel like this chat knows best. And I'm always kind of like second guessing myself and looking at chat of like, should I put this one? Should I put this one? And then getting mixed results. But this time I just went like, heck, I know what I'm doing. I've played this for a while. So I started with, I want Divine Blessing. For Arc-Tempered Velikana, I know that it hits harder. I've seen it in, I tried it a few weeks ago. So I'm like, I need my Divine Blessing. So right there, I need my gold Rathian chest, my gold Rathian waist, and then I just have to figure out what the other 3 slots are. So I'm like, I could go with Master's Touch, but I don't like how many decorations I have. And so I looked at a bit of my armor, and I ended up picking it based on how many decoration slots I had and the skills that were available. And I can't quite remember what I ended up with. I think I ended up with 2 pieces of Safi because I did not have the 3rd piece that aligned with the Golden Rathian. And I think I went with 1 piece of, I think I went with the, anyways, I'm sure the editor has whatever I'm trying to say on screen to show you guys what armor I ended up using. So from there, I actually took a paper on stream and I started writing down all my offensive skills and all the defensive skills that I would want in an ideal build. And so like, and this all happened from a lot of your feedback on Divine Blessing, making me realize Divine Blessing is a defensive skill. And that made me go like, oh right, Monster Hunter has 2 types of skills, offensive, defensive, and you have to kind of balance the 2. That's the trade-off. So I wrote down the skills I wanted. So in attack, I wanted Weakness Exploit, Critical Boost, Agitator, Critical Eye. If I could slot in attack, great, but we're not there. Oh, and Fortify. And then for my defensive, I wrote down, you know, I need Health Boost, Ice Resist, and or Blight Resist. What was it? I learned that I could not get my Ice Resist above 20, because if I could, then I could get away without having Blight Resist. I did not. My Ice Resist was like 17, so I'm like, okay, we are not going to focus on Ice Resist. We're going to slot in Blight Resist. And then Evade Window and Evade Extender. So once I had that, I actually made a table of how many 4 slot decorations, 2 slot decorations, and 1 slot decoration I had for each skill. See, the whole table's right here. And this was all done on stream. And then based on this, I completely got rid of all my decorations from all of my equipment. I was like, what can we slot in to make the best build out of what I have? And so through this exercise, I learned I have no critical boost decorations. So I only had the 1 from some of my gear. So I'm like, okay, well, that's the only critical boost I'm going to get. And then anyways, through kind of mixing and matching everything, I ended up with what is, I would say, one of my cleanest builds I have ever done. And I feel really proud of this build because I did it myself. I did not like really research anything. I just looked at what I had, what I wanted, and I put together the best that I could. And that experience was such like a clicking moment. And I feel that that is an important part in a hunter's journey in this game. And I finally hit it. It's 200 plus hours, but I'm like, I get it. I understand now the fun of slotting in your decorations and figuring out your build and having the pride of doing it yourself. So yay for me. We're back to like learning. So after all is said and done, I ended up with Weakness Exploit at level 3. Critical Boost, we only had 1 because I had no decorations. Agitator, I put in all the leftovers into that, which ended up being, I think, 2 or 3. It wasn't that great. Critical Eye, I think I ended up with a maxed out Critical Eye thanks to Master's Charm. Oh, that was another fun thing. So I think it was my Master's Charm was under leveled. And so I'm like, oh, I can level up Master's Charm to get like to open up another decoration slot so we can slot something in. And so I went to do that and like just trying to optimize that way. It just felt really exciting. And then on the defense skill, of course, we got our level 5 Divine Blessing. I got a level 3 health boost. We got our Blight Resist all the way to level 3. We got the full evade window. I think I got 1 evade extender. And of course, we got our Fortify. So that was like a big moment for my stream. Just doing that. On the axe front, I was using the Alatriana axe a lot. And I don't know why, but I feel... Oh, I think I learned Arc-Tempered Velikana is weaker. I don't know if it's weak to Blast, but either way, Blast does more damage, so I decided to go with the Raging Brachydios axe just to do more damage. So with all of that, I went in and I gave it my best shot, Arc-Tempered Velikana. And I must have fought it for 2-3 hours, and I lost every time. But what happened is the exact same thing that happened with Alatreon. As I was fighting, I was learning its moveset. And this Evade Extender, or Evade Window specifically, oh my goodness, it lets me roll through like all of its attack. You got the Ice Beam, roll through it. You do the Ice Walls, roll through it. You do the Ice Donut, roll through it. There's so much more forgiveness. And then of course the Divine Blessing, so much forgiveness. I'm really learning how to position myself through these attacks to create an opening to then punish it. And so the fight is starting to feel a lot more manageable. And through just repetition and practicing, like I have to get that muscle memory of, oh, okay, it's doing this, I need to react like this. Very similar to Alatreon. And it's clicking more and more, and I'm already feeling confident enough that I just need to practice now. Once I practice enough, it's going to happen. Now, I haven't made it to the 30-minute point in the timer. I know the timer is going to be another issue. I'm a little bit worried about my damage output not being high enough, but right now it's learning its attack, learning how to dodge and avoid it. And once I'm good at doing that, then I can focus on increasing my damage output so I can actually kill it within 30 minutes. So that's what I pretty much did in the last stream. Once the stream went off, I actually went out and looked at some tips from, from Rurikan. And he brought up a good point about using Dragon Seal. So he said a lot of good points, but one key takeaway was he suggested using a weapon with, I think it's called, Elder Seal, a high Elder Seal specifically. And he states that it shaved off 6 to 7 minutes of his hunt. So I was like, all right, maybe it's time I explore this. Like I tried with Alatreon, but it's not a high Elder Seal. I think it's a low. So I did some research. I found that the Nergigante Switch Axe has Elder Seal and its stats seem decent. So now what I've been doing off screen, which is something I don't do very often, is I've actually been farming the Nergigante parts. So I have his Switch Axe, which has like 1,000 attack and has the high Elder Seal, which I'm going to bring into my Arc-Tempered Velikana fight next time. So I'm really excited to try to fight Arc-Tempered Velikana with this Switch Axe, with the build I have. I've already put kind of the challenge out to the community very loosely that, hey, can you guys kill Arc-Tempered Velikana with my build? Go for it. And some people have already done it. So I'm like, this is doable. I'm going to even improve my performance with a better Switch Axe. I'm going to practice. And I think I can kill Arc-Tempered Velikana within the next week or two. So like I am just brimming with newfound confidence. I'm so excited to kill this because then that means I can kill Fatalis as my final monster afterwards and just focus on that and get like our epic poetic conclusion to this whole series. And even now someone already joked like you should do a whole playthrough again with the insect glaive, which is the weapon I dislike the most. And I'm actually like, you know what? That would probably be a really interesting thing to try. It'd be a whole different like gameplay. So now I'm already getting into like the weeds of maybe I should, like once I'm done Fatalis and all, maybe I should try fighting every monster again with like every weapon. I'm not pledging that, but I'm already seeing the appeal of replaying a lot of the game with a new weapon just to get a different experience. So I can see how all of you have spent hundreds and even thousands of hours into this game. It's the game that just keeps on giving. And I just keep getting pulled more and more where I'm like, I have to stop this so I can start Generations U or 4 or play these other games that I said I would play. But Monster Hunter World just keeps pulling me in because it's so good. It's so good. It's so satisfying. Like I really love what this game has to offer. And it's so hard to convey to someone who doesn't get it. As someone who didn't get it, like, I wish it was clearer so that people could get it. But that's, I think, part of the experience is you have to fall into it yourself. So either way, glad I'm here. We're going to kill Arc-Tempered Velikana, and I'll see you on the next journal. Until then, keep it classy. Doot, doot, doot. Defeating Velikana has a strange way of impacting my real life. When I killed base Velikana for the first time, my computer started freezing in a way that it never really did since I started this journey. And now that I finally slayed Arc-Tempered Velikana, shortly after I was sent to the hospital, and a few days later I woke up with 4 scars in my abdomen. So like, what's up with this monster? What's gonna happen when I fight Fatalis and finally slay him? Legianna. Welcome back, hunters. It's been far too long since the last journal update, but I have just experienced, and by just I mean 2 weeks ago, experienced the hardest fight in this journey yet, which was Arc-Tempered Velikana without Fatalis gear. So Alatreon put up what was the bar to beat. That was the biggest rush, the biggest wall I've encountered. And then after, completing everything, him and then everything after, I was left with 2 monsters, Fatalis and Arc-Tempered Velikana. And the big question was, which one do I do first? Fatalis has an iconic story around him and cutscenes, whereas Arc-Tempered Velikana was the monster that was supposed to be the send-off to Iceborne that was added in after Fatalis, a reason to test your Fatalis gear. And so I was left with a very hard choice. Do I kill off Arc-Tempered Velikana to poetically end my journey with Fatalis, or do I kill Fatalis to get the armor to properly fight Arc-Tempered Velikana? And well, I'm a sucker for good storytelling, so I was like, Arc-Tempered Velikana, you're the one we're going after. And after first going after it, I got destroyed, and in the last journal, I shared how I finally had a moment of enlightenment where I was like, I have to build, this is how I can build my own set and gear against it. And it was awesome. And I built that gear, and then I went on to fight this ice lizard for 5 weeks. So it beat the Alatreon wall, which was a 3-week wall, and Arc-Tempered Velikana took me 5 weeks to finally defeat. But man, that was a rush. There was so much. I have so many good things to say about that fight. There's not at one point in those 5 weeks that I feel like it was a BS or bullshit. I say it on this channel. So it wasn't a bullshit fight. There wasn't anything about it that I really hated. I loved the challenge of this fight. It was like, step up your game, son. Step up your game. Get better. And step it up I did. So last time on the journal, I left off with I had my gear. I was rolling through all attacks. It was all a matter of learning the attacks, and I had switched over to an Elder Seal weapon, and I had gotten the Nergigante switch axe all the way maxed out, which gave me 1,000+ attack with high Elder Seal. And so I went to Arc-Tempered Velikana over and over with that weapon, and the biggest challenge was, I was dying. I kept dying and dying, and I eventually learned the fight enough to survive, and as everybody said, what became the next challenge was the timer. And it took me many streams. I think I was about 2 or 3 streams in a row where I was struggling with the timer, where I was at the point I could survive its attacks. I could fight the dragon, but I couldn't kill it fast enough because the timer would keep timing out on me, and I would never get to the point where the skull would show up either. So it became a struggle of, okay, I need to increase my DPS. I got to figure out ways to increase my DPS. And the Elder Seal was very hard to measure of am I actually doing more damage with it?
No.
So after trying it out for one stream, I essentially ditched it and I went back to my Light Break Axe, which has the blast damage, because at least I can see that little 300 damage go off. And I can slot in more decorations, which gives me a little bit more oomph in the DPS. I forget what I slotted into it, but I squeezed all the offense I could while still keeping my Divine Blessing and my rollies, my evade window, I think level 5. Those defense skills were just too awesome. So I went back to the Light Break Axe. I kept that, and yes, I was now doing more damage, but I realized my Switch Axe gameplay style was not efficient enough to kill this dragon. And that was the biggest, I think, one of the biggest breakthroughs I needed to have in this hunt. Just like with Alatreon, I felt Alatreon taught me how to use the Switch Axe more effectively, where I finally understood, I got to be in sword mode all the time. And so I was using what I learned from Alatreon with Arc-Tempered Velikana, but now it wasn't so much about I need to be in in sword mode all the time. It's I need to be dancing with my switch axe. I need to be going in axe and sword and just constantly boop, 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 and as much damage as I can, and even try to sneak in as many zero-sum discharges as I can in there, despite those being kind of hard to pull off, because if you do it at the wrong time, you get knocked off and then you're stuck in this animation worse than any other monster. So I had to learn new combos, and I had to learn how to move with the transformative properties of the switch axe. So you'll see me in the later footage rolling, switching, and it's all part of maneuverability tactic, because once you're in, the switch X is pretty slow when you're actually swinging that thing and trying to move. You do like the little hop. So I started like closing the gap with Velikana by doing my switching maneuvers. When I was in sword mode, if it wasn't moving far, I was actually learning how to do the hop to dodge, and even trying to be riskier with some openings to like zero sum discharge sometimes, learning the fight. Like, this was long and grindy, and I kept wishing all the time that I was going to kill it, but at no point was I was frustrated with my own skills, but it was so rewarding to every time unlock. Sometimes like, oh, I'm doing more damage here. Okay, if I soften this up, I gotta do. And I think in the third or fourth stream, I was getting to the point where now I was putting it to sleep. And the first time I got it to sleep, like, because it was low health, like my adrenaline shot up. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so close. And then I messed up and died. So once I got my Switch X gameplay refined, I was now getting a little bit more consistent at getting Arc Tempered Velikana to like go to sleep, or like you could see it was wounded. And I was like, oh man, I just gotta like close that gap. That's like a 6,000 HP gap. And what was missing at this point was the boulders. I couldn't get I could never coordinate the boulders to fall. And everyone's like, you need the boulders. I think the boulders do 2,000 or 4,000 damage each, and there's 2 of them. So like that's 10-15% of its health. That's just like done like that. So I understood that, okay, I know how to dodge its attacks for the most part. I know how to deal a significant amount of damage, but now I need to get like these free hits in for it to work. And it was so like poetic again. I love the poetic thing. I like good storytelling. That the way I finally killed it, I was panicking. It was down to its last health, and I'm trying to like shoot rocks to hit this boulder because I'm not like efficient at knocking it on command. And it was the rock that finally killed Arc Tempered Velikana, giving me my first win at about a 26-minute mark. So still like a cozy amount of time. And in my last stream, I was actually getting her to the to show weakness at around the 24-minute mark. So like I was getting a lot more efficient in my DPS. But it really like took the boulders and that refinement in the Switch X and changing up my Switch X to finally get it to work. But overall, this was such a fun fight. I'm getting more like addicted to wanting challenges from my games now. Like I say that, but then I think of freaking Arc Tempered Rajang, and I'm like, no, thank you. No, thank you. You're too much. I don't want any of you in my life anymore. So I want specific challenges, like the Arc Tempered Velikana, perfect challenge, amazing challenge. Alatreon, great challenge. Like I love these challenges. So I'm going to be seeking more of those out, I think, in like games outside of Monster Hunter 2. Like I'm even thinking of Hollow Knight and the Pantheon. I haven't revisited like these really hard Pantheons since before my Monster Hunter journey. I'm like, maybe I should go back to those games that I used to think were like really hard and see if I can do those like really hard challenges. Maybe I'm better now. Who knows? The game, like the fight was getting so repetitive with Arc Tempered Velikana, like constantly fighting this thing for 5 streams. I actually got to the point where I muted the audio of the game because I was like just getting tired of hearing that song over and over. And I start like as a meme, I'm just like, that's it. We're gonna pull out the Rajang in me, and like I put on Rajang's theme, and I just went to town on Arc Tempered Velikana with the Rajang theme, and I was doing good. I think that was like the first time I did so good with it. And people are like, oh my God, is he actually gonna win? And what happened is I died to the timer on that. But I think that was the fight, the first time I had carded the least. I think I only carded twice. So then we started, I think for the like last 2 streams to play this game of like the chat would suggest, oh, put on this theme. And so I was fighting Arc Tempered Velikana with a lot of like different themes. And I was really, really hoping that Nay, the Honor is Ours would have been the theme. I would have won because it's such a climactic song of like, it just speaks to like a hunter who has journeyed through like so many challenges, and like this is it, this is the final challenge, even though we know it's not the final challenge. But it would have been so good to like finally like kill this thing to that song. But I ended up killing it to I think Nergigante's theme of all things. And it threw me off because when I actually killed it, you know, when you kill it normally, the song stops and you get the victory fanfare, right? Of like, dun dun, whatever it does. And because I was playing like the song off of another like music player, the song kept going as the thing. So like my mind wasn't processing because the music was still going, like the intense Nergigante music was still going. I was like, is it dead? Is it dead? And I'm just like not ready to accept that it was dead because I couldn't hear the victory music. And then finally, like it all like clicked. And I was like, it's dead. After 5 weeks of grinding, I finally did it. And I just went. I think I screamed a little loud. I don't know. My neighbors must be wondering what I do every Thursday night here because I'm a very quiet person usually, and then Thursdays I'm just like yelling and cussing and doing all these loud things. So that challenge is over, which leaves us with one final challenge, and I feel so like I'm so glad that it's just me and Fatalis now. And I did one round against him. And what's weird about this fight is I've poked around Fatalis, but I haven't gone full Fatalis like the way I went full Alatreon or full Arc-Tempered Velikana. So I don't know what's going to happen. I've only been dedicating like one fight per stream here and there for Fatalis just to get a sense of like what I can do, start learning. But now it's like there's nothing else. It's just me and the big black dragon. And I've got a way more polished gameplay style to my gameplay. So I'm like, are you really going to be that big of a wall now that I've gotten like the Alatreon and Arc-Tempered Velikana boosts? Like I'm more than enough prepared for this Fatalis. Even though my gear can still be bumped up, I'm at the point where I'm like, the gear helps, but like I've got, I think all the, I've got the best weapon to take them on. So like, sure, buffing my defense could be helpful, but it's like, no, we're going to do some damage and we're going to destroy this final dragon. So I can finally finish my second pledge. My goodness. It's just the second pledge on this channel. We got more pledges to do. I got to kill this dragon so we can go to the old world and start doing some pledges in there. So the next stream, it's 4 hours of me and Fatalis, and who knows, maybe I'll break through in one stream, maybe it'll be 6-7 streams, but either way, I'm pretty sure I'm going to kill this dragon before the year ends. I better, because I want to go visit the old world and see what that's all about. So I'll see you either in the next stream or the next journal. It's good to be back, and until next time, keep it classy. So I'm going to make a pledge right here. I'm going to go and buy Monster Hunter World on Steam. I'm going to start fresh, and I'm going to document my entire journey. After an 8-month journey in Monster Hunter World and completing my pledge, this will be the last of my journals. Welcome back, hunters, to the final Monster Hunter World Journal as Fatalis has slain in what I can only say was a clutch moment. So it's been a long ride. There has been many journaling, many experiences, and what a ride this has been. 8 months in the making, from not liking Monster Hunter, the franchise, to trying the game, to pledging to kill everything, to knocking up against some big hard monsters, and finally I've slain Fatalis a little bit faster than I expected. But anyways, he is dead, and we're going to talk about that, and then we're going to talk a little bit about the journey. So sit back, relax, and let's talk about the Fatalis grind. So this really took me, for comparison's sake, I had 3 major walls in the end game, all with black dragons, if we call this a black dragon, although I think Velikana is just considered an elder dragon. So Alatreon took me 3 full streams to beat my first major wall. That was about a 12-hour commitment of knocking my head against that wall. Arc-Tempered Velikana was by far the largest and hardest wall to overcome at 5 streams, which accounts for about 20 hours of just fighting the same monster over and over. Now, Fatalis is sprinkled in. Like, I kept testing the waters here and there throughout the streams, but when I really went at it, it was about a stream and a half, or roughly 6 hours of time to actually take down Fatalis. And this fight has left me with mixed emotions because of many reasons. I think it's First of all, the fact that this was the pinnacle of the journey. We all knew we were heading towards Fatalis, and Fatalis was going to be the end. So there is that whole moment. Like there's nothing like I don't think you can properly encapsulate the emotion of, you know how they always say it's the journey, not the destination. So when you kill Fatalis, the destination has been achieved. But how does that compare against the journey? It doesn't. It's just a little piece in this grand adventure. So there is that conflicting emotion. The second emotion is, you know, the skill gap. Every monster is about closing a skill gap. And I think the thrill and the excitement of every fight has been seeing my skill increase to close that gap. And Alatreon did that very much. Alatreon taught me how to use the sword aspect of the switch axe a lot more, and how to be conscious about charging the sword mode enough so that I can use it repeatedly enough to do the DPS check. That was a massive jump in knowledge. Arc-Tempered Velikana, another jump in knowledge where I had to learn how to be mobile with the switch axe and also deal out enough damage to beat the timer, as well as use the environment and optimize my build. I would say after you've done those two, the skill gap that's left to beat Fatalis at this point was a lot smaller. In hindsight, you know, I didn't necessarily learn how to use my weapon any better. I think Arc-Tempered Velikana was the monster that really helped me fully appreciate what that weapon can do. And while I'd say I'm a veteran of the switch axe now, and there's still room for improvement for sure, but Fatalis didn't necessarily require me to learn anything new with the switch axe. It was more about learning the monster itself and learning how to move around that. And then the added level of emotion is the fact that the Fatalis fight is so filled with weaponry and like other aspects to the fight that I think it takes away from the fight a little bit. So, you know, here we are in a game where it's you versus nature. Throughout the whole game, every monster you've taken out, it's mostly you versus nature. Even when you're knocking boulders from the ceiling, that is nature that's there waiting for you to take advantage of it. With Fatalis, the fact that these are like man-made weaponry that you're using against it, that took something away from me. I didn't like the fact that there were cannons and all this weaponry to use on Fatalis. Like, I'm a little bit in favor of the Like, if someone asked me, what is your favorite fight, Fatalis or Arc-Tempered Velikana? I'm actually leaning towards Arc-Tempered Velikana because of the immense amount of knowledge I got from that. And also, it was just me versus this ice dragon. I didn't have to use cannons or anything. It was a constant fight and a dance with it. Whereas Fatalis, it's constant fight and dance. And I know that there's a lot of arguments that can be made that I can just ignore all of that. And also a lot of people can say, well, the switch axe is Fatalis' weak points and there's a cheese strategy around it, which of course I completely exploited. But needless to say, this was my experience. This is how I went through it. And this is what I can compare. The fight of Fatalis, you know, even the NPCs, even the way that the story is built, it's all about use everything you have to your advantage because this is the god of gods that you have to slay. And I get that. And at the beginning, it feels like, oh my God, this is an immense tower. Like, how do we take this down? We need to use everything in our arsenal. But I felt that with Arc-Tempered Velikana, and the fact that all I had was my little dinky weapon in comparison, and that I still knocked it down and killed it, like, I feel that was more of a rush. And I think the last thing to consider is how I killed Fatalis. It wasn't an invasion sensation. It wasn't the Dragonator. It wasn't this awesome, like, switch axe move. It was, of all things, it was a clutch claw tickle.
What?
And it caught me so off guard because things were getting like intense. And while I was a little bit more comfortable in the fight, like I still had a few carts to spare, I was really sweating because the timer, we were now under the 5-minute mark. I wasn't seeing this fight slowing down. And I even said on stream, I was like, you know what? If I died to the timer, it's fine. This would be the first time I died to the timer. So in my mind, that was progress. So I was kind of already like preparing myself to fail. And so anyways, I'm dodging the attacks, I'm fighting. And then I want to do the zero-sum discharge clutch claw move. And I think I was out of range the first time. And I got closer and I was about to do it. And he was about to like shoot at me. And it was the clutch claw that hit him, which means that means he had less than 10 HP when I hit him with that. So like any other move could have been cool, but nope, we get the clutch claw that ruins it. So there's that. There's also the fact that like in a lot of fights, monster fights, all of them, I love the fact that at certain points you can mount. And I don't know why, but with Fatalis, I was never able to mount him. I kept trying, even like later in the fight where I would assume a threshold was unlocked that I could, mount him and get that like rush. It never happened. So it just felt like it felt like a very different fight. That's all it is. It just feels very different than everything that came before it. Even the dance is not so much about a dance. It's more about you move or you die. Like there's so much one-shot kills that it's not so much a dance as though as you stepped in the wrong space. You're gone, banished to the Shadow Realm, and it's less forgiving, which makes it feel less like you're learning a dance. So after the first stream, honestly, I was like, oh my God, do I not like the Fatalis fight? I'm like, oh no, I'm going to have to make a journal where I legit don't like the Fatalis fight and I'm going to get like destroyed for that. But then after the second stream, which is the one where I actually killed him, it was starting to feel like more of a dance, but it didn't quite click the way, say, Alatreon felt or the way Arc-Tempered Velikana felt. Those, I think, were more iconic in terms of a fight and in terms of a first-time experience. Fatalis was just felt a little out of place in the journey. Like it felt like a boss. It felt like an endgame boss, but it didn't necessarily feel like a Monster Hunter World endgame boss, if that makes sense, because everything about it felt so different. Now, I went back in after I killed him, and I did a multiplayer fight. And with the multiplayer fight, we didn't use any of the equipment. And I have to say, that felt a lot more like genuine and a lot more in line with Monster Hunter. But also, it felt a little too easy. And I think that's because I didn't have Fatalis's like aggro on me, so I could get in my shots where I wanted without really worrying too much about its attacks. And I had a pretty good crew of good teammates that didn't die. In fact, I was the only one that died in that multiplayer rush. So like we just went in there, just bam, and he died, I think, to the Dragonator hit, which was also like, why did we use the tool? So that's the only time we used the tool. And I think actually this kind of echoes a feeling I had with Monster Hunter Rise with the whole rampage, and also with the final fights in Monster Hunter Rise, because they too use a lot of weaponry. And I don't know if it's just me, but there's something that just feels a little off. Now, I'm not saying like get rid of all weaponry, because I think they have a place, but I don't think like Capcom, I don't think you should put your weaponry in the final. There should definitely be a fight where weaponry is involved. Like the Velikana fight when it was attacking Legianna and you're defending the town with weaponry. That felt pretty cool. Like whenever you have like a story moment like that, that feels great. But I think you should just leave the final fights to just be between the hunter and the monster, and leave all the weird like man-made weapons out of it. To me, I think that just feels better. Maybe like story-wise it's not as good, but it does feel better. The first time on stream that I also the proof of a hero, it's such a buff for the hunter. It feels so amazing. And when I first triggered it, I think I was on my last cart. So like I got the rush and I died because the adrenaline. So I got to hear Proof of a Hero 2 or 3 times before I like actually made it. And I was really hoping that the first time I heard Proof of a Hero, it triggers at a point where you're pretty much guaranteed to win, so that like you don't ruin the Proof of a Hero. So I ruined Proof of a Hero 2-3 times, which I'm like, oh man, I got like my song playing and I fell on my face. That didn't feel so good, but the fact that cues in that fight is fantastic. I mean, I love it. I think it was way better cued in that fight than say I think it was the Ibushi fight, which happens in a rampage. And I talked about that in my Monster Hunter Rise journal. So overall, like if I have to like do the journey, like beats, I would say, I think we peaked at Arc-Tempered Velikana in terms of like journey, rush, and emotions. And like Fatalis was like, just kind of like that sweet send off, which wrapped up the whole thing. And I guess I was expecting more Fatalis to be what Arc-Tempered Velikana did to me. And maybe that's my own fault, because Arc-Tempered Velikana was added in after Fatalis. So like I did kind of break the sequence a little bit. But considering what Fatalis represented, how he was at the start of my stream since the very beginning, the whole thing, like I'm happy I ended with Fatalis. I just kind of wish, I guess I got a little bit more out of it. kind of like with Arc-Tempered Velikana. But it's just a testament maybe of me growing as a hunter that, yeah, that skill gap was just smaller for Fatalis, and that's all it is. So after that, now we're in the point where I'm going to have to grind out the Fatalis armor, which looks freaking amazing. So after the first fight, I was able to build one piece. The fact that all the armor pieces have 3 decoration slots with 4 slot deco gem or whatever, you guys know what I mean. The fact that you can max out the decorations on each piece, I'm like, oh my god, I can slot in like up to 15 decorations, all like 4 slots. I think that's what they are. And then looking at the skills, how it all comes together with the switch axe, I don't quite appreciate it yet. But the fact that you get like 100 health boost just by having, I think, 2 pieces of armor or maybe 4 pieces of armor, I'm like, oh, get rid of those vitality like decoration slots. Let's bring in better like slots in there. So I'm really looking forward to getting my full Fatalis set so that I can like just like trample over everything. We went back after multiplayer. I got one of the evil eyes, so I was able to build the switch axe, but I have so much grinding to do. And I say so much, it's going to take like, in multiplayer, I think it would take maybe 2 to 4 hours to grind it all out, to get that full armor set. And that actually made me appreciate my Arc-Tempered Velikana fight more. I'm like, oh my god, I can't imagine how much easier it would be to kill this thing if I had this set. So I'm even more happy that I killed Arc-Tempered Velikana without the Fatalis set, because I'm like, that's a huge badge of honor for me now. Like, oh, I did it without this fancy gear and before Fatalis. So I'm really happy with how this whole journey played out. So yeah, we're doing that. And now where do we go from here? So, I mean, it's been a crazy journey. I would love to reminisce with all of you the last 8 months and how we journeyed, but I think I will save that for a different video outside of this series of journal. In terms of the journal, it was all about documenting my experience in Monster Hunter World and sharing that with all of you. And now that we've come to the end, this has to be the final journal. In terms of next step, the next stream, I'm just going to have some fun and do the photography quests. So we're going to go in and play Monster Hunter Snap and just do like a filler episode, as I like to call it, because I really envision this as like an anime arc. We're going to do that. And then after that stream, a week later, we're going to be going to the old world. So if you're seeing this journal, it's probably the day that I'm going to be shooting the streaming Monster Hunter Snap. And then a week from when this video drops, we're going to be starting our next Monster Hunter journey in the old world. And that's going to be I'm going to be revealing that in a separate short video. There's a lot of games to go in Monster Hunter Old World. And there's been a lot of opinions as to where I should go. And I have decided which game I'm going to be going into and what we're going to be talking about over the next few months. And I'm really excited to share all that with you. So stay tuned in a different video. I think we're going to focus our stream time to the old world and comparing what Monster Hunter used to be like before Monster Hunter World, when it went like full mainstream, and then Rise, of course. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what are the roots of this franchise, and I will see you in the reveal video or on the next stream. So until next time, hunters, keep it classy. I pledge to hunt every monster in the new world. And now, with the Sapphire Star at our backs, let's go to the old world.